it up now. They ain't no citizen. Let's get them.
They would have to destroy the Constitution.
Yeah, according to me, you would have to destroy the Constitution. 14th Amendment gone. Slavery reenacted. That would take the power of Congress. You have a federal military. That's not going to happen. The world won't allow it. We have the UN.
Well, do you think it's the reason why they have your voting act not permanent? The Voting Rights Act? Because it ain't permanent. Matter of fact, it's in trouble right now. Man, I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, these are facts. They have to vote on it every 20 years or something like that. And then the last time, they said, now it's correlated, you know, because it was dealing with the right to vote and as an American. Because if Dred Scott got that right, he would have been able to vote. Well, we were at the 3/5 level back then, but this is history. I mean, I know a lot of us want to support America, and yeah, look where we've come. Despite all of that is where we've come. You know, a lot of Caribbean came over, and we got together and planned, and that's what we ain't doing right now. A lot of looking back, but not responding to what we see back there and planning for the future. That's all I'm saying.
That's
a long-range plan.
Hey, look, there's a new link up, y'all. Click the new link. Yeah, I just put it in there because we ain't want to make this show super long. So we at the 3-hour mark. So I just put the new link up. Click the new link. Come over to part 2. We're gonna be on here, and James gonna keep kicking our asses. So come on over to the new link. Keep on, bro.
Well, let me just finish this wonderful meal.
No, you can keep on. You can keep going. Right.
All right?
Yeah, James.
All right.
You keep going. We're just moving the stream. We
just celebrated Emancipation Day over here. And I was having a philosophical discussion because emancipation is different than fighting for your liberation like the Haitian population did. They ousted the Europeans, established their own government, etc., etc. My discussion with my population is, okay, we found out that the French enacted emancipation. So on the French side of the island, you cross the border, you were technically free, right? So people found out and they made a run for the border. The slaves made a run for the border. Okay, you had your celebration, you're on the opposite side of the island, what's next? You're out of work, where do you live? How do you get food? How do you support yourself? Okay, that's not gonna work. What happens is people go back to the plantation. The rules and the laws change, whereby these people are no longer slaves, they are freed, and the historical process takes place to the point that we are governing this island now after the European colonizers left. They left their laws and system in place. Yes, okay. But what happens when our people reenact or think back? They put themselves right back in the frame of mind of being slaves, subservient, and under Dutch rule. And they create this false dichotomy, even on a political level, that they approach everything from an oppressive perspective, or you the Dutch, you're the colonizer, when that reality does no longer exist. And it creates a imbalance in your communication, in your relations, and your dealing with the powers to be. And I think when we continue to put ourselves in that frame of mind of us against them, we're always gonna see any situation that happens in our country as they're trying to oppress us. And honestly, I do not see this, maybe on socioeconomic level because of the original disparity, but I do not see, neither in my community or elsewhere, a fundamental targeted approach to keeping us as a people down. Maybe I'm delusional. Maybe I'm just an optimist, but I really don't see it. James stepped away. So, what do you think? Am I crazy?
No.
I think you're spot on. I wanted to actually, while we're sort of regrouping and everybody's sort of falling into this the new stream, I wanted to pull up something that was discussed. I think it was on a show. I think it was a couple days ago. We talked about the whole idea about in terms of how when people hear information from what you would consider authority figures or leaders or religious leaders or political leaders, that something was actually going on inside of the brain, right? That would turn off our ability to be skeptic or either what you would say critical, right? And we talked about this. We talked about this in terms of the text, the War on Science, and I think you guys mentioned it. You remember this conversation, Sosa, right?
Yeah.
We had this conversation, and I think we never really got to the piece where they were talking about this inside of the War on Science. And I wanted to, while we're sort of falling into this, I wanted to pull this up and sort of go to that excerpt inside of the War on Science where it talks about this. Hold on just a second. I want to share this. And this is the chapter that's called The Partisan Brain, right? And inside of the War on Science, it talks about all the different institutions that are currently waging the war on science. It talks about the religious institutions, it talks about the media, and it talks about the political war on science. And what we're talking about actually was within the political realm of the conversation. So I'm gonna share this, and let me know if you can see this share when I share my screen here. All right, can you see this? I'm sharing my screen right now. You guys let me know if you can see this. Maybe.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. All right. So at the very bottom, it says the partisan brain, right? And again, this is in context when we talked about politics and its war on science, right? So I'm going to read this particular excerpt so that I think it clears up some of the conversation we were having the other day. It says, the second factor that influences partisanship, right, has to do with the way our brains process scientific information. Neuroscientist Sam Harrison and his colleagues published a study showing that people use the same brain region in the ventromedial prefrontal cortex for belief as they do for ordinary facts. Danish cognitive neuroscientist, I'm not going to say that word, and his colleagues took this as a step further by exploring how the brain responds to authority. So they played recorded prayers to study participants and compare the responses of participants who were charismatic Christians who believed in speaking in tongues and healing by prayer to those of non-believers, right? It says both groups were asked to listen to 3 different groups of recordings: prayers read by non-Christians, prayers read by ordinary Christians, and prayers read by Christians known for healing powers. In actuality, however, all the prayers were read by ordinary Christians. It says the researchers used functional magnetic resonant imaging to scan participants' brains as they listened to these recordings. It says that the scans showed that when the Christians were were listening to recordings they thought were made by healers who have special religious authority, they turned off parts of their medial and dorsolateral prefrontal cortexes, which play key roles in critical thinking and skepticism. Non-believers, in contrast, did not shut down this brain system. It says, the authors said that this may explain why certain individuals who are perceived to have authority, such as politicians, religious leaders, celebrities, and news media, can exert influence over others. They suggested that the effect could extend to other interpersonal relationships, such as parents and children, doctors and parents, teachers and students, producers and consumers, and leaders and followers, right? It is also quite similar to the field-dependent style of learning that educators talk about. It says, were the Christian subjects idiots or gullible? No. What the magnetic-resonant imaging showed is that the preconceived authority of speakers, regardless of his or her actual expertise, starts a brain process, a rhetorical frame that makes us less critical of the speaker's commentary. Thus, partisanship is born. The brain is used as a strategy for negotiating the environment and the living in social groups. So this particular area was talking about how, when we listen to rhetoric, or when we listen to the speech from people who we conceive to be or we perceive to be authorities from a religious perspective, from a political perspective, either from a socio-economic perspective, right? Our brain chemistry actually changes, right? And we may not be as skeptical or as critical as we once would be, right? So I think this was a very good sort of excerpt to sort of clear up that conversation that we were having. So I wanted to kind of read that out while everybody sort of falls in.
And you know what is so telling about that?
Mm-hmm.
Over here, because we practice a high level of skepticism, we always say, Uncle always say, leaders around here. We're all individuals coming together trying to figure stuff out, because we fundamentally have that skepticism locked in, that we don't see leadership the same way. What you say? As soon as you assert yourself as such, my skepticism increases.
Right.
So
you don't want to shut down that dorsal prefrontal cortex, right?
Yeah, like bam, you see it in the whole position, the hands fall over, the head tilts to the side, your eyes start to twitch, and you start to listen a little bit more attentively, just because this individual positioned themselves as an authority, and that's skepticism. But that's a mental exercise. That's training yourself to operate other than your normal reaction.
Right.
So we react in a certain way, and you go through certain exercises to change that. For example, martial artists don't close their eyes when a punch is coming towards them.
Mm.
We keep our eyes open. We want to see that hand. When you're swung on, your natural instinct is to close your eyes.
Mm.
And we train that out of ourselves. So we train skepticism by doing these exercises and going through that scholarly process. You condition your mind to not be as reactive and in the belief zone, but more skeptical, slowing things down and dissecting information.
Right. And even just being aware of that condition, that tendency to lead towards that, right? I think bringing that forward, right, is an important thing, right?
Yeah.
Because us as humans, right, we have that knowing that we have that tendency there. It's sort of like what we talked about, the Dunning-Kruger effect. Knowing that we have that tendency to think that we're more competent than we actually are in areas that we don't have experience, right? Knowing that tendency towards the Dunning-Kruger effect, knowing that tendency towards having the partisan brain is something that can help us sort of combat those negative conditions. So
exactly,
I'm totally with you, Cedric.
Right.
Being aware of it allows you to keep it in check, and make sure that your biases are not being, you go through that process of checking yourself.
Right.
And that played out in real time when we was talking to James, and he was having a conversation about virology and he said, well, I'm a scientist. And he talked about aeronautics. And he equated his skills as a scientist in terms of aeronautics to be able to then be on equal par with virologists.
Right.
That's an appeal to false authority.
That's called a cross-domain violation.
Right.
Right. You can't cross domains in terms of expertise.
Yeah. And he's appealing to a false authority at the same time. He may be an expert, but not in this particular field. And you can't make that crossover and pretend that you're an authority. That's a complete appeal to authority at its worst.
Right. It is done to assert a position, credibility higher than the person you're arguing against. You know what I'm saying? Even though you're crossing fields of study. Yeah.
Right.
Otherwise, you don't even make the statement. You just go on with your point.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I'm a scientist, so there now. So
trust me.
You can't challenge me. Yeah, you can't challenge what I'm saying.
You can't challenge me. Not saying, okay, I understand this particular subject a little bit more than others because I'm versed in this particular subject, but you just throw the blanket statement, I'm a scientist. It is an attempt to discredit the others and put yourself in a superior position just to have an argument. That's you don't do that.
Right, and quite frankly, that can be some of the most dangerous people to refer to. You know, people who have a sense of authority, right?
Yeah.
And we go back to the Bible because, you know, we're all religious over here on the pseudo killers, right? It says you have a sense of power, but denying the power thereof, right? A sense of authority, but denying the power thereof.
Yep. Yeah.
Exactly. This big Homo sapiens brain will fool you, right? But
constantly.
Logic is the only thing that keeps this big Homo sapien brain from fooling us. Logic.
As a matter of fact, we know how optical illusions work, color illusions. We know how spatial illusions work to the point that we can design a mechanism to actively engage in fooling the mind. And knowing that your mind is being fooled, you still can't recognize the room that they draw that's large in the front, small in the back, that creates the illusion that one person is bigger and smaller when they're standing next to each other. You know it's an illusion, but your mind cannot put those two individuals at the same size. So you're conscious that they're the same size, they're in the same room, they're next to each other. But the visual illusion that is created, you still see them as big and small. That is some of the most fascinating stuff, and it humbles the hell out of you.
Right. I see our brother Reggie's in here. I'm mad that I missed the pseudo killers at the movies last night. I did have some excerpts that I wanted to play for the Nakata culture, Reggie. I think that would have scratched some of your itch when you were talking about some of those early pre-dynastic cultures. But again, I'm recuperating from COVID. So last night it was like I was out earlier than I thought I would be. So I'm still bouncing back from that now.
Yeah. So I told him, man, jump on so you can get some hands and feet put on.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you know, scholarly. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right. Yeah. I still have my video teed up for the Nakata civilization that we can sort of parse through. Do you ever listen?
Brandon, I played one clip and they dived in.
Yeah. See, the thing is like the previous conversation was about the pre-dynastic, and I don't think you were talking about the pre-dynastic. You were talking about the cultural, I guess you would say, the similarities and the borrowings and the entanglement between the Nubians and the distinctions, right? But you weren't necessarily talking about. Tell me if I'm wrong. You weren't necessarily referring to the origins of Egypt, right?
No. Yeah, no.
Right. Different time periods.
If the video would have played a little longer, they would have got to that. But he was just making an analogy to hammer home a certain point that he was trying to display in terms of borrowing. That's what I was trying to explain. And I tried to tell him it's based on a conversation that me, Shep, and Smash was having about, because he was saying, yeah, they're Egyptians. He took these Egyptian things with him. And I was just trying to hammer home the point that, yeah, they had these Egyptian similarities, but it was through colonization.
Right.
And that's why it showed up that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it was a good show last night. I saw most of the replay I watched all of it. I watched all of it this morning.
Yeah, until it got pygmy crazy.
Super crazy.
Excuse me. But yeah, I saw that when you guys were talking about the pygmies. Hold on, let's go. I wanna do this while we're sort of teeing up this conversation. Since I didn't get my opportunity last night, I want to bring this up with the Nakata. Peace, Vance. What's happening, brother?
Oh man, just chilling, running around.
All right, so hopefully, let me make sure that I'm gonna pause this just to make sure I'm teeing up the right video.
Yeah. Peace, everybody, man, that just coming in, man. Definitely like the show, man. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed, man, so we can get the show out to everybody. So definitely do that if you haven't done it. Peace to everybody in the chat. Peace Hutch, Peace King Jers, Chaz, Indigenous Black Man, my pseudo brother. Yeah.
Peace in the chat. Smash the like button, share the show. And like said, let's build these channels. We are necessary, people. We are absolutely necessary in this community to bring a balance to the conversations and to increase our skepticism and our analysis of what's going on and what people are saying. It is vital and it's crucial. So smash the like button, share the show.
Yeah, constantly, man, you have to re-examine old ideas. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes when you don't, you realize that you've held on to some old type of thinking and it's still prevalent because you haven't re-examined those things. Like, so sometimes a certain book you might have came across and you still have that information, you're still working with that knowledge. But then when you go re-examine the book based on current knowledge, you're like, okay, yeah, this is way different now. That's changed. And I was still thinking that was true. I never re-examined the old knowledge I had.
Yeah, like in the Facebook, I tagged Chef in it and I said, man, we got to do a program like this again. I got people referring to Blacks, Africans sailed around the world. They're using Ivan van Sertima. They're talking about Mali, left off the coast of Africa with 200 ships, East Coast, and really still arguing Ivan van Sertima, and we came before Columbus today in this day and age. And I'm like, no, dude, that's invalid, not up to date. And I just ask a couple of questions. Show me a shipbuilding station on the west coast of Africa. How did it? You don't know that they sailed, they had boats and canoes, and they transported the slaves to the ships. And that's how that relationship started. Like, people don't know these things.
Peace, brother Reggie. Peace, brother.
Peace, Reggie.
Brother, how you doing? Peace to the rest of the family. Some of the pseudo killers got right? They mad, huh?
Uh-oh.
We got that Nakata.
Oh, you're
that Nakata belt.
Your volume is out.
We got that Nakata leather belt for Reggie today. You know what I'm saying? We'll keep you in line.
I'm chilling. Let me just check my volume. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, so some of the pseudo killers took a whipping yesterday. Again, I don't believe what the ancient people of Africa believe, I teach what I researched that they believe. And that is what my teacher, Dr. Ben, taught us to do. That doesn't necessarily mean, now there are members of our community that use the tradition, like Asaw Ka, who's my brother, and there's other people who are faking a funk, and their time is getting ready to end. So, but I tuned in to listen to what y'all were talking about, which is very, very powerful type of stuff that deals with the mind and how we actually think and what we have to do to control our mind, right? So anyway, that was just my opening piece.
Yeah, help me out. Help me out. I'm getting ready to show the overview. This is just a very general sort of historical overview of the Nakata culture. Very brief. I wanted to play this last night, but I missed the show. But feel free to jump in and add commentary where you think necessary, Brother Reggie. I'm going to go ahead and play this just to give us and the chat, our audience, sort of a general overview of this culture that I think is very, very important. So I'm gonna see if I can share this.
Shout out! Don't forget to shout the video that you're using.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm gonna do this again. This is fair use, right? We're using this for educational purposes. We're using this for commentary, is teaching and scholarship reasons as well.
Nice.
And all rights belong to the original video holder. This is for educational purposes.
Yep, for sure. And shout out to History with Sai. I really like his channel. If you guys ever get a chance to take a look at History with Sai, I think he has a really, really comprehensive collection of videos from antiquity. He talks about the Hittites, the Amorites, the Syrians, Egyptians. It's a very, very good channel. So if you guys ever get a chance, check out History with Sai.
Yeah, go subscribe.
Yep, exactly, for sure. And I'm gonna share this, and let's start the video up here.
To realize that the ancient Egypt we're familiar with today didn't start in a vacuum. There were many civilizations that occupied the fertile lands around the Nile River long before the first pharaoh. Some may be lost to us, but many of these prehistoric cultures have been discovered. We already talked about several of them and what life was like in Egypt while they were flourishing, so we won't spend much time on them here, with the exception of one, the Nakata culture. This culture, also pronounced Nagada, was dominant in Egypt roughly between the years 3900 to 3100 BC.
Now, this is the time period we talked about. Remember, you talked about chronology is very important, right? So when we talk about some of the very early civilizations, right, that actually had an influence on the development or the emergence of Egypt, right? Nakata sort of falls within that time period, right?
And that coincides with the Nubian A group, right, Reggie? Nubian.
That's correct.
Right, yeah, go ahead.
And was important because the religion, art, and iconography that ancient Egypt is so well known for today really began to crystallize during this period. Though its main centers seem to have been in and around the ancient sites of Abydos, Hierakonpolis, and Nakata in Upper Egypt, artifacts from this culture have also been found far to the north in the Nile Delta region, as well as to the south in Nubia.
Now, remember yesterday, Reggie, you said, okay, well, when we pull up a map and we talk about Nakata, we have to talk about it within its proximity to Abydos as well, right? So this sort of shows that. And earlier, I don't know if you guys got a chance to see it, it was north, the Fayum culture as well. The Fayum culture that was sort of like sitting in an oasis area outside the Nile Delta. That was one of the early sort of civilizations that you would say that I guess you would say that was a part of the emergence of the pre-dynastic culture as well, right? That was one of the, I think, history with Sai. He talked about the Fayum culture in a previous video, but I'll keep going.
Most of what we know about the Nakata culture comes from the numerous ancient cemeteries that have been excavated by archaeologists since the 1800s. Life in Nakata villages revolved around farming and herding, with crops such as wheat and barley being grown, and cattle, sheep, goats, and pigs being domesticated for food consumption. With most settlements being found within proximity to the Nile, fishing was also an important and relatively stable source of food. Over time, though, the settlements of Abydos, Hierakonpolis, and Nakata grew with regard to their populations, complexity, and sophistication. By 3200 BC, they probably started to resemble small cities. Though some unity of culture and religion seems to have spread throughout Egypt at the time, politically, the country was divided. The answer to the question of just how Egypt unified into a single state has been debated by scholars since shortly after the discovery of the Rosetta Stone in the 1820s enabled them to decipher Egyptian hieroglyphics.
And I think that's a very, very good point that he just mentioned, in terms of, he says that the whole idea about the unification of Egypt is a lot more complex than we traditionally would like to think, right? I think we talked about this on a previous show, Reggie, about, we talked about the unification of the two lands. It wasn't as linear and straightforward as it is that Narmer, won a battle and then it was the unification of the upper and lower. It wasn't that linear or straightforward. So there was a lot of complexities there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's also the cultural, economic, and political factors that Narmer may have won a war, but there are still rebel groups and there's still people that you have to kind of like give them a reason to unify. And so then the culture comes in. The politics is the king, but the culture comes in as to how do we get everybody to sign on, right? Everybody can now see a piece of this new state under this king. And so what they do is culturally, they combine elements of the at this time, the Nakata culture and the Nubian A culture into this state, right? So the unification of Egypt is basically what happened in the Nakata, from the Nakata region. Nakata was controlling.
Yeah, let's not get too far ahead of it. Let's go a little bit into it.
But they have to understand the point that you made. Mm-hmm. Is an important point. A battle was won, but there are cultural elements that got to be united. Go ahead.
Yep, for sure.
Egyptian tradition has it that there were once two states or kingdoms. This is because there are many references in Egyptian texts to the unification of the two lands, as well as the pharaonic title, King of Upper and Lower Egypt. Archaeological findings, though, seem to indicate that the political reality may have been a bit more complex than that. It's likely that there were several little kingdoms and petty city-states that eventually came together, either through war or trade, to form a single, politically unified Egypt. Historical sources all seem to agree that the first kings of a united Egypt came from Thinis, a city that has yet to be discovered, but that's well documented in both ancient Egyptian and Greek sources as being somewhere close to the city of Abydos in Upper Egypt. But how did these kings from a so far undiscovered city unite the country under one banner? Not too far from Nakata is a limestone cliff with scores of primitive drawings and texts in multiple languages that have been etched into the rock throughout the ages. Basically a form of ancient graffiti, one particular set of images depicting birds, snakes, and what seems to be a bull's skull upon a staff stands out. Within this group of markings are also a man clasping a club in one hand and a rope with a prisoner in the other. Along with these is what's unmistakably a scorpion. About 640 kilometers south of Nakata, near the Nile's second cataract in what's today Sudan, are similar markings, this time featuring an image of a scorpion dangling a man between its claws. and two other figures standing nearby.
And you know what? This is one of those very, I guess you would say, a critical point, right? We talk about the whole the motifs that they use to represent power, right? Between Nubia and Upper Egypt as well, right? That whole idea of what you would call the sacred king is one of those things that sort of unify. That was that cultural sort of unifier, that thing that was consistent, right? Within Nubia and through Upper Egypt, and something that I think that unified culturally throughout that entire region, right? That idea of the sacred king, that political power there was one of those things I think that was interesting. And I was reading a source today that talked about it, right? That talked about the idea of the pharaoh or the sacred king being that the ideology, right? The ideology that sort of was that precursor, that thing that sort of was that common denominator between all of these different cultures.
So if you go back a little with that slide, don't play the volume, but if you just scroll back a little bit, so you don't lose your point, I want to make an important point.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So if we look at the iconography of what's happening, if you look at this hawk with the branch in his mouth. Okay, so that's the royal, that's Horus and the Nosut. So this is a concept of kingship right here, which at this time there's not writing. But if you compare this to later dynastic Egypt, you find that this is writing, and then there's another hawk. And then if you go down to the two storks and the tent in between it, okay, so that's writing. The two storks would be Bati, right? Bati, and so it's the two souls, right? So you have the concept of that they're using things that you will find, and then of course they make a big deal of the scorpion. If you go all the way down to the bottom, they make a big deal of the scorpion, but next to it is this figure of a woman facing a dog, right? And so all this iconography you will find inside, and then this bird with the snake. It could be, I've been working on trying to figure out what it actually means, but it's definitely a bird with its prey. So all of these concepts right here, you will find them in the Methodological. So what I'm saying is writing does not exist yet, or does it? This is more vignettes, right? Vignettes. These are separate scenes that give you ideas. Okay, I'll stop. I just want to let you know that they are beginning to write. Not the way that we think in full sentences, but the pictorial writing. We will find each of these things, right, in dynastic Egypt with a name. So scorpion is Serket. I talked about the Bati. I talked about the Nosut Nahor, right? You will find, and then there's the staffs, whether that's the Hejat staff, right? You will find each one of these things inside dynastic Egypt, and that is where they're beginning to get their writing from. Thank you.
So quick question, because I was doing some research and I was finding some of the same things. Now, in terms of, you say, the early hieroglyphic systems or the early Methodological, do you see that in the Nakata 2 culture or the Nakata 3?
The Nakata 1 begins to, on its vases, on its decorated vases, it's more animals and plants, kind of fauna and flora. But in Nakata 2, something happens. There are vignettes. And so this rock paintings that you see, that thing that you see, rock painting, it becomes to be put on portable art. So this knife Now, if I want to read this knife, I can actually read this knife to say what it says. So you see the man right here and on top of it, he has a staff with the whore. I mean, he has a staff. And on top of it is a falcon. Go all the way to your right. On the top, the first man before the fallen man. Right? There's a hawk. Right? And then after that is 3 men. It's 3 men. So that's a plural. That's U, right? So basically, what this is saying, this is the Shimshu Hor. These are the followers of Horus, right? Because it begins with the staff. And then underneath him with the fallen man is going to be the symbol of Ahad, meaning the fighting, right? With the bow. So this is the Shim. So this is writing. This says Shimshu Hor. Now I don't disagree with this. Jonathan Owens. I work with Jonathan Owens on this, and we both agree that this is. And then this hair. Why is this hair here? Why is this rabbit here?
Man, you're lying, man. Over that line, nigga. He's lying.
What's this rabbit? Is that the rabbit going down the rabbit hole? What's that?
No, it's a glyph.
I want to ask Reggie.
Get Jonathan Owens on.
I want to ask.
Hey, before we go too deep into it, I want to get through the video as well, right?
I wanted to ask Reggie though before we go forward. Do you consider the rock art paintings prior to 1,000 years earlier? Do you consider that writing?
No, it's the beginning of the cognitive evolution that will. So
my question is that how do you separate that? How do you separate that artistic representation and say that that's not writing, and then you look at another artistic representation and say, okay, that's right?
Okay, because now conventions come into play. So conventions meaning now it's actually much more manicured, right? So with Horus on the staff, right, and the men following him, that's much more of it's by design, right? So it's trying to tell a story with graphics.
Same thing can be said with the rock art.
No, on the rock art, if you put the rock art on, right, rock art tells a big story, and it's harder to isolate it down to a vignette. But when you have something on a knife, when you actually have something.
No. I'm talking about prior to when you looked at the other artifact, the other drawings that you said that is writing. The black and white.
Yes. So you mean the earlier? Yes. So that particular rock art in that time period is the same. Yes, it's beginning to create motifs that will become logograms and phonograms.
Right. That would become writing, but it's not writing.
Yeah. And so to prove my point, I don't know why Ankh is having such a big problem, because Gunther Dwyer proved it in the period that follows it in Nakata 3. So all Gunther Dwyer did is he went to the Abydos labels and he said the same thing I said. I just extended to a earlier period of 400 years. So I don't know what Ankh is talking about. The method is already there. It's called the Gunther Dwyer.
Why didn't go ahead.
No, you can't do that, Reggie. Stop.
Why can't I do it, Ankh?
From your house.
Because I ain't white? Because I ain't white? Because I ain't spent 30 years? Because I don't know the meta nature? Why can't I do it?
No, you can't do it, Reggie. You sound like a song of them niggas now. Yo, you can't do it, Reggie. Let it go. You can't do it, bro. You gotta stop it.
Let me tell you something, Uncle Keck. I got a goddamn motherfucking computer science degree in 1988.
Yeah, we know.
Right? So they told me I couldn't do that.
Right?
Even
All
worse,
this is,
Reggie.
is all this
You off
is.
court. We don't believe you. We just don't believe you, Reggie.
All,
Can't
you
do
ain't
it.
gotta believe me, but I tell
Now
you one
listen to
thing,
you, Reggie.
I got a motherfucking degree in computer science in 1988. How many black people you know got a degree in 88 in computer science from a university?
Yeah, whoever
I
told
just
you they
left a
couldn't do
house
it,
with
Reggie.
niggas full of degrees, yo. You be saying you can't do it, Reggie.
But keep in mind,
Oh, I
the
can't
experts.
do it. Hey,
No, you can't do it, Reggie.
But just
No, that's
the
right.
level set, right?
We're not buying it, Reggie.
The
Tell him
experts
we're not buying it.
The experts do say that the early hieroglyphic system emerged out of the
I'm getting off
Nakata
this
2
show.
and
You
3
know what?
culture.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I mess with. Tell me I can't do something.
That's what I'm saying, Brandon.
You
Like,
can't do it, Reggie.
that's why you have to say that. Yeah, you can say that writing emerged, but you can't say that that's writing. You can say that that is the beginning stage of what will become writing, but you can't identify that as writing itself. They make distinctions.
No, but see,
Yeah, you can't do it, Reggie. Reggie, you know what we saying, Reggie. Reggie, stop.
There's this distinction. Wait, first of all, none of you can read the meta-nature.
Hold on.
Reggie, you can't read.
Can you
Reggie,
get somebody on that reads the
hold on.
meta-nature?
Hold on, Reggie.
Hey guys,
hold on, Reggie.
can
You trying to yellow strip.
Reggie. Call smash.
Reggie, you doing yellow strip. You doing yellow shit right now.
I'm with Reggie today, yo. I'm sick of y'all.
Guys, let's get through the video because there may be some.
All right, yeah. Time out. Yeah, time out.
I'm not calling nobody.
Yeah, time out, because y'all, we did this on my video. Let Brandon play some more.
There may be some interesting revelations.
Yeah, let Brandon play some more.
Let's finish this up, right?
Tomb
Brandon,
once held
we're
food
not
items,
listening to that, Brandon.
jars of wine, obsidian, ivory, gold,
the computer
and
degree
boxes
guy.
of linens,
Right,
and by the Second
on.
Cataract
Going back.
in Nubia. Archaeologists have determined that the tomb
Reggie,
once
you
held
can't
food
even get a
items,
damn job.
jars of wine,
Hold on, let
obsidian,
me play the video. The
ivory,
video for
gold, and boxes of linens. Carbon-14 dating has indicated that these objects were placed in the tomb between the years 3200 to 3100 BC. In addition, the early hieroglyphs on labels of the remaining grave goods seem to identify many cities and towns in Egypt. This has led many scholars to believe that these were all areas that this so-called King Scorpion may have held authority over. And it could also be possible that the scorpion etchings found on the two stone cliffs were to mark territory that he ruled over, or at least campaigned in. With such little information, though, it's very difficult to know for sure. Around 3100 BC, another man seems to enter the historical record, one who, as far as we can tell, became an extremely important king. In 1897, British archaeologists James Kibble and Frederick Green were excavating the ruins of a mound at Hierakonpolis. There had once been a temple dedicated to the god Horus on top of the mound, but most of that was long gone, save for a few sandstone blocks. It was there, though, that Kibble and Green dug up what turned out to be a cache of objects, the likes of which had never been seen. There was a golden image of a hawk with eyes made of obsidian, and two life-size pharaonic statues made of copper that turned out to be of Pharaoh Pepi I and his son, Merenre, of the 6th dynasty. In addition to these were two intricately carved sandstone palettes, slaughtering knives, hundreds of pieces of carved ivory, and numerous engraved mace heads.
I tell you what, that palette keeps showing up, right, as a recurring theme, right, in all of these early pre-dynastic conversations, right? So I think that's, I guess that's a very important sort of archaeological piece, right? Of just adding some commentary in here to keep going.
According to Green's notes, this temple cache had been deposited into three main groups. The first, which included the two copper statues and the golden hawk, had been dated to around the 24th century BC. The second, which was composed of numerous figurines and other objects, was believed to have been a few hundred years older, perhaps dating to the first few dynasties of Egypt. The third group was the strangest of all, because it contained objects that were quite rare in their design when compared to other known Egyptian artifacts. We now know that many of them were reminiscent of the Nakata culture, and it was within this group that the engraved mace heads and two siltstone palettes belonged. On this latter object was the name of a king, spelled out in what might be one of the earliest examples of Egyptian hieroglyphic writing. The glyph read, Narmer, who today scholars recognize as being the first pharaoh of Egypt. At the time of discovery, nobody knew who Narmer was, but eventually he was thought by many to have been the king known as Menes, who was found in the Egyptian priest Manetho's work,
So I think we've gone over this in extensively in terms of the history of Narmer. So I don't want to go into Narmer anymore. But I thought this whole excerpt, right, this video and talking about the Nakata culture was something that was interesting. That's why I kind of wanted to share that. So I'll stop here because again we've talked about Narmer ad nauseum here. So if you guys want to add some context to it, peace, Thunder. I see Thunder join the stream. Peace. Happy 4th, brother.
Well, the question I would ask you was now we're looking at Narmer in the scheme of these other civilizations, particularly Nakata, which is in proximity to Abydos and to Tinis. Right? So the question is, before Narmer, was he part of another culture? Was he Egyptian or was he part of another culture?
That was another culture because Egypt didn't exist at the time, right?
That's correct. This culture that he was part of, which is Nakata culture, is the precursor all that we can see from the iconography and the artifacts that Egypt, what we call ancient Egypt, absorbs.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, Chef, you supposed to be having his back. No, switch up.
No, I don't agree with that because that's like saying that George Washington wasn't American because he was the first American president. Like everything that led up to America, he was a part of it. So that if Narmer wasn't Egyptian, if he established Egypt, then he was Egypt. If he was the first Egyptian motherfucking
ruler,
pharaoh, right? Then and then it had to exist before he united the two lands anyway. He just united the two lands. So they wasn't Egypt? Like, what are we saying? Or we just playing with words?
You just lost a comrade, right?
Words. What it is that do you see Egypt on the Narmer palette? You don't. You don't see that. You know what you see? It's like when you read the Bible and you have preconceived notions, right? As far as they were concerned, at this particular point, they knew that there was two lands, and all they did was unite the two lands, and it became Tawi. And the uniting cult was called Shmai Tawi, and that Egypt, if we want to use it, is how we are taught. But what they called it was the unification of two lands. They always knew there was two fragile lands that needed to be united. So was George Washington American? Yes, he became American when there was a constitution. Prior to that, he was part of the Revolutionary Army, right? And so
he was part of the colony, yo.
He was what?
Remember, he was fighting, yo. He was fighting against the French.
He turned into army, the Revolutionary Army. So then they ratified, they created a constitution. And but you didn't say to the public that I can't get a job. Is that you didn't say that, did you?
It's a joke, Reggie. You talk shit, Reggie. So I'm talking shit back. If you can't handle it, don't talk shit to me.
You hit me back on my economics. We talking.
Reggie, you keep talking about a degree you got 30 years ago, dog. It holds no relevance. Hold on, it holds no relevance to this conversation. So just because you got a degree in computer science, don't mean that you alone can determine the origin of fucking writing. It's the most ridiculous thing ever.
Okay, let me
And
explain something to you.
there's a logical fallacy there, bro.
Let me explain something to you. So
you don't have to explain it to me. You lead with your degree for no reason.
I
don't even got
have
a degree, but
in
I don't have one.
science.
So
you know
I don't
what
have
computer
one.
Science was? It was experimental. You know what we did? Right? We wrote programs. We wrote applications.
What's the point, Reggie? Reggie,
you know
what that got to do with the meta-lecture? Reggie,
that's something you didn't do. I learned the
you
science.
Act like I'm sitting here fighting you about a goddamn degree.
All I'm just doing.
I can tell you, Reggie, that we don't believe you. You don't even believe yourself.
I don't want
you. You don't believe yourself, Reggie.
I don't want
you. If you believed yourself, you wouldn't be on here.
Right.
If you believe that you found the origin of fucking right, nigga, you would not be on this.
No, I'm
you'd be somewhere in France, some goddamn where, talking to them niggas, not me.
Yeah.
So you don't believe.
Let me just tell you this.
And your computer degree does not put you any step closer.
No, but it gives me
30 years.
So when is the normal palette dated at?
About 3100 BC.
All right, so check
Anywhere
this out, right?
32 to 3100 BC.
All right, so boom. So when was those rock art formations with the scorpion and shit on it?
39. With the what?
Those are 30. Those are roughly anywhere between 33 to 3400. The previous 200 years. Scorpion King is the.
Oh yeah, well then I would agree with Reggie then. Right. That was if you see those same symbols in the writing system, the note and the same things, that was the precursor to writing.
Yeah.
So, it was if it's only a 400-year difference. Yeah. Reggie on or something, yo.
Yeah, we're not arguing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're not arguing.
Reggie ain't
we're not arguing
the
precursor. Reggie saying that is writing.
All the agrees to her with writing on it. Yo, stay with the conversation, Chef.
No, but
Reggie saying everybody already saying that.
Let me tell you about my special skills, right?
Why can't we just deal with the information instead of
just... no, I'm getting with the information. So
Reggie, right, yo.
When you
write about what, Reggie? What do you think you write about?
We agreed about the precursor part. Reggie is saying that the precursor part, though, that is writing.
See,
it built up to it.
See,
no, we don't even know what Reggie is saying.
Reggie,
what
you don't
understand,
understand, and I won't be here long.
I take it back.
But I won't be here long because there's a.
Oh, you here long enough to say you won't be here long? That's for damn sure. You could have cut that short and just not be here, Reggie.
I tell you,
that's the point.
Program. I started out with punch codes, right?
Right.
To a similar language, to actually Fortran and Pascal. What it does is it gives you an idea of being able to manage symbols, right? Symbols. Mm-hmm. And so when you're looking at this early work, I'm using my skill set.
No, Reggie. You know what, Reggie? You too goddamn sensitive. Let me say this. I've been wanting to say this for a while. You too goddamn sensitive to have a wild ass mouth like you got, bro. I'm gonna let you know that. So you fire everybody up, and then as soon as I come back with a good one, then you get mad.
Hey, you always gonna be my friend. But
yeah, that don't change.
You always gonna be my friend. So that's not the problem.
Wild mouth, yo.
You're the unlearned. You unlearned.
Yeah, we unlearned. Like, God
I never said Unc is unlearned. Unc is a genius. I never say he unlearned. I say that when people start attacking me, and I just say, wait, hold up. Know where you standing, because you got to have one thing I do is I do have certifications and skill sets. I pass tests, right?
What certification you got for 2022? I mean, I know a little bit about that. You gotta have 2022 certifications.
No, I don't have 20.
30 years ago ain't gonna work, yo. They gonna laugh.
I don't have 2022 certification. I'm 58 years old. At some point.
Yo, they had dollar.
You know what? I got a pseudo killer certification.
Yo, what's the game they had with the light on it, yo? When you knock the light back and forth with 2 sticks? That's what you got certification.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I did this when I was a child. I did this when I was a young man. Right?
Right. Come on, yo.
So I'm older now.
Yeah, you did it. You did the thing, yo. I ain't taking that from you. You did more than me, yo, on that.
So back to
all right. What's your assertion then? That the writing is on the pottery, yo?
I'm not saying this. Gunther Dwyer made the assertion.
No, he didn't. Gunther Dwyer said the trading seals, that's the symbol. We all agree with Gunther Dwyer, yo. I talked about Gunther Dwyer 9 years ago.
Right, but he said that's the precursor of Egyptian writing.
We agree.
Yes,
with
he's
the
right.
precursor.
We
Yeah,
agree, that's right. Yeah,
Okay,
no
so
one's
what I
arguing.
did was, because I'm at
tweaking
the
it.
Metropolitan
I wanna know what
Museum
you
of
did.
Art,
Okay.
right, all the time, I looked
All
at
right.
the period before that, right?
Okay, what you got?
And then I seen the evolution to the Abydos labels. So the
Okay.
Adu labels are 200 years later than another form of writing, which is the Nakata vases and Nubian A, which is the Kustel. Bruce Williams argues that it's not writing, but it's iconography. But if you look at it closely, you can see elements of writing in logograms.
Yeah. You took it a step further than Gunther Dry, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I just added to his method.
Yeah, you added to his
Yeah,
method.
we just don't believe you can do it. We don't believe everybody missed that.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm just saying, just take the next step and go ahead, get it done, bro. That's all.
Right. Okay. No problem.
Yeah,
So
I don't
right now,
believe
Same thing we
that
tell
the
the SAR.
museum.
Same thing we tell the SAR.
Right, I don't believe the museum missed it, yo. I don't believe they didn't see the same shit you say, nigga. When they catalog the artifact, nigga, they look what's on the motherfucker. I don't believe they missed that.
They don't got a degree in computer science, though. So you gotta.
My fault. Yeah, that does kind of help the melanin in your eyes and make you see them symbols better. I get it, man.
Okay.
I agree. No, but Reggie, you know, I could argue with the you familiar with the article Stone Age Code?
Okay. Listen, you have a look.
No, are you familiar with that though? Stone Age Code. How we missed the origin of writing. Pritzer. It's a lady named Pritzer. She actually goes around and she detailed caves and the symbols that they found in caves. And she found the oldest such caves is coming out of Africa to southern France. All right, Shav Cave, y'all familiar with that? But you find these symbols first in Africa, and these symbols move with the early man. So we could really go all the way in, but that's still not writing. But you do find the same symbols.
Okay.
They started the catalog these symbols in caves, bro.
Okay, so
the
now you have
it's
to
called
talk
Stone
about,
Age Caves.
Now you have to talk about what makes it writing, right? So there's principles that make it writing.
Right, that's different.
Right.
That's different.
One is morphology, right? And the other is the rebus principle. So the rebus principle is when you use a symbol and it makes a sound, right? Morphology is when you can use a symbol to do things like suffixes and make things male and female. Then what happens is when you look at the string, you can see things like an agreement. Does it have some type of grammar, agreement, a feminine agreement, a masculine agreement, when the symbols are laid together? And so those are the elements that begin to piece together how you, and then there's action words, right? And then there's nouns. And so you could begin to piece together because writing just didn't pop up. The guy who was talking about it, he said that writing did not just pop up. He said that. So if it didn't pop up, there has to be a gestation period.
It just pops up. So how do you reconcile Gunther Dry missing what you caught?
Oh, I don't. What he did is he didn't miss anything. He created a method. He just didn't live long enough to look at the next series of materials.
Okay.
So the next
and nobody else did the work.
No, most of the people, what they did is they look at it as not vignettes. They look at it as symbols.
Mm-hmm.
So graph, there's a few scholars in there and symbiologists, and they look at materials as just that, because the reason why they missed it is because you also have to know some things about the Egyptian language.
And you're saying that they did.
Yeah, they didn't. Gunther Dwyer did.
But the people that preceded Gunther Dry studied it but didn't know the language.
Right. Yeah, they didn't look at the language while it's looking at the material.
Sounds familiar.
So you need
very Assange. Very Assange.
It has to be
very unexperted.
Very similar.
Well, here's the thing. I presented at 2 conferences. So I presented at ASCAC.
On writing? On writing?
Yes, on writing. I presented in front of Shamarka Kite, Dr. Salu of Uncle Online.
Samantha Kiata.
Right.
What do you say? What do you say?
I presented and Annalisa Morrison, who is a co-curator at the Brooklyn Museum of the Brooklyn Museum,
and they agree with your hypothesis, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't you go further? Why didn't you go further?
And I presented in.
Why they ain't offering you tenure? Why they ain't offering you tenure at a college?
And I presented at in front of Dr. Mario Beatty. Mm-hmm. Right, and they all accepted my work, and then a person I've been working with, Jed M. Ankh, he just recently presented at the American the American Research on Egyptian Studies, or ARC. And he presented a part of my work in front of the Egyptologists. So in front of ARC. So as a method. So he used some of the work that I worked with him on, and he presented it at the American at the Egyptologist conference. So that's awesome. So I mean, I have the video. At the end, he gives Dr. Richetti credit. They didn't show that. He gives Dr. Richetti credit, and he gives me credit for his presentation. So, hey, listen, you're right. It's not about me, but one thing it is about these people, these Kemet people. They don't know enough. When you talk to them, you can Sheffrin, Gordon, any of you can bust their ass because they can't tell you about Nakata and Nubian culture. They're going to tell you about the Ka and the Ba. They're going to tell about funerary ceremonies. They're going to talk about.
You're switching pivots though right now.
Sosa?
You're kind of switching pivots right now.
Switching what?
Hey, Reggie.
Travel.
Let me help you out a little bit, Reggie. If we let you do it, then every Yahoo running around here could do it. Yo, we don't believe it.
Okay.
But he's certified though.
Hey, y'all niggas crazy.
No, but you know
if I was dealing with computers, yo, I would fuck with you, Reggie.
But you know what it is?
No, he was dealing with Dr. Ben and them.
I'm not selling you anything.
You're not.
I'm not selling you anything. I'm not selling you nothing. I hardly sell anything.
No, we agree to that, Reggie. You're not.
Right? So I'm not telling.
I'm just saying, I got a question for you. I got a good question for you. Are you sitting here telling us that everybody missed that? Think about what you're claiming. Think about how easy it is to make that assertion. Like, I could look shit up and it'll talk about everything you just said, yo. Like, that idea has been rejected, though, right? You do realize that, though, right?
Well,
I know you don't think you got the first groundbreaking idea on that. Do you think that?
I do.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to find it for you. I'm going to show you how the pots, because I'm a pot man, right? I'm going to show you. You're not.
Okay.
Everybody
is but here's the thing is, when I first came around this community, even me and you, we weren't really friends. Because
we good now.
Somehow.
But I want to tell you the only reason why we friends, though. Only reason why we friends, because I don't agree with my friends all the time.
Okay.
Right? And if you get mad at me, stop fucking with me because I don't agree with your shit, then you really never was my friend.
No, I just disagree. Outside about the job thing, I ain't like. I gotta admit, I did a federal case against my employer, right? You Google, all employer has to do is just Google my name and they see that I'm involved in a federal court, right?
And we're not underestimating your brilliance, Reggie. I did that because you hit us with the you do some slurs. I just threw one back.
Yeah, but I didn't slur on you.
You did. You was like, y'all niggas don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all,
Yeah,
you
but
say,
that's
yo, I was talking to you.
That's a group of collective. When you hit a
You was
person
talking to me though,
individually-
Reggie, and you fired off. Yo, you might ain't mean it, but you fired. But I'm saying I didn't take offense to it because I got a smart ass mouth too. I just came back.
I didn't make it personal to you. I was,
It was personal. You was like,
I threw a rock and it hit you in the head, and you barked. I didn't.
Right.
I threw a rock at anybody. You just
hit
barked.
Doug holler.
Yeah, but I wasn't to hit Doug the howl. I was actually engaged in a conversation with you. It was just me and you talking.
No, you just kept saying, "No, you can't do it." Yeah, and I can't. You know, when a person says you can't do something, like
Reggie, you haven't done it. If you do it, then do it. You haven't done it, Reggie.
Can you show a mass exodus of black people from Egypt?
That's his,
talking
you do a lecture on food science.
That's his other
you
paper.
Do a lecture on food science, Thunder, and teach us about food science.
Hey, Thunder,
We
he
ain't
already
doing that.
failed.
We ain't doing that.
Thunder, he already failed at that mission, yo. He tried to show a mass exodus. Now he attempting to show that the pygmies rule Egypt, and that writing started in Nubia. Go ahead, Reggie. It's on you.
Hey, Reggie, did I hear you say the American Egyptology Conference? Is that what you said?
Yes. ARC, whatever it's ARC or something like that. Yeah.
Writing developed in Nubia, and the people in Nubia didn't even start writing till way later.
Yeah, that's stupid as shit.
I mean,
I'm gonna tell you something, Reggie. The Egyptians taught the Nubians how to write, yo.
The what?
The Egyptians taught the Nubians how to write.
Sheffrin.
Yes, sir.
That can't be, because what you're calling Egypt was not developed at the time that we're talking. It just becomes developed at the time of Numer. So
I'm gonna say this again. Yeah. The Egyptians taught the Nubians how to write.
The Nakata civilization.
I ain't say nothing about Nakata.
That is a Nubian civilization.
I ain't say nothing about Nakata. I said that
but they got writing in Nakata.
Hold on. You say Nakata was a Nubian civilization.
We just showed that shit was up there by Abydos.
I thought Nubia didn't exist during that time. When did
right?
Nubia...
So because it doesn't have a name, right? Because it doesn't have a name, it's still part of that territory.
No, stop. See, this how they dance around, y'all. They didn't got us off the damn what I just said. Now they want to bog the shit down with the technical terms of the name didn't exist at this time. Listen, Egyptians taught what we call Nubians in the South how to write. That's what I'm saying.
But you do know what Reggie said.
The Egyptians was writing before the people in Nubia. Now y'all can fuck that up all kind of ways. Go ahead. I'm gonna sit back and listen.
So I'm saying, so do they got writing in the Nakata period?
No.
What are you saying? Like what?
No, I'm asking, do they have writing in the Nakata period? I'm just asking the question.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
What the experts say is that the early hieroglyphic system emerged out of Nakata 2 and 3.
Thank you. I thought so.
Nubian
right. So why you say no? Why you say no?
They wasn't writing.
Because I don't agree with that shit.
It emerged. They talk about how it emerges from, but that's not. They don't consider that writing.
When they say that, they said that there was a form of a hieroglyphic system.
Right, y'all tripping on that, man. Y'all ain't looking.
We can agree with that, but they don't consider that writing. That's what you could just pull up the origin.
All right, go pull it up. Go find that.
The origin
right now. Yeah, go find that right now. Go find it.
Now we're somewhere. So y'all saying the origin of writing. So y'all
I'm not saying that. I ain't saying that.
Was writing before the
Y'all ain't saying that.
No, if you're saying that, yes, you are saying that.
That's Reggie saying that.
Y'all threw that Nakata shit in there. Y'all threw that dumbass Nakata shit in there.
Oh, you going crazy. Hold
on. I ain't saying no Nakata.
No, but you do know you got the A group During the
Oh
Nakata
my
period.
God, yo, are they?
No,
Who
you gotta
was
know that,
writing
though,
first?
nigga.
Who
Nigga,
was
you gotta
writing
know that,
first,
though,
the
nigga.
Egyptians
You,
or the
no,
Nubians?
nigga,
Yo,
I don't know
stop
about the
this
right,
shit,
nigga,
yo.
but I do know you got
So then
rulers
why is you and
in the
why would you
group
bring that up?
because it's important to bring that up.
Why?
And we can bring that up.
What
We can bring
relevance is it?
that's very. But first of all, you tried to alleviate the Nakata period. You can't do it.
Who are the Nakata? Where's Nakata at?
Right where the A group at.
Where's Nakata? Please, somebody answer a simple question,
yeah,
yo.
we
I
saw
said
it.
Upper Egypt, nigga.
What it is, it's an Upper Egypt, right? And
First cataract,
expands, right? The borders at some point, right? Expands into both Nubia and Upper Egypt and in some portions of Lower Egypt, right? Because it expanded over time. So that was the Nakata cult. That's right. It was pretty big, right?
Yeah.
When do they say writing began? At the Nakata? When did they say writing began?
Oh my God!
Share your screen, Brendan, on origin of writing.
The Egyptian hieroglyphics. I'll pull it up. Let's pull this up.
Hold on, Brendan. Before you pull it up, Brendan, let me just make this statement, Brendan. And then the A group ruled in a smaller area than Nakata, but it's still in that area. That's all I'm saying. No matter what y'all niggas say.
Right.
I don't know what you're saying,
they
bro.
invented writing. I didn't say they invented writing.
So then why would you throw that out there?
Because you forgot it because it's relevant to the conversation.
I said the Egyptians taught the Nubians how to write.
So
now,
why
what you interjected in there was irrelevant.
Yes, it was. So then why wouldn't the people in Nakata, who was clearly writing, not deal with the A group in that? Why is that not a possibility?
Then why they keep writing?
Right, I'm not
talking about what they was doing. Obviously, that wasn't something they didn't go with.
Brother Unc, I made a definitive statement.
Yeah, but you said,
I ain't talking about possibilities. There's a lot of things possible, my nigga. I said that the Egyptians taught the Nubians how to write.
Is that what the experts say, or?
No, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's what the experts say.
Yeah, all right, go get that. Go tell us where to look it up at.
That's what the experts say.
Yeah, go tell
the origin of writing.
All right. So then.
Yo, you tripping, yo.
All right, well, then there's three scenarios that's going on here, right?
Summer school. They had a Nubian.
If y'all not saying that the Nakata people are Nubians, right? Either the Nakata people are Nubians, or I don't know what y'all think.
I think that's what we're messing it up. Nakatas are people are the Nakata people. Let's quit calling them Nubians.
The mixed multitude.
Let's quit calling them Nubians or Egyptians.
Right. That's how you're fucking it up.
So the fact that he interjected the Nakata, listen, the fact that he interjected Nakata into my statement is he's basically trying to say the Nakata motherfuckers were Nubians.
Yeah, we can't. Yeah, we gotta stop that, right?
Stop.
Because we can't do that. So, in turn again, right? The experts say we can pull up the sources. They say that the hieroglyphic system, an early form of the hieroglyphic system existed in the early Nakata period, right? That's where they say it sort of came out. But again, if we pull this up, let's pull up the source, right? We want to talk about. Say, okay, well, when did the hieroglyphic system actually emerge, right?
Man, 3600 BCE.
And this is, I think this sort of lends, this is back to Reggie's sort of conversation about early writing here, and I like this map. If you guys can see this, I may have to zoom in just a bit here. Now, he talks about Egyptian hieroglyphs, right? 3200 BCE, right? That's this particular source. This is the Smithsonian. They date it at 3200 BCE, right? When the hieroglyphic system emerged. I don't know if you guys have a problem with that dating.
What date? What date you got? What'd you say?
This says 3200 BCE. right? 3,200.
It could be
Egyptian
32 or 34. It don't. Yeah, it's still.
Yeah. Very, very.
Some
close.
say 34. Some say.
Yeah. So this is where you see it, right? And if you can take a look at this sort of orange gradient here, right? I don't know how far you guys.
That's where it's spread at.
Exactly. This is the area of the hieroglyphic system. But again, this is just, they're not saying the emergence. This is just a hieroglyphic system in general, right? Again, this is a very general sort of reference. This Smithsonian, they don't go into the, what was the precursors or anything like that. But this is just a data point for us, right? 3,200, 3,400, and somewhere inside of that time frame, right?
It say the Egyptians developed. Hold on, click that back on, please. I mean, because we gotta read it, like.
Yeah, I'll pull it back.
Gordon.
It said the Egyptians invented hieroglyphics. There you go. The Egyptians developed their hieroglyphs towards the end of the 4th millennia BCE. Y'all hear me? It didn't say that the new. Oh, what?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It didn't say that the Nubians developed hieroglyphics. It said the Egyptians developed the hieroglyphics. They didn't say the Egyptians and the Nubians developed the hieroglyphics. It said the Egyptians developed the hieroglyphics. It didn't say Nakata 1 developed the hieroglyphics. It say the Egyptians. So when anybody start running off a bunch of nonsense, you gotta stop them in their tracks because they're practicing deception. Now y'all can continue.
Yeah, so basically you're saying writing just popped up out of nowhere. That's what you
I didn't say nothing about popping.
That don't mean.
Yeah, you got the pop-up method.
There you go. There you go again.
I thought
there you go again.
Yeah, you got
the build up. The build up to writing is not writing. Writing is writing. The build up to writing is not.
No, bro. We're not doing that whole we can't read game. That whole Time Life magazine game. Like we understand what pre-dynastic Egypt was, pre-dynasty period. These niggas is not called fucking Egyptians. You got Nakata period. We can start pulling up shit on Nakata period, bro. You tripping.
So it was called Egyptian. So it was called Egypt.
No, it's called Nakata.
It was called, when was it called Egypt?
No,
when the hell was it called Egypt? Because everything before that time.
2300 BCE. It's not Egypt, bro.
Everything before 2300 ain't Egypt then, according to your logic.
Of course not.
Oh my
So God. What the fuck? I can't even talk. Yo. I can't even do it.
This is crazy.
Of course not, nigga.
Y'all not even having a realistic conversation, yo.
Yo, so you saying the Nakata period is Egypt? I'm just asking you, bro. So we are having a realistic conversation.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna ask you this one more time. Is Nakata 1 and 2 Egypt, my nigga?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know. Why you talking shit?
I answered you.
I'll go get that source. Hey, Brendan, pull that up, Brendan. Pull that up.
Which one?
Yeah, pull that up, Brendan. Yeah, pull that up, yo.
If you saying it wasn't Egypt because it didn't have that name, then when did it get the name? Then you said it didn't get. Yo, let me talk, bro. Let me talk. You said it didn't get the name until 2300 or something. So everything before 2300, the 3100, that wasn't Egypt?
Right. So you're saying that when,
don't make sense.
Yeah, so he's saying that when, so you're saying that when Narmer united the two kingdoms, 3100 BC, they're not. That's not Egypt. That's what you're saying.
That's Egypt. Sure, y'all gonna stick with that train of thought? Are y'all ready to stick with that train of thought?
Yo, we know.
Okay, so hold on.
Gordon, one quick second.
Okay, so
I'm gonna have a special guest came
on.
God damn. I'm gonna have a special guest come
Reggie, hold on for a minute. Reggie, come on, Reggie, don't yell over top me and make me fucking talking, yo.
But I'm just telling you someone's coming on.
Okay, let him come on. Let him come on, Reggie. That's cool. We're gonna shut up for him. We're gonna give him the utmost respect. So, okay. So since we want to do the Nakata is Egypt, then we also gonna do in the same area the A group. And who the fuck is the A group then?
The A team, Mr. T.
No, hold on. Hey, so who's the A group, Sosa? It's in the same area, dog.
It's a multitude. It's a multitude of
It's
people.
king. No, so they Egyptians too, right? That's Egypt too, right? Don't stop it. Yeah. Why the A group ain't another type of or another group of Egyptians? Then if that's how we're gonna do it,
and it said that. And it said that.
Am I tripping?
In the history, it says that the Egyptian put down the A group 3100 BCE. That's what it says. We already read that, bro. 3100 BCE, the first dynasty put down the Nubian A group.
But the point is they're in an environment, watch this, using the same type of symbols, right? So you...
But
yeah, I'm just gonna get off there. I'm gonna let y'all have it.
Yeah, bro. Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna let y'all have it. Just draw a circle around them niggas. Just draw a circle around them niggas. We're gonna draw the circle around them niggas. Obviously, they in Nakata, they got a form of writing, obviously. But them niggas right there, they use everything but that. Although you can look at this shit and see the same exact shit, but them niggas don't got nothing to do with writing at all. All right, I'm done.
You want me to pull up the Britannica?
You're saying the goddamn first dynasty.
I'm just done. I'm just done.
No, let me pull up the Britannica.
No, it's a circle
smarter
around
than Britannica, my nigga.
No, it's a circle around them niggas. Fuck it.
I'm gonna see who started hieroglyphics. I'm gonna look at the Britannica. I'm not gonna listen to you. I'm gonna listen to Britannica.
You don't need to listen to me. What you could have did was pulled up Nakata 1 and 2 though, but nobody.
I'm gonna pull up Britannica. I'm gonna pull up Britannica.
Pull up Britannica, Nakata 1 and 2 though. Pull that up.
Why would I do that? Egypt and prehistoric Egypt.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you're talking about. You're saying like the first dynasty ain't goddamn Egypt. That's crazy.
It is Egypt. How's the first dynasty?
Because the date you gave lower than the first dynasty. Yeah, you did give a date.
You said 2300 is when they started.
Exactly, bro.
Man, and I said so
300 some years after the goddamn first dynasty.
So I said so everything before 3100. I mean everything before 2300 ain't Egypt. You said
Nakata, yo. I was talking about Nakata.
You shouldn't have brought up Nakata, yo.
But that's what I'm talking about, though. Because we talking
about Egypt.
About Nakata.
No, he wasn't. Y'all was talking about Egypt.
Nah, you said so. Nah, you said, are you saying that Egypt is what he said? Yeah, I'm standing on shit. You said, okay. Because you were saying that shit ain't Egypt, bro. Come on, man. You don't play like that. That's what you said.
Okay. And I still say it wasn't Egypt. Nigga, it was called something else.
So pre-dynastic Egypt, that ain't, because that ain't Egypt either.
No, nigga, because it ain't called Egypt.
Oh, okay. So you got to get the name. So he has to get
just
the
like
name.
pre-colonial. Yeah.
So let me
call pre-colonial.
When did Nubia get the name?
They don't call that shit no motherfucker.
Let's ask them again.
They don't know the motherfucking name. How about that?
When was it called?
Hold on, you're not asking me a question, making me saying what I'm saying. So I'm gonna make this point here, nigga. They don't know the name of it. Now,
it's crazy.
They don't.
So when was it called Egypt?
Around 2,300 years ago. I mean, 2,300, I believe. That's when the name started being called. Not Egypt, but Kemet. The word Kemet.
Kemet don't come to like
way we was talking about Egypt.
Kemet comes way later, bro. Way later.
Yo, this
shit ain't 1,000 years later.
Kemet, the word, so you know the word Egypt don't come before the word Kemet.
Kemet comes 1,000 years later.
If we using the word Egypt and you keep using it, then you know what we're talking about. Why bring Kemet up?
Yo, I'm saying Kemet. No, because that's what Kemet was 2000.
No, it was not, Reggie.
Yo.
Reggie, when did the Egyptians start using Kemet as a place name, Reggie? What date?
It's in the 10th dynasty, the term started emerging in the 10th dynasty.
Give a date.
So now we're talking about Kemet and not Egypt.
Right, so Egypt.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I'm mixing it. Egypt, it never was called Egypt, though. Yo,
the
you
name
playing.
Egypt appeared in the Ptolemy period.
Right, man. Now you
so it was
why do we gotta go through all this when we know what we're talking about?
Okay, so I'm saying
every time you niggas get backed in the corner, y'all start fucking around with semantics and throw us off.
Because your terminology is wrong. So when you start talking about pre-dynastic,
look, I'm on you. I'm on you like a bloodhound. You ain't shaking me at all.
Okay, so
I
then,
don't want you like a bloodhound.
so here's my point. So let me up my game a little bit. So let me. So hold on, Reggie. Reggie. Why the fuck you keep talking when this nigga talk? Don't talk when I'm fucking talking. Don't talk when that nigga talking. Don't talk when I'm talking. This nigga swinging at me. He ain't swinging at you. Yeah, he's swinging at me. He ain't swinging at you. So I'm saying when niggas talking about writing around this motherfucker, when these niggas talking about writing, you gotta go to the goddamn Nakata period. I know what the fuck I'm saying. And I'm gonna stand on that. I'm gonna stand on that though. No matter what y'all say.
Next to pick
Writing don't pop out of no motherfucking way, yo.
Nobody said writing pops out of nowhere.
Right, so it's the Nakata. So then I asked y'all niggas, well, what's going on in the Nakata period?
I tell you that I told that.
When does the A group? I said, when does the A group occur?
They make a distinction between early
1300 BCE.
They make a distinction between precursor and writing, bro. Like even when they look at the seals that they use for counting, they say that is the beginning of writing, but they don't say that itself is writing. These are some of the elements that would emerge and become writing, but you can't then go back further than that and say that's writing.
So I'm not arguing about that. I'm making a point that we can look at all the symbols that the A group had. It's similar to the motherfuckers in Nakata. Am I wrong?
Nobody disagrees with nobody ever disagrees with that statement.
Okay, so then if they're using the same fucking symbols that will later on become writing, then what the fuck is we talking about? They was all using as a form of communication. It might not have been writing. Y'all know what the fuck I'm saying.
I don't know what you mean. What you mean by writing? What do you mean by writing?
I'm saying
it wasn't writing. What does that mean?
I'm saying that there's a finishing product.
Is it writing?
That is the finishing product. But they use a system of communication, obviously, and they use symbols.
Yeah,
but the finished product appears at a certain time period.
And yeah,
so I'm saying is, how do you leave the A group out of that though? How do you leave the A group out of
I don't know who left the A group out. I don't know who left the A group out. We did
when I said it, y'all went bananas.
Because you said a bunch of fallacious shit in the midst of that. Because first you was trying to say that was right. Now you're not saying that. Now you just switched up and say it ain't right.
I never said that niggas was writing, and I said the beginning stages of writing is in Nakata period. Is what I said.
Yeah, you said that was.
Then I said writing just don't pop up out of nowhere. I know I said that though. Come on, Sosa.
And you said the Nakata people wasn't.
You think you got a piece? No, Reggie said that, my nigga.
You said, fuck it.
Get that straight. Right. I know what the fucking A group is. Reggie said that. And he right on here, he can tell you he said
the
that.
A group and the Nakata group. The A group and the Nakata.
Hey, Reggie.
The A group and the Nakata culture kind of coincide at the same time.
Hold on, Sosa. Reggie, did you not say Nakata was the motherfucking Nubian? Did you say that or not?
I said that.
Thank you. Fuck that shit. Know what the fuck I said? I'm talking about.
You know what you're arguing right now, bro.
I know exactly. I'm not arguing. I know exactly what I'm saying. You trying to play the mix and match. That's what you're doing.
No,
playing that game.
Back up a little bit and tell us why you upset. Because
I'm not upset.
I don't understand.
I'm actually not upset. I'm in my car, so of course it's gonna sound. I'm not upset.
You're upset.
And I'm trying to play the cool off, switching up. I heard you and Sosa playing that game. Oh, yo, you said the right starting. I got to play. Yeah, nigga. Yeah, the early right.
Everything that we said, you said.
You said that shit.
Everything that we said, you said it, yo.
Damn lie. I ain't even listening to you. Reggie just sit up here and said he said that. I ain't listening to you.
Oh, Reggie said it too. Hold on, Reggie said that too.
No, you said that.
Reggie said that.
No, you said that.
I'm not gonna lie on you, bro.
Matter of fact, you and Sosa said that. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie on you.
Then you push back Egypt to 2300 BC because it wasn't Egypt, and you say it ain't Egypt till it became Kemet, and then the Egypt don't even go back further than that shit. So you was all over the goddamn place, bro.
All over the place, but
that's not how that went.
Trying to prove that the Nubians started right.
No, we playing semantics because
all that to prove that the Nubians started right.
Reggie said that. Reggie said that. No, Reggie said that. Reggie said that.
So why did you bring up Nakata then?
You said that.
But I said I brought up Nakata period because that's the period. I brought up Nakata period because that's the period where you find the Nubian A group.
You said that.
And they have the exact same symbolology and all that.
Did you say that Egypt?
So I said if Nakata.
Did you say that Egypt did begin to 2300 BC?
Hold on, bro. I'm not answering your question in the middle of my explanation. That's called a tactic of flim flam.
You're doing too much explaining, yo.
I gotta explain it because y'all niggas is cutting back and forth. So I'm smacking up two niggas at one time with one smack.
No,
That's
you
what we call it.
actually
We call it the
just
backhand
repeating
smack. No, I'm not. I'm
wild
saying
you
what
is.
I said. I'm saying exactly what I said. I said in Nakata, they was obviously using a communication system with early symbols. Simple as that. And I'm saying the A group was a part of that. And y'all niggas take it like y'all want to take it now.
All right, but you ain't say all that.
Do you still stand on Egypt?
Nigga, I never got a chance to
do you still stand on the fact that it wasn't Egypt?
And I'm gonna stand on the fact that we know shit don't pop out of nowhere. So just because the name is not there, bro, that don't mean it's not the same picture. People, you know I know that. So why y'all playing retarded?
Did Egypt begin at 2300 BC?
The name did, my nigga.
The name
not
Egypt.
And the no Kemet. The name Egypt is not until the fucking pharaonic time.
No, you don't get Kemet comes a little later than that. 2300.
What?
The ready gonna put it.
Egypt ain't there. Them niggas ain't calling their land Egypt.
But now when we're talking English, that's the whole point about semantics.
No,
man.
nigga, we not talking English, nigga.
We're talking English. What you doing? What you're doing is like when we say Africa, niggas be like, nigga wouldn't even call it Africa back then. That's crazy.
Right.
Shit. Crazy shit, bro. We know what we're talking about.
So you trying to tell me that I don't know that the people that exist before the name come up now? Is that the silly shit you trying to?
Why are you arguing that it wasn't called Egypt?
Why would you argue it?
Because I felt like saying it.
So when you feel like so when you feel hold on, when you feel like saying something like that, right, in the middle of us making a point or asking you a question, it's like you're trying to contradict.
No, it wasn't in the middle, y'all. It wasn't in the middle.
Hold on.
It wasn't in the middle.
Listen,
but it wasn't in the middle of nothing. It was in the middle of Sosa trying to act like that wasn't in the Nakata period. Clearly, with an A group.
I clearly let you clear up everything that you wanted to clear up.
Yeah, but it
took so as soon as I start talking, now you want to clear up some more.
I don't gotta clear up no more. Now you
so why would you cut me off?
I cut you off because you didn't cut me off.
Yo, but Sosa you had already got your point out.
Oh, well, so I decided to cut you off. Like you decided to cut me off in the middle of Sosa asked me a question in the middle of trying to explain to you. He asked me a question.
We got to a point where we was trying to let each other clear everything up.
Okay, well, I wasn't ready for that point then. Now I'm ready. Shit. What the hell is going on around this motherfucker?
So look.
Shit.
Stop playing games up. We on to you, bro.
You ain't on to me.
You
ain't on to me. You doing what you normally do.
Why did you cut me off again?
You doing what you normally do because you starting down that trail again. You're on that trail again.
You cut me off. Let me get my shit off, bro.
Yeah, but it's hard, yo, because you actually said that I said Nakata was new.
Let's take a look.
And that the Nubian started right now. I ain't say that crazy ass shit.
Yo, why won't let me get my shit off?
Man, go ahead,
you guys see my screen here?
Oh, was that y'all. No, everybody. I'm gonna let y'all move on, yo.
No, I wanna pull up.
Uncle made an ass out himself, so he will move on.
I just want to pull up something here, just so that we can have a data point to come back to, because we're talking about the early Egyptian hieroglyphic inscriptions and whether it was in Nakata or were not, right? So,
do it say the Nubian hieroglyphics? What it say? Read that.
It says
it's a Egyptian hieroglyphics.
Let's go here, right? It says, for all we know, I don't like how that starts. For all we know, the oldest hieroglyphs found by archaeologists that have been securely dated were from the period of Nakata II. Right? This is 3500 to 3200 BCE, which makes this script no less than 5,000 years old. Right? As it seems the first hieroglyphs were used mainly as decoration, as the ones from Nakata 2 and Nakata 3 were found on pottery. Right? So again, right, these early hieroglyphic inscriptions, they do say they are dated back into the Nakata 2, Nakata 3 period, right? Again, and I don't think this date really contradicts from what the Smithsonian was saying, 3500 to 3200 BCE, right? Again, when they talk about this, Nakata 2, Nakata 3, they don't make a distinguish. They don't distinguish the Nakata period from the Egyptian period. Doesn't seem like in some sources, but I think in terms of some of the detail that we're talking about, right, that's important, right? Because this Nakata 2 and 3, officially it's not really considered Egypt. Am I correct or
well,
am I
can
not?
I explain?
Yep,
Wrong. That's
Can
wrong.
I explain?
Nakata is in Egypt. Man,
Can I explain?
No. Does this predate Egypt, or
Right, can I
is this
explain?
Egypt? So I'm asking a question. Right.
Yeah, so Brendan, I'm going to explain. So the formation of Egypt, as far as the state is concerned, is in Abydos, Abju. Formerly, that was Nakata. So when the two lands were unified, then Egypt, well, the new ruler absorbed those areas into Egypt. So when people
they made up Nakata. They made up Nakata. Show me a document where they call themselves Nakata.
No, Nakata is a place in as far as like an area or area within next to Abydos, right? But so they didn't call it Nakata, but the convention.
Thank you.
The convention is called Nakata.
I'm saying
so if I use logic, then there's no Nakata either.
Let me.
I'm saying what do we do with what they consider? Let me ask you this before you go.
Let me finish. I was talking.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Right. So you have a culture of a people, and they label that culture of the people Nakata, right? When and when the formation of the state Egypt takes another convention that we call Egypt, right, takes over that, it gets absorbed within that territory. So when they're talking about Egypt, they're really just talking about the area, not the cultures, right? They're talking about the area where Nakata used to be is still, you could call it Nakata, you could call it Egypt. We're designating a place. I'll stop.
Thank you, Reggie. That's exactly what we're doing.
No, Reggie. So Reggie, is not Nakata culture a different culture, yo?
Yes, Nakata culture is a different culture.
So why the fuck is they acting like that ain't what it is, yo? This whole time trying to play everybody super silly, super stupid, Sosa diving in halfway wrong, halfway crook. That's why they call it Nakata, because of the culture, the material culture, the wares and all that.
I never said that it wasn't.
I'm not even listening. Nigga, you said it was Egypt, nigga. That's what you said. And I'm saying it's not.
How
it's
did
a different culture.
Oh my God.
That's what you said, bro.
Go Piranha tape and see if I said that, bro. Piranha tape, see if I said that.
That was your, I said it wasn't Egypt. You all, Chef, y'all all.
It is Egypt.
See, I told you. So you agree with that, Sosa? Then the Nakata 1 and 2 is Egypt. You agree to that, Sosa?
I'm trying to understand what do we do.
I'm asking you a question. No, I'm asking you a question, though, bro. Don't do that.
I agree with I agree. Listen, I agree because what I want to ask is that what are we doing? What are we doing? Hold on.
I want you to stay there. Don't ask a question when I ask you a question because y'all was running.
I already answered your question. Now I want to make my statement, bro.
You didn't answer the question.
I said yes, and I want to ask a question, bro. Yes. Yes,
Nakata is Egypt. Or is it the same earth?
I want to ask. Now I want to make a statement.
Okay, I heard that, yes.
What do we do? What do we do with what scholars consider pre-dynastic Egypt?
Right.
Which spans at about 6,000 BC. What are we doing with that?
Why is it called pre-dynastic Egypt?
That's the point of it. So they're looking now at periods of time. So a pre-dynastic Egypt is a time period before the dynasties. And so they're looking at those civilizations that would be Nakata 3, Nakata 2, Nakata 1, which goes to 4,000. So they're not doing a place, they're actually doing a chronology. So then they talk about the other civilizations that's also prior, the Badarian and the rest of them that are prior to Nakata. But they circle on the Nakata period and the Nubian A culture because of the particular high innovations that those societies brought, and ultimately that would form the state of Egypt.
Okie dokie. Y'all niggas love fucking shit up for no reason. So this is ridiculous, as always.
You know, why is it ridiculous when, remember this, it's a multidisciplinary topic. There are all these factors. And so if you're looking at the pottery, you have different terminology. If you're looking at the language, you have different terminology. If you're looking at the chronology, you have a different time. If you're looking at the areas and the cultures, you have different terminologies. So what it is a person to handle this subject has to understand the different terminologies, right, to the speaking audience. And so it's as simple as that. When you're looking at what do we call the people prior to ancient Egypt, in this point of view, we call them.
Hey Reggie, you know what I realized, Reggie? You know what I realized, Reggie?
What?
I'm in between a whole bunch of foolery at this point. I got enough sense to know that Nakata 3, right, kind of runs with pre-dynastic Egypt. Listen to these fools, because that's what they is. They don't know what Nakata wanted. They don't know that.
All of it is pre-dynastic Egypt.
They think that it runs with a Nakata 3, bro, pre-dynastic Egypt. I don't care what y'all say. You don't know what y'all talking about.
Pre-dynastic.
So, come around here and holler about Nakata 1 is Egypt and all that shit. Y'all flat out crazy with that. Y'all spreading misinformation. You ain't on me. Misinformation, bro. Now I'm home. Let me pull up the sources. Y'all some
pre-dynastic Egypt.
Media tell you different. I'm saying that pre-dynastic Egypt, nigga, is continued. Hold on. Let's go. Let's go to Nakata 3. Nakata, the final phase of Nakata culture is Nakata 3, which is
all of it is pre-dynastic Egypt.
Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen so you can see.
Why the fuck would you do that in the middle of me saying that? Let me get off this motherfucker.
Because all of it is pre-dynastic Egypt.
I'm gonna share my screen.
It is not, nigga. I'm reading
You're
it. It say
creating misinformation.
The final phase of Nakata culture, the final phase of Nakata 3. So that's the final, which is what? Co-timorous with the proto-dynastic period, right? Early Bronze Age, 3,200 to 300 BCE in ancient Egypt. So you don't see that?
Pre-dynastic Egypt and pre-dynastic Egypt span the period from the earliest human settlement to the beginning of early dynastic period around 3100 BC. You get that? Everything in Egypt before dynastic Egypt is pre-dynastic Egypt. So Nakata 1, 2, and 3, your Nubian A, B, C, all that shit, the Badarian, all that shit y'all like talk about, pre-dynastic Egypt, bro.
Yeah, the dynasty is reference to dynasty is reference to the term dynasty in terms of when you started establishing a dynasty through relationships through that process.
Through families rule.
Through family rule. That's when you get a dynasty. So you have proto-dynastic. That means before.
So you don't see that.
Dynasty.
So you don't see it right here, yo.
My screen is shared. Yeah, I see it.
Oh yeah. Do you see this?
You want to see Wikipedia?
I'm gonna stop sharing this so you can show something different than what I got here. Go ahead.
Yeah, you see that?
Pull up Wikipedia.
Go ahead.
I mean, is you looking at this?
The Chalcolithic pre-dynastic Egypt. Look, it said right. You know what? I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna let y'all geniuses.
Now, where you at? Where you? So go ahead, read this. What's the final? What that say?
The final phase of Nakata culture is Nakata 3. Yeah. Which is coterminous with the Proto-Nastic period.
I'm listening. You read that, please?
Oh, you want me to keep reading?
Yeah, it's right here. We're looking up that word. Coterminous. Multiplicity.
Okay. What's your name, bro?
I don't see where we got off the rails with debating whether if Nakata was pre-dynastic or not, right? I thought that was the whole point of the conversation.
so now the Badarians.
Oh, so let's get a definition for coterminous. That means having the same boundaries or extended space-time.
Right.
So that means that the Egyptian boundaries had the same boundaries or extent in that space of time.
But I think we agree to that though. That what we're disagreeing with is the fucking culture. See, this is what we're disagreeing.
No, I want to understand what
and y'all act like we know this.
What about the pro-dynastic? What about the pre-dynastic Egypt?
It's in the same area. We're not doubting that.
We were saying that the pro-dynastic phase went through.
I'm saying the Nakata is different from pre-dynastic. I'm saying it's in the same area, but it's a different culture. Like y'all don't.
See now you try to switch it to say that's.
But that's all I ever was saying, though.
You always was ever saying something.
Bro, always do that.
No, bro, hold on, bro.
He's always.
You never knew what you were saying. You were saying something.
You mean to tell me that we sit on this bitch and art? So y'all clearly understood that the Bardarians, that Nakata 1, 2, and 3. Was in the same no, it's not. It's in the same area as pre-dynastic time, pre-dynastic Egypt, but it's a different culture. We don't know
pre-dynastic.
No, it is not, man. It's in the times. It's in the same. We looked up the word what it meant.
All right, I ain't gonna argue with you.
Yeah, so the fact that
I'm wrong with that though, yo. I'm saying so.
You wrong as shit, but
I'll be wrong. So I ain't gonna talk. So sir, what I am saying is that the Bardarians is a particular culture. And I'm saying the Bardarians aren't the Egypt. So you saying I'm wrong?
I don't even know how we switched to if the Bardarians are Egyptians. I don't even know how that.
Because the Bardarian
pre-dynastic Egyptians. Yes. I'm saying it.
Yeah, I don't see.
But it's clear that
how do we get there?
Yeah, but it's clear that pre-dynastic Egypt runs through
because we started this conversation with a video that talked about pre-dynastic Egypt, and they talked about Nakata, they talked about the Badarians, they talked about the Fayoum. All of this was in the context of pre-dynastic Egypt. So
Thank you.
But I'm trying to figure out what's the purpose of that point. Because I think all of it we were talking about. Because it's always was a conversation about pre-dynastic Egypt, right?
He keeps saying that's not pre-dynastic.
Pre-dynastic meaning before there was an Egypt. There was no Egypt.
Before dynastic.
There was a dynasty.
Right.
Pre-dynastic. There was the dynasty. The dynasty marked the beginning of Egypt, right?
The dynasty marked
the beginning of the dynasty.
Dynasty 0.
Yeah, of a dynasty. Right. Yeah, a dynasty.
But was there
family rule?
Family rule.
Was there an Egypt before a dynasty? Before the dynasty?
Yeah, it's called pre-dynastic Egypt.
Yeah. They call it dynasty 0. Dynasty refers to family. That's why we keep saying that. So they have proto before family rule, proto-dynastic.
But was there an Egyptian state? That's the point that I'm making, right? Was there an Egyptian state before dynasty 0? Not that my question is
they had kingship.
My question isn't if there was a region, right? But we know the region was there, right? It's been there time immemorial, right?
Right.
The question was there an Egyptian state at the time?
Yes, they had kingships there already. They already had kingships before the unification. So would a kingship represent a state, right?
An Egyptian state. My question is the Egyptian state, right?
Y'all confusing me now.
Right. We know there was local chieftains and all that. there was a series of local chieftains up and down the Nile.
You're talking about
that doesn't make
you know what I'm
those
talking
chieftains
about.
Egypt, right?
I don't see how you separate them. Are you talking about when they become unified? And then there was, what I'm saying, more of a unified process. But that's like saying Nubia don't exist.
Right. In my mind,
because they had chieftains.
Right. In my mind, right, the Egyptian state starts at Dynasty 0. Anything beyond that, right?
When is Dynasty 0?
When you say pre-dynastic Egypt, right? That isn't the official Egyptian state. That's not the Egyptian state when we talk about Egypt, right? Pre-dynastic is anything before the formation of the Egyptian state. Right?
So okay, good.
That's when that's what I understand it, right?
Right. So let's tease that out. Mm-hmm. So what about the intermediary periods? Was that still Egypt?
No, those were periods after the formation. So we know what that is. We know
right, but it descended into the same thing that before pre-dynastic Egypt. It descended into that same type of thing where you had different people claiming that they were kings in different regions all through Egypt.
I don't want to move the goalpost on that though.
No, but you just moved it.
No. I wanted to stay in the pre-dynastic times. I didn't want to move into intermediate periods because we have a tendency to do that. Right, and I think it confuses things a bit, for me.
Dynasty 0 would be the Nakata 3 period in terms of that's what Dynasty they would put Dynasty 0.
Right. The very end of Nakata 3, moving into into dynastic Egypt. Right.
I wouldn't separate Egypt as Egypt. The cultures that developed in Egypt are Egyptian. You can have different phases of it, right? All of American culture didn't make it to present day, but it's still American. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like the Old West, that culture died out, right? But we don't say that's not American culture. It's just culture that died out here, but it existed here. You know what I mean? You had a German phase in northern part of the United States that got drowned out. You had so it's different. Group. The Spanish areas of Florida, right, was once Spanish and all of that. You had French,
and I can understand your point.
French middle of the country, and those phases down, but it's all America.
Yeah, and I can understand your point when you guys say that. Okay, well, it wasn't of Egypt in terms of how I think of it, right? Because when we always talk about Egypt, we talk about the beginning of Egypt started with the pharaohs, right? But I see what you guys are saying in terms of it was Egypt, but it wasn't the official dynastic period. But you can still consider it Egypt because I guess you would say the foundations of it was being laid. I can follow that. So I see the logic. I see the logic. What you're saying. Mm-hmm.
There's another point to this. Mm-hmm. We have been so scientific racism has so messed up our processes that the fact is that the narrative is that these people, right, are not African people. Up until the recent period, so there's been a need to separate Egypt from the other cultures to make it special, right? Mm-hmm. To make it different. And so now modern science, archaeology, right, is showing that is not the case. They were all connected.
But there were differences, though. They show that's what was in that video I played. Yeah, there were assimilation, there were adoption, there were adaptation. Yes. So there were differences.
But again, that muddies up the waters even more because when you talk about the Nakata periods, what about the period when the Nakata's borders span into Nubia, right? Was that Egypt as well? You see what I'm saying? Because those borders for Nakata in its very southern part was beyond what we know as Egypt. So that's why I say that, you know, it can get kind of hairy when
Brendan,
you talk about
correct.
that.
You're correct. And what happens is they start to designate themselves. And so in Nubian A culture, you see them with the white crown, and in Nakata, you see them with the red crown. Okay. So then when the king wins, he's able to put on both crowns. But when he puts on the white crown, he's putting on a white crown of what they call Nubian A culture. And when he puts on the red crown, he's putting Nakata on, and the both of those crowns signify basically a joint culture, right? And so so the waters get muddy if you don't know the different time frames and terminology and connections. Nubia A and Nakata are talking to each other. They're communicating with each other. They're trading, and so there's aspects that are between both of them. I'll stop. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, expand that. I like that red there. You see where Upper Egypt, you see that very southern tip? That goes all the way down into Nubia there, right? No, it stops short. I see Kush, right? I see Kush down below, right? But in terms of some of the sources I was seeing, right? They say that Nakata's borders spanned into areas of Nubia, right? So in what period was that? Was that Nakata 1, 2, or 3 when its borders were all the way down south into Nubian territory?
The first cataract.
That's what they considered Nubian territory?
So there's what you call a gray area. So these are things are not completely drawn. There are gray areas where there's trading. So in cultures like this, they usually have a neutral area. It's like North Korea, South Korea. There's a neutral area, right? And so in that neutral area is where there's a certain amount of trust. You could trade. And so they are trading their boswares and their different wares and sharing culture because they are two separate cultures that are related but separate. And so you have to see it as having neutral periods. And so sometimes when one area gets stronger, they're able to kind of push forward. So it's a push. There's always been a push and pull between those two cultures, right? And friction until there was unification. Then what happened is, then there were kings and chiefs and rulers that says, I'm not going along with Norma, right? We're just going back further south and we're not messing with that, right? And we'll see you when we see you. Don't let us catch you lacking, right? And then there was always increased tensions because there was just chiefs that wasn't gonna sign on to what Norma was doing. They're like, yo, it's like y'all talk to me. Who's Reggie? They're like, yo, who Norma? He grew up with us, man. We should throw rocks together and fish together. He ain't nobody. I'm better than him. And so there's this tension between cultures, but they still trade. And then what happens is that when Egypt becomes very strong, Nubia is having difficulty surviving because they can only trade with the Red Sea. They can no longer trade with the Levant, right? So they can't get wealthy because Egypt is sucking up all of that. And so they say, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. So then you have other civilizations that come on like Kerma, right? Kush and Kerma. And then there's friction between them until Egypt is so powerful, so wealthy, and has the weapons of the Levant, right? The chariots and the horses, they just stomp all over Kerma. Kerma could not evolve. They didn't have the horses and the chariots and the compound bow. So they fell because Egypt had much more of a trans-regional trade.
Yeah, I like that map. I like that map, Sosa.
Yeah, they always have.
Because you always hear they say, well, Nakata's borders went into Nubia, right? But it doesn't show you how far south they. That's why that map shows how far south it went, right? And it wasn't as far south as I would initially thought, right? But again, that was a good source there. That was a good map.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said,
I still have my guest coming on. He's
Is he coming tonight?
Yeah, he's coming on just for a few minutes. He
Yeah,
was
we
at the
rocking,
American
Reggie.
Research Center in Egypt.
We rocking, Reggie. So he good. We rocking them.
So he's working on his phone was updating, so he promised to be on. So if y'all can wait a little while longer.
Yeah, we good, Reggie. We good, bro. We good.
Yeah, and then you'll see a person who was a student of Dr. Richetti, an advanced student of Dr. Richetti, in Benatti, Montgomery. He works with me sometime at the Met, and he builds on my methodology. And he's not an expert, but he presented at a expert conference, and that's what I want him to talk about.
Hey, Reggie.
I can hear you.
I'm not playing with these Neanderthals, yo. Not playing with them, yo. Let's do this. Let's get this in, right? You know how they say, yo, the police be like, yo, ignorance of the law is no excuse, right? It's no excuse. Let me get them out of here. They favorite movement is called, quote unquote, Wikipedia. Let's go straight here. All right, let's have a great conversation. This is where I want to come to. Nope, I don't want to come to this section. Nope. Hold on. Yeah, come right here. I want to come to the monuments and excavation. Let me get to that. Monuments and excavation. Okay. I want to come to the monument. And I want to come to the craniometric section, right? All right. And let's see if they still want to play the Egyptian game. Let's see, Reggie. Let's see if they want to play the Egyptian game. Watch they switch it up. Okay. All righty. All righty. We're going to come here. Watch this, Reggie. Watch they change their tune. Watch all of a sudden the Nakata become something different. How much you want to bet, Reggie? How much you want to bet before I read it? Watch how they switch up. Okay. Some craniometric analysis of pre-dynastic Nakata fossils, right? So this exists in an environment pre-dynasty, right? Fossils found that they were closely related to other Afro-Asiatic speaking populations inhabited the Horn of Africa, the Maghreb, as well as the Bronze Age and medieval period Nubians. All right. Do I gotta read that again? Let me read it again. Some craniometric analysis of pre-dynastic Nakata fossils found that they were closely related to other Afro-Asiatic speakers population inhabiting the Horn of Africa, the Maghreb, and as well as Bronze Age medieval period Nubians and the specimens from ancient Jericho. Watch this. It says the Nakata skeletons were also morphologically proximate to modern astrological series from Europe and India subcontinent. All right. However, the Nakata fossils and these ancient and recent skeletons were phenotypically distinct from the fossils belonging to the modern Niger-Congo speaker populations inhabiting tropical Africa, as well as the Mesolithic skeletons excavated Wadi Halfa in the Nile Valley. All right. However, the word however there. However, other craniometric studies have found Nakata skeleton remains to have strong African biological affinities, right? They give you all the sources right here. All right. I like this right here, an examination of Nubian Egyptian biological distance, support for biological diffusion or suet development. And watch this, In 1996, Lovell and Prowse reported the presence of individuals buried at Nakata in what they interpreted to be elite high status tombs, showing them to be enormous ruling or elite segment who were significantly different from the individuals buried in two other apparently non-elite cemeteries and more closely related morphologically to the modern population in northern Nubia than those in southern Egypt. Did they change their mind yet? I don't know. Let's see if they change their mind about these Nakata individuals. It say biological anthropologists Simiti Kiata and A.G. Boyce have stated that the studies of the crania from the southern pre-dynastic Egypt form the formative period of 4,301 BCE, show them usually to be more similar to the cranial of ancient Nubian, Kushites, Saharians, and other monolithic groups from the Horn of Africa than those of dynastic northern Egyptians or ancient or modern southern Europeans. Let's see. It says in 2018, God assessed populations' relationship in the Nile Valley by comparing the cranial of 18 Egyptians and Nubian groups spanning from Lower Egypt to Lower Nubian across 7,400 years. Overall, the results showed that the Mesolithic Nubian sample had a greater similarity to the Nakata, similarity with the Nakata Egyptians. It's a similar Lower Nubians and Upper Egyptian samples clustered together. However, the Lower Egyptian samples formed a homogeneous unit, and there was a north-south gradient in the data. So y'all still want to do that? We still gonna do the Nakata thing? All right, yeah, all right, the Nakata is the Egyptian. That's how we doing it. That's how they want to do it, Reggie. I didn't make that up, Reggie.
When you just read that last part, go back. What did that mean?
You read it.
God has assessed population relationship in the Nile Valley by comparing crania from 18 Egyptians and Nubian groups spanning from Lower Egypt to Lower Nubia across 7,400 years. Overall, the results showed that the Mesolithic Nubian sample had a greater similarity with Nakata Egyptians.
Keep reading.
Right. Similarly, Lower Nubian and Upper Egyptian samples clustered together. However, the Lower Egyptian samples formed a more homogeneous unit, and there was a north-south gradient in the data set.
So what you saying? So did the Egyptians give the Nubians right? No, or were they all mixed up? What we saying? I'm done, yo.
Yeah, because
I didn't never say they gave them nothing, but it seems to me that the shit is all mixed up. And anybody saying anything different what I just read is ridiculous.
You went from when people come up, and so you're saying because we
I'm not saying nothing, yo.
So you're saying because we can't tell who is who through genetics, now you differentiate. Now you don't. Now
I'm not doing, man. See, I told you.
Hold on, because you just used crania, right? Genetic samples, right? So now we're not talking culture, right? I just want to be clear. We're not talking culture.
Up, and I thought the conversation was about Nakata.
Yeah,
and who they was.
But I'm saying you're using genetics to show because
I didn't use no genetics. I use craniometrics.
Study of craniometrics, but you're not using culture. You're using study of craniometrics.
So I'm at a. So what are you saying right now?
Because I'm saying that you're saying that.
Just say nothing right now.
No, you're saying that.
You fought for
what I'm saying is that the morphology and the craniometrics.
I knew it.
It's not going to support your argument of what was culture.
I'm done, yo. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, just because they're chronologically, morphologically.
Appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy,
bro.
Okay, yeah. I think if y'all have a few seconds, I think Jay.
I heard you. So we're gonna throw the Nakata out.
You heard me, but you don't get it based
on. Nah, so the Nakata really ain't Egyptians, are
they? I ain't saying that.
I'm asking you.
I'm telling you that I've always said there's a multitude. There's a multitude of people. They just one people.
They found elite niggas that was more similar to the Nubians, the elite. They had different
morphologically. Yeah. Morphologically,
the elite group.
Yeah, morphologically.
Okay, so then who are the people from Nakata?
Are we gonna look at the culture or we look at the skulls? Because
no,
is it the same argument, bro?
I'm asking you, do you realize what you're doing right now?
Right? To determine culture.
No, do you realize what you're doing right now? Because if it had said anything else but Nubians, you wouldn't have said shit.
I don't have an issue with
Sosa.
You're using that.
I'm not using anything, Sosa.
Let me make my statement so I can tell the people what you're doing. You're using crania.
I'm not using nothing.
Let me make my statement.
Why would you bring that shit up then, If we was talking about culture, why would you bring up that the Nakata people was morphologically similar to motherfucking Horn Africans in them if we're talking about culture? Why did you do that?
Ngozi been told us about this.
Because the skeleton.
Well, why did you do that?
Because the skeleton remains tells you who those people are similar.
No, I asked a specific.
Nigga, y'all know why I brought that up. Y'all Egyptian us to death. Y'all said the Nakata was the fucking Egyptians to death. Y'all know why I brought. Don't play me. Go play somebody down the street.
So what did
I brought that up to get back into what the hell? I don't know what y'all was talking about.
So what do the cranial measurements got to do with that?
I simply read what they said the Nakata.
So what do the cranial measurements have to do with that?
Said they was more morphologically closer to the motherfucking Nubian groups, nigga.
Was we talking about that morphology?
So is you agreeing or disagreeing with that?
We was talking about that culture.
Do you agree or disagree with that?
We were talking about whether
they agree or disagree with what I just read.
Yo, y'all see this shit that be happening, y'all?
Y'all see what be happening. Hey, Reggie, what I tell you they was going to do? What I say, Reggie? So I asked him again. What y'all say about the people from Nakata again? Right.
What do you say?
Now let's talk about culture.
Could you be
let's talk about culture. Obviously, the Nakata culture, the way they was buried, represented a culture. The way they was buried, they knew they was Nakata culture. What? But the people that practiced that culture were more closely related to the Nubians. What are we saying? If we talking culture, but we're talking about burial sites and skeletons, and the way they was buried in a particular way, which represented a culture. What are we saying?
Can we look?
They don't have a source.
Hold on. Can we look at the same?
I'm done. Hey, Reggie.
No, show a source.
Reggie, I ain't got to show nothing.
Reggie, I'm finished with these dudes.
Can we
Reggie,
do this?
I'm done with these dudes. All they had to say was, I agree with the source and move on and get back into it. I said, watch what they do. Then Reggie, I say, watch what they start. Now it's borders. Now it's this. All that
borders,
shit.
Ain't nobody say nothing about borders.
What you said?
Nobody said nothing about borders, my nigga.
Hey, Chef, why you upset right now, though?
No, because, you just fucking changed this shit.
Why you
we
upset?
was talking about pre-dynastic Egypt. We was talking about pre-dynastic Egypt and motherfucking culture, the Nakata culture. You just went to who the fuck do you think they are racially?
No, there's no such thing as race.
That's what craniology do.
Chef, why you yelling and screaming, Chef?
That's what craniology do.
Why you hound? No, it don't identify.
Oh my God, yo.
It's not talking about.
Hey, Reggie, is he howling and screaming right now, though?
That's talking about race, man.
Hey, Reggie, is he howling and screaming right now, Reggie? Is he upset?
Hey, Sosa, you see, the minute we ain't talking about race, right? And we got them on culture, then they switch it back to race. But they
now
ain't never talking about race.
So now I switch it to race?
The cranial morphology and their damn clusters.
That's race.
When the Ngozi come on here talk about morphology, cranial.
That's race.
You said,
no,
nigga,
race.
The coach, that shit don't determine the culture. The culture determines the people. Now you switched up and using cranial.
Oh, so I'm going to do it again. So I'm going to do it again for y'all, right? And y'all did exactly what I said y'all would. I'm trying to figure out what y'all upset.
Because
this right here says, this article says, what does it say, Reggie? Read this for me, Reggie. What does it say?
How you on the Nakata
culture? That's what we were talking about.
Now, when I read it, is this part of the Nakata culture? I went to the section that says what? Monuments and excavations of what?
The culture, the people.
So what are we talking about?
Of Nakata.
Talking about
just say, yo, look, all you gotta say is, yo, Unc, you right about that point. They already you said they was Egyptian. I agree with you, Chef. A chef. And y'all right. The Nakata was the Egyptians. Y'all got me, yo. You right.
Okay. Can I do this? I have my guest on.
So when was that? Man, I ain't trying to hear that shit.
Okay, Brendan, I have my guest on. Can you just talk for a few minutes?
Hold on, yo. You about see? I'm all right. Go ahead.
I ain't gonna
All
be
right,
disrespectful.
Jed, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yo.
Can y'all hear
Okay,
me?
so I just want him to, so Jed, introduce yourself.
We're gonna put a pin in that though, Reggie. Hey, Chef, we'll put a pin in that conversation.
Okay, so Jed M. Unk is a advanced student of Dr. Riketti Amen. And so he's one of, he is really, in my opinion, one of the best meta-nature, not the best, but one of the best meta-nature people that we actually have. And I want to introduce you to him because we've had an opportunity to work together. He came to New York to take my museum tour, and we found some common research goals. And he ended up working on an abstract and presenting at the American Research Center in Egypt.
For sure.
So, Jed, can you introduce yourself to this community?
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah. Peace to everybody on the panel and in the chat and in the archive. I had went last year and I had taken Reggie's tour because I was doing literature review on these pre-dynastic pots. And at that time, I was probably about 1.5 years in on my literature review. But I had to go see the pots. We've only got like 2 or 3 here where I am, but I had to go and take Reggie's tour so I could see the ones that they have in the Met. So we went to the Met and I looked at those. And then later on, we went to the Brooklyn Museum earlier this year. And we looked at those. And when I was writing my abstract, by the time I had started working on it, I was about 2.5 years in on my literature review. And these pots are really, they're understudied. You're talking about maybe within the past 25 years that people have actually started looking at them, because they weren't looked at as being significant, but there's a lot of information on these pots. Now you're talking
about the pots of what period?
We're talking about the Nakata period.
Right. So Nakata 1, Nakata 2, and Nakata 3.
Right.
And so you could continue. So we're looking at, so what part of the conversation we had is Nakata Egypt. Nakata is a precursor to Egypt. It's in the same area. Nubia is in the lower parts or the upper parts of Egypt. But Nakata is around Abydos, Abdu, and Tennis, right? So there was a particular innovation that was happening in that area. Can you continue?
Okay, well, there's been a lot of talk over the past, 40, 50 years about how meta-nature kind of pops up out of nowhere, right? And that it's fully formed. But one of the reasons why that perception was put out there was because people weren't really looking at the pots, because the pottery and also the ostrich eggshells that were used before the pottery was used, it represents a transitional phase from the rock art and the cave art into the meta-nature. And so some of the first funerary scenes, for example, we see on the pots, and they moved to a more streamlined style. Especially once the pottery makes its way into Kemet and across the Green Sahara from West Africa. And that process starts around 9500 BCE. And then there's about 6 sites where we see this pottery, and it gets younger and younger and younger as it gets over into the Nile Valley. And so once they go to this more streamlined style, we see elements that's in the cave art and on the rock art, but then we see other things, excuse me, that we don't see there. And so once you have this innovation of, everything's portable. So it's not so much like, it's kind of like like when you look at like the rock art and stuff, think of it like a billboard, right? Like you're driving down 95 and it's a billboard. But if you want to see those billboards, you have to go down 95 where the billboards are. But what these pots represent is that you actually have them like in a book or a magazine, and you can just fold it up or put it in a bag and take it with you. That was really important because writing actually comes out of that, from that technological process. And so now I'm not necessarily saying that everything that's on the pots is writing, but you're starting to see these elements that we later see in the meta nature, like you start to see these multiliteral symbols. And one thing in particular, when you look at the boats that are on the pots, you have these two shrines usually that are on it, usually one or two. And there's a standard on the corner of one of them, and then there's a netter symbol on the top. And so it's possible that what we're looking at when we look at that is that you're actually looking at the name of a netter as a symbol, but it's actually a word. That's a little different from the other things that are on the pots that are like pictographic. And sometimes the figures on the pots have an interaction with those, the netters on the standard. Sometimes like the figures will lean towards them and things like that. And if you were to take the scene on the pot and lay it out flat on a piece of paper, everything is happening around that netter symbol on the flag, right? Like everything in the scene is happening around it. So it's almost like it's facilitating in the story that's being told, it's facilitating everything. And one of the reasons why it's possible that it was missed for so long is because these pots have just been understudied. So I presented at the ARCE conference at the end of April. And once I was done, you know, I got a standing ovation, and there was an archaeologist that actually works on the pots, and he was outside selling tours at a booth. So he and I had a conversation for about a half hour, and there were 2 points that I made that he didn't agree with. So we talked about that for a few minutes, and then, you know, we were just kind of like, you know, hey, we'll split the difference on that because time will tell what's actually happening if we just keep doing the work. So, you know, but we spent more time talking about everything else that we agreed about.
Okay, so let's backtrack. And so
can we hear what they didn't agree on, please?
Yeah, there was a point that I made about the symbols that are on the pots. Sometimes they look like Z's, sometimes they look like S's. So by my estimation, they're parts of water ripples, because, you know, you always see the wavy lines at the top of the pots, right? And on the sides. So as near as I could tell, that the Z's, what looks like Z's or S's, are just because they're always like in a line. So by my estimation, when you see them looking like Z's, they're not parallel. What's the word I'm looking for? They're like horizontal. I mean, horizontal. And those represent like water that runs on its own, like a river or a stream or something like that. And then the other ones, they represent like water falling from the sky. So in other words, they would be like rain. So you would think about them as raindrops. But earlier on, we do see the raindrops, but they're little dots. But then after after like maybe around 37, 36, 3,500, they start to look like those Z's, and then you just see them because they're always like falling either straight down or slanted, right? So he said that he thought that they were birds that were flying in, like, you know, sometimes like ducks and things, they'll fly in that Z pattern, right? So he thought that that's what it was because he's done work in like Khartoum and South Africa in those mountains and stuff. And, you know, the flamingos especially, they tend to fly in a pattern like that. So he thought that that's what they were. And there was a bird on it that I said was an ostrich, and he thought that they were flamingos, which usually you'll go into the museums and a lot of times they'll tell you that they're flamingos. I just told him I didn't agree. But those were just the 2 things, but everything else we agreed on. And there were some things that I demonstrated to him that he didn't catch. But he told me that once I put it on the screen and he was able to actually see it and I explained it, he knew exactly what I was talking about because he had seen it in the field.
Okay, so here's a couple quick questions. And so the method that you used was the Gunter-Dwyer method, that you extended the Gunter-Dwyer method to tease out the possibility of writing, right?
Right.
Or is that correct?
Right.
All right. And so you saw me present at Beyond West Africa, and you saw me at the ASCAC conference present, right? My introductory work to this, correct?
Right.
The people in the Beyond West Africa, Soy Kite and Dr. Salou, Dr. Nasiri, and the others, and in ASCAC, was my proposition accepted? Agreed on?
Yes.
Right. So the issue is that I am not an expert. I'm an advanced student, right? But I was able to present in 2 conferences. And then when I met you, I was able to help confirm what you had already been thinking, fast track it, and help you prepare for that conference. Is that true?
Right. Correct.
Along with Dr. Richetti and Dr. Bonacci and some others, right?
Right.
Now, you're not going to consider yourself an expert, but what you would consider yourself is that when you went to that conference, you gave them new innovations, new thinking. Is that correct?
Well, yes, because I devised a method for doing it. And in my literature review, there was no method that existed to be able to identify the things that were on the pots. So because they were looking at it as like a whole big piece, right? Kind of like how you would try to look at a wall in Kemet and try to figure out what's happening. And so the method that I came up with was you just take things individually and try to figure out what they are and identify them and then put them back into the context of the rest of the scene. Because if you know what the animals and the plants and things are, then you can figure out why they would actually be on the pot in a funerary scene, and it makes more sense. But from doing the literature review and also from talking to archaeologists who were going on these digs and studying these pots, everybody that I asked about the methods they were using to try to figure things out, they all told me that they didn't have a method, and for the most part, they were trying to make the best guesses that they could.
Okay. So now the issue is, again, you're not an expert. I'm not an expert. We're very advanced students. So this innovation, the conversation that we had earlier, was a number of conversations, but you answered the question of how they missed it. They missed it because you need the material in front of you, right? Bulk of it, so that you can look at all Nakata 1, Nakata 2, and Nakata 3. And you have to have some type of advanced meta-nature training, right? You have to know the language of ancient Egyptian, from different time periods, Old Kingdom, right? Middle Kingdom, right? But particularly Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom. And then you can contrast, then you can use what Gunter-Dwyer did. You could backtrack and look for relationships, right? And to make a point, and that's what you have done, and that's what I've done, right?
Right.
So my work on it, you've seen my work. Everything could be actually challenged, but the fact of the matter is, you were able to extend aspects of my work and go to the American Research Center of Egyptologists, or ARCH, right? And present new information. And the team that you work with, who was the team that you work with to get this done? Stan Hendricks, right? You talked to Stan Hendricks?
Yeah, I talked to him. And there was a few people that I corresponded with. But I talked to Dr. Jeremy Pope. He was somebody else that I talked to. And he and I correspond regularly, like just on other stuff. You know, there were some other people that I'm not recalling their names right now, but I talked to quite a few people in the 2.5 years that I was doing this literature review. And
So
you
I'll
know.
stop if they
Yeah.
want to, because I know I took you from what you was doing. If they want to have some quick questions, that would be fine. And then we can, because I don't want to interrupt their show. I just want to introduce you to the community as someone from these communities that we are on, but actually was able to get your abstract accepted and present, right? And you've watched me get my abstracts presented in other forums and present, right? And and so that seems to be the process. So it's not rocket science, it's just having a good methodology. Is that correct? And
Yeah, it helped me out too, because, you know, primarily when I study Africa, I study the natural world. So a lot of the things going on with the animals and the plants and things, and with the climate, I was already familiar with. And I think that's also one of the problems, is that when they go on these digs, they don't take any like animal or plant experts with them, you know? So you're kind of left to your own devices if you don't have anybody that has a familiarity with it, because everything on those pots exists. Like there's nothing that's, you know, there's nothing really supernatural there or anything. I mean, it's just animals, plants, man-made items like boats and things like that, you know? So if you understand the culture somewhat, and you're able to discern what animals they are and why they would possibly be there and things like that, if you're able to do that, you can figure this stuff out, you know, because it's not impossible, but there's just a lot of work that has to be done, you know, and you always have to leave room for you maybe to, you know, to make adjustments, because that's what science is. You know, you don't have to stick to this one rigid thing. You know, you have to leave room that you might be wrong and something might need to be corrected later. And that's a big part of creating a method, you know, is that you have to be able to have checks and balances, because that's really what it's for, you know.
now you've heard us have these other
Excellent point.
conversations, like on
Excellent.
cattle.
Agreed.
I'll stop because the sister wants to speak, so I won't ask you my question. So go ahead, Sister Jalanja.
I was saying excellent point. Agreed. I wasn't trying to break your bell, dear.
No,
You have your hand up as well. Did you have a
Oh,
question?
I
as well?
did, but Reggie was still talking. I wanted to ask our guests a couple of questions from the chat, if it's appropriate to do so right now.
For sure.
So just to clear it up for the chat, can you please clarify your credentials, if you don't mind?
My credentials?
Yes.
Well, I'm an independent researcher. I always have been. You know, I don't claim to be anything or anything like that. I'm just another guy out here trying, that's all. And so, you know, everything starts with a general interest. And it's just, you're just trying to figure things out. I'm not trying to prove or disprove anything. You know, you're just trying to figure things out. That's all.
So do you consider yourself an autodidact? Are you degreed in any certain concentration? And could you clarify the conference that you were that you participated in? The AR something?
Yeah, the ARCE is it's an acronym for the American Research Center in Egypt. They have a conference yearly, and I went to that this year and presented because I'm a member. You know, so you don't necessarily have to be a member, I don't think, but you have to pay a fee. It's just a bigger fee. But I do read Methodological. I finished Moot Rickety school, so you know I read the Methodological. I have an associate's degree in information technology, but as far as like the other stuff, I'm not degreed in any of that stuff.
Your presentation is on YouTube, right? Where is
It's on the ARCE channel, but it's not on YouTube. They have a channel on Vimeo.
Okay, so I will find the link and I will put it in the chat, right? So that they can actually see your presentation from
those questions for me was to no disrespect to you. I just wanted to clarify, it was questions asked in the chat. We sometimes have these discussions on, you know, how do we qualify an expert and things of that nature. So I wanted you to just explain, you know, your own personal situation.
No, that's fine. That's a fair question. There's no problem.
Thank you.
Mhm.
He's not an expert, but he's an advanced student of Dr. Richetti Ahmed. So he is one of the best meta-nature readers that we have. And so one of the best, not, I mean, he watches Smash, right? What do you think about Smash, Jonathan Owens?
What do I think about him?
Yeah, Jed, you've seen his work. What do you think about him?
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't watch a lot of YouTube stuff, to be honest with you. But I do check out, his channel. I think that ultimately, as long as we're trying to get to the end of something, ultimately, it's all good with me, right? And that's kind of how I feel about it. As long as it's not pointless and it's not it's not a peeing contest or anything like that. It's cool with me. I don't knock anybody for what they do. As long as you're trying to get answers, that's the main thing, and that you're willing to put the work in to get the answers.
I'm gonna find the booklet, right? So give them your government name. What is your government name? So when they look at the booklet, so they know who it is. So I'm gonna put the booklet in the regular chat. And
okay. The abstract booklet.
yes, I'm gonna put the abstract booklet in the regular chat, and then I'm gonna find the video.
Okay. All right. Yeah. It's in there. Reg, it's in alphabetical order by the first name. I can't remember what page it's on, but yeah, my name's Lamarson Ford. It's on the video too. You can see it if you get the video.
I'm going to find the video, and I'm gonna post it. And unless there's any more questions, I
have a quick question, because I really like how the brother sort of talked about the multidisciplinary approach, right? The importance of that, right? We always talk about that on this channel in terms of, how do you really get to the bottom of, and have a really firm scientific understanding of when you're doing these studies, right? And you mentioned introducing climate science into the conversation, right? I really would like for you to kind of dig into that, right? The importance of maybe having the multidisciplinary approach just a bit more. You kind of touched on it, but I would really like for you to sort of tease that out just a bit more. How climate science and that multidisciplinary approach actually helped you in your advanced studies.
Oh, well, what happens is if you try to take one approach, you just use one discipline, you're going to run into problems, because what happens is if you approach it from one angle and if you're actually getting somewhere with your research, you're going to end up having more questions. That's just a natural part of it, right? You're going to end up, if you ask one question and you try to solve it, you're going to get 10 more along the way, right? So some of those questions you have are not going to fall within that one discipline that you're trying to work with, right? So you're going to have to go into other disciplines to get your answers. And you have to be willing, if it's a discipline that you're not really familiar with, you have to either put in the effort and get into that discipline yourself, and just be willing to take the time that it takes. I mean, it's not going to be something necessarily that you can do in a week or something. Sometimes it takes years, right? Or you can just defer to people who already have it, right? And so, but all of that's a part of doing a literature review, because, obviously I can't go to these places and get this stuff out of the ground. So I can't do that. So I have to refer to the people that do it. So you end up in the journals and things like that, right? So, and you read a lot of articles and things like that. And it's important too, to study the chronology of the scholarship on a subject. You have to go back as far as you can and see how the scholarship has developed and where it's gone in the subsequent years between you and the time it was first studied. Because if you have a chronology, it helps you to contextualize the things you're looking at, right? So, you look, like I looked at stuff from, just hundreds of years ago when they were first starting to dig the stuff out of the ground in Kemet, and just worked my way up. And when you're doing a literature review, it takes time. You know, it takes a lot of time. Like I said, I did it for 2.5 years. And there's things that are constantly coming out, you know, so there's going to be things you haven't seen yet. So you have to be like, okay, I need to stop and do this. And I got to check this out and those kinds of things. And when you're doing that kind of work, you're going to see things from different disciplines, right? So even if it's not your thing, you do have to have kind of a grasp on it to at least be able to understand it, right? And so, because you're talking culture, right? So culture is not just made up of one thing, you know? So you have to engage all of those different things in some kind of way, right? Especially when it's just you. Like, I don't have a team, it's just me, you know? So I kind of have to.
And that's the interesting thing when you're doing advanced research, you're doing your initial literature review, then you go in and say, okay, well, how do I actually analyze some of the data that I've collected so far? How do I build models? And then in the middle of it, I have to go back, right, and do an updated literature review, to kind of figure out what is transpired since the last time I took a look at the existing body of literature. So it's like this ever evolving, growing thing in the middle. It's sort of like building the plane while you're flying it when you're doing advanced research as well.
Absolutely.
Right. So that's a really good point.
Yeah.
I put the video of I put the Arsh abstract booklet. And I also put his video of his presentation in it. And when you listen to his presentation, you are going to hear a lot of similar stuff that I've talked about in this chat, these presentations about the origin of writing. The other thing is, can you, just a shameless plug for me, how valuable is my museum tours?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of the things that we have here at the museum where I am, most of it comes from the Metropolitan Museum anyway. So, and the Kemet section is small, like it's like in one room. So I knew I had to actually go and see the pots, right? So, because Reggie knows his way around the museum, like, you know, he walks around that place like it's his living room. And I give tours at the museum here, and just to see him do that in a big place like that, like it's crazy, you know. And there's a lot of stuff in the Met to actually go through, even like with these pots, you know, there's a lot. And so it helps when you have somebody who knows what they're doing in the museum, because it's not as easy as it looks sometimes, you know, because you have to keep track of so much. And if I would have went there on my own, and I've never been there before, like when I went, that was my first time going, period. So having somebody with you that knows where everything is, and they can get you to it quickly, and you can take your notes and all of that kind of stuff, it helps, because that's one less thing you have to worry about. So you can do what you need to do because you have somebody that's like, okay, this is where we are here, and there's some other stuff over here that you're going to need to look at for what you're doing. Let's just go over here. We're going to bypass this because, you know, that really doesn't have that room over there. There's nothing there that really concerns what you do. You know, otherwise you can spend 5 hours in the Kemet section of the Met easy with no problem, and you could come out of there potentially and have almost nothing.
Okay, so I left you one day.
Reggie, let me ask you
one quick second. Last part. Last part, and I'm finished. So I left you one day. I left you one day, and I left you at the I got you into the library, right? So can you tell about the so I got you into the Met Museum library, right? And got you a card. Can you tell them about your experience there? And I'll stop. No more comments from me.
Yeah, because you're making it easy.
The museum in the Met is it's great. It's wonderful. If you like to read a lot, it's definitely a place you can go. Like I spent a few hours just browsing the collection of the stuff that the Met has put out, you know, because they have it all in there on the wall. So just being in there, and now, so like whenever I go, because when I go to a museum, that's usually the first place I like to go to is the library. So
okay,
so that was great.
You had a question? I'll stop.
Yeah, based off, how you doing, brother? I met you before.
Peace, brother Ankh. How you?
Doing pretty good.
All right.
Based off of your research, Reggie says
You tell me if I'm wrong, Reggie. Reggie says that the writing started amongst the Egypt and amongst the Nubians. Brother Sheffinel says that the Egyptians taught the Nubians. I say that early forms of writing is found in the Nakata period with different groups based off the skeletal remains. What do you say based off your research? Writing started amongst what? Did the Egyptians teach the Nubians? Did the Nubians teach the Egyptians? Was it, what say you?
Well, what I think happened is you're basically talking about a group effort, because there were all types of people that were in that area, right? Because like you said, you don't necessarily have these national identities yet. So because of what was happening in the environment with the Sahara starting to dry out, right? And those lakes and those ponds and those streams and everything, you know, that's usually the first thing to go. Those things dry up and then the animals leave. So what ends up happening is that these people who ended up staying, and there was a little bit of everybody there. There were people there like from further in Central Africa. There were people there from East Africa. There's people there from West Africa, so on and so forth. So what ends up happening is it's almost like how, you know, you have the cave art, and then there's motifs that are there in the cave art, you know, that's painted. And then you have the rock art where they're carving things. And so what ends up happening is still in the pre-dynastic period, these people that have these different, you know, traditions and things like that, they all end up kind of working together because the culture is there already. So writing actually comes out of that process. And so once you have the pottery, for example, as one of the ways to transmit the transitional phase between just the strictly pictographs, and then you have the rebus principle, all of that stuff is you're starting to see it on the pottery. So what ends up happening is before you get to Narmer and all of that, right, at the end of the pre-dynastic period, those things are already happening. So, you know, we tend to think about writing as somebody going and putting a sentence on a piece of paper or something, right? But the move from the pictographs to a writing system is the rebus principle. Once you have that, you have a writing system. Even if you're just writing names or just whatever, you know, it's no longer just about what the images are. You can actually take these symbols and construct other words that have nothing to do with the symbol. Once you have that, you have writing. And so that process is already starting to happen in the pre-Narmer period. And then it gets canonized, you know, in the pre-dynastic period before, you know, Narmer takes the throne. It's already set up, you know, and so that's already done by the time you get, you know, Kemet as, you know, whether it's Tawi or Tameri or Kenu or whatever it is, the writing's already in place before you even get to Narmer.
So your answer is there's no, you're saying, so it's basically no distinction, just groups of people coming together working and formulate a system basically. So you wouldn't put it on what later on would be called the Egyptians or later on be called the Nubians. So you wouldn't actually put it that way. You just say it was a collection of people prior to the onset of Nubia in Egypt, putting together collections of symbols. Is that your answer? Or am I mixing it up?
No, I mean, no, that's pretty much what I'm saying. Because I think if we get into, because you pretty much, like you said, you have these people that are in the Sudan, then you have the people that are in the area that would later become Egypt. And what happens is, I think, you know, the culture is already there. So, you know, at that point, they could call themselves whatever they want, right? But it's already there. And, you know, obviously you have these, you know, there's a divergence, and then you have what would later be, you know, Kush and things like that, and then what would later be Kemet, right? That comes out of that process. So, you know, I tend to think of it more as a process and things that like a continuum and things that are already happening, as opposed to getting bogged down in, you know, putting labels on who was here and this was here. And the statehood wasn't really there yet, right? So it gets to a point where when you approach it that way, it becomes problematic because details start slipping through the cracks.
Oh, see that statehood detail is very important. That's what I keep emphasizing, right? There's a difference between what you would say the emergence of culture and the emergence of the Egyptian or the Nubian state. Right. That's a very important nuance. So that's good.
So where you at?
I was let me ask though, in terms of the development of writing, you see it normally co-aligns with agriculture, right? So I'm saying, like, if we're looking at two different cultures specifically, and one are farmers and one are pastoralists, in terms of fine-tuning, right? Because just gathering symbols and actually putting it to the restraints becoming an actual language would be by a society that can grow large through farming. And then, it's about also the ability to have the type of wealth to have a group of scribes. You know what I'm saying? But all that comes with sustainability. So wouldn't it make more sense though that you would, even though you've seen the symbolisms of it, right? Because it don't come out of nowhere, but the actual development and formation of what to become writing, which they date at the Egyptian period, is based on the fact that one was agricultural and one were pastoralists.
So I want to make sure I understand the question you're asking. So are you saying that like writing it comes out of the agriculture as a comparison to like the pastoral traditions?
We see it aligned with agriculture.
Okay.
Because in order you got you got to develop forms of sedentary situations normally, mostly when you right. And so with agriculture, like I said, now you gain wealth. People don't have to go out and hunt. You have people, you can send people out to get food or farm, and now you can assert manpower to scribes. You understand? So that advantage would be way more fruitful than a pastoralist culture, especially in the area that they were in. Some of the stuff weren't as fertile when you're dealing with the Fertile Crescent and such.
Well, so Jed, I think
Let him answer. Right?
Wait, no, but I'm gonna add to it. I'm just
Reggie, how you jump in like that though, Reggie?
I'm gonna add to because I can, because I can.
Because you can.
Answer though to the question.
Was
Reggie.
Both?
Reggie, that's rude.
Was the culture both?
Reggie, that's rude, Reggie. We don't need you coaching. Let that man answer the question, Reggie. You is. Let the man answer the question.
I work with him. See,
so what? So what, Reggie?
With him.
So what, Reggie? That don't mean you can coach him and answer the question.
Okay, they think I'm coaching you. Answer the question.
Thank you. Then you can come in if you don't think it was answers good enough.
They work together.
Jesus Christ.
But they work together. Why Reggie couldn't answer? Why y'all being like
the contrarian right now, yo? So don't do that to me. If a person asks me a question, Chef, let me fall on my sword. Y'all
let me answer for you.
No, you go back and forth. If Smash is on or somebody else,
going back and forth right now. You're causing the back and forth, Reggie. Reggie, you're actually causing the back and forth right now. We calm. I
know the game. Okay,
we're not even doing that game though.
What I'm saying makes sense.
That man done forgot the question by now, yo.
Go ahead, Reggie. Answer the question, Reggie. I refuse to hear him say it now. I want you to do what you was doing, Reggie.
I'm not going to answer the question.
Do whatever you was going to do.
What I was trying to do is the question was a little confusing. He was making one over the other. So no,
I didn't make one over the. I was making a position, not necessarily one over the other. You get the symbols, but I mean, you would have to. The argument is about. I mean, my argument is clear. It's about resources and having the ability to divert manpower that you would send for food. Now you can put that towards scribes and artists. Is like that's why it co-aligns with agriculture and not pastoralism as a rule. That's what I was saying. Like, he can explain to me how my thinking is incorrect or whatever. I just want to hear his response.
Well, I mean, I don't think what you're saying is like wrong, like wholesale, because it happens like that sometimes. But one of the problems is that you have to look at what was happening in the Sahara at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so over time, what's happening is, as it's the drying of the Sahara is initiated from the upper part of the Sahara, right? Because what ended up causing it was there was this Arctic wind that was blowing down from the north,
right?
And it pushed all the warm air out, right? So what happens is, this is why you end up with the Sahel, for example, because the Sahel is an ecotone. It's a transitional ecosystem between the savanna and the desert. So when you think about it from that perspective, these people were already cultivating things, right? And so, because when they look at farming now, they don't necessarily look at it like agriculture and stuff. It used to be they looked at it like it was just like this big thing. It signals civilization. They don't really look at it like that anymore. Like, they haven't for probably about 20 years or so. But when it comes to what you're talking about, I think you're talking about like counting and keeping account of what you have and things like that when it comes to grain and stuff. And if I'm correct in understanding.
And the resources to divert muscle that would go to food collection. Now that can be diverted to actual scribes. And now you can develop your specifics, your artisans, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay. I understand what you're saying. So yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, all right. But and that's why I was saying what I was saying about what was happening with the Sahara, because
familiar with that.
Yeah, and so I mean, I'm just laying a base for the conversation. That's all. But what was happening with that, it's just like anything else. It's like what's important to you, right? So when you have pictographs, see, that's the thing with the Medu Neter, is that it doesn't like become an alphabet or anything, and it doesn't become like abstract, right? You start with images, and then the script itself is based of those same images. So what happens is a little different than like, how you're talking about how like, you have to, it comes out, a lot of these scripts, they come out of counting and then, so on and so forth. And then there's a process that starts. I think that there's something happening there, because like I said, there's more work we have to do, but I think that there's something else happening there. Especially when you consider, like I said, with the Medu Neter, it starts out pictographic and then it doesn't lose its pictographic value, but you can use those pictographs in different ways. So the way that
they can borrow it, they could just borrow what was already culturally, and
right. So
the actual system.
Right. Yeah, I think, like I said, there's more work that needs to be done on it, right? And I'll be the first one to tell you, brother, I don't have all the answers, because we don't have enough people doing that actual work, and they haven't been doing it long enough, right? So there's so much more to do. There's so many more questions I have. Like, I have a moleskin that, and there's like 100 pages in it, and it's just research questions, right? Just on this particular topic. So, and I haven't even gotten halfway through it yet, right? So it's going to be a while. So when it comes to that, which is actually one of the questions I had about what you were talking about, but I don't really know if I'd be comfortable answering that question as of right now, because I don't think that I really have enough information to answer it definitively.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer right there. Yeah, see, Reggie? See how smooth that was?
Reggie was on your mind.
Chef, where you at, Chef? Don't be quiet now.
I'm not engaging in this. I'm still on you.
All right, good. Yeah, we right here. Good. Stay on me. And then next up, the Badarian culture. Yeah, that's how we're going to do that. So, okay. So your studies extend to the Medu Neter. Are you familiar with cultures in pre-dynastic times, like the Badarian culture, the Nakata culture?
Yeah, I looked at I looked at the Badarian culture as in like the pottery and stuff too, because I was, like I said, I tried to go back as far as I could. So I ended up having to look at all of that stuff. So yeah, it's like when it comes to the pots in particular, yeah.
So how do you distinguish Badarian culture, Nakata culture, Nakata 1, Nakata 2, the Gizian culture, which is probably Nakata 2 culture, I think that's it, and what later on will become Egyptian culture? Is there distinguishing factors there, or is it just all Egypt, or is it cultures geographically located in these areas, Upper and Lower Egypt? How do you make that determination? I'll tell you what I'm thinking. What I always thought, and if I'm wrong, y'all just correct me. I thought they were distinct cultures. Okay, and out of these distinct cultures, you would end up having civilizations like Egypt and a quote unquote Nubia, like your A group, your C group, your X group. That's what I always thought. But I never thought that the kind of Badarian culture was actually Egyptian culture. I never thought that. Now, if I'm wrong, just tell me I'm wrong, brother. That's where our argument is right now.
Okay. Now that's a good question. If I'm looking at like the pottery, you can see how like the motifs change. And a lot of the times the motifs will change according to the necessities of the people. A lot of the times, right? Because this stuff is functional. It would have been used, except for like the funerary pottery. That seems to be something that people would put in a grave, just like how, you know, we might put a memento or something in somebody's coffin today, right? So, but when you look at the pottery, it can give you a lot of information on that stuff. But like I said, we're just really, really far behind on it. But I do think that there were groups of people during certain times that were kind of doing their thing, kind of like what you were talking about with the, you know, you have these different cultures and they're all kind of doing stuff, right? But then they're also engaging together, you know, because when you get people together in close proximity like that, you know, they're going to interact with one another. I mean, there's no way about it. You know, they're probably trading, just like how you might go next door to your neighbor and say, hey, can I get a cup of sugar or whatever? And they just moved in and you don't know them. That kind of stuff, I'm sure was happening, right? Because, you know, they're human beings. So we have to keep the humanity intact when we talk about this stuff, because that's where all of the information is about what their aspirations and things were. So when you're talking about culture, I tend to kind of lean in your direction with it, you know, because we end up seeing later, like even before you have the statehood, you already have kind of like these city states, right? And so those kinds of, you know, people groupings, they don't just happen out of nowhere, right? Because it's not like, you know, you could say, hey, I'm moving to New York City. New York City's been around for hundreds of years. You know, you don't have that. So, you know, where the people are is just kind of where they find themselves. And then you get these city states out of it, right? And then you have the people moving back and forth and stuff like that. So wherever you have, you know, different values and things like that, you're going to have that cultural exchange. So it just seems to me that at some point, the cultures kind of converged and just became like a singular thing. And then you end up getting these other things that are offshoots of it, like Kemet, and then you end up getting like the stuff that was happening in, you know, Taseti and all of that kind of stuff. So I think I kind of lead towards, you know, where you are with it. But, you know, like I said, I could be wrong, but I mean, I'm just saying, you know, I'm not speaking definitively on it, but I'm kind of where you are with it.
Can I ask you a quick question? So the quick question is, now these conventions that we use, Nubia and Nakata, right? And do you think that these are planned conventions to always try to designate Egypt as something else, even in its roots of Nakata, to make Nakata separate? So why isn't Nakata Nubian? When I say that Egypt is born out of Nubian civilizations, I see that Nakata civilization is a Nubian civilization, right?
But it's multicultural, right? Or you do not think that there are different populations on it?
No, I do think they are, but they're still the culture is more similar than it is different.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
And so, do you think that it's just terminology to say that, well, since this, we know now that the Nakata people was absorbed by ancient Egypt, they can't be Nubian, right? Instead of seeing it as it really is in its place, Egypt, the Nile Valley in its place, as all of it, the same groups of people, and not a Semitic population or Oriental population or a special population that Petrie tried to do with eugenics. Do you see that convention interesting?
Yeah, no, nobody's on here is making up those kind of arguments. So
No, I'm just asking him the question. I'm just asking, I'm not saying that anybody is here, but we do have people who come on this chat that start talking about a Mediterranean. For example, is Egypt a Mediterranean population? Let's just start there. Jed, Imam, is Egypt a Mediterranean population?
No, they all on their best behavior, scared to death to talk. They argue with me though, but right now, everybody's scared to death to have the car. Chef, where you at, Chef? Now, I don't think, I wouldn't say the Nakata culture was Nubian culture.
He asked that man a question. What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm jumping in.
To his guest.
Oh, I thought we could, he's talking to you, Chef.
No, he was talking to his, you know what? I'm deaf. I don't know what I'm talking about. You right,
Reggie,
you was talking to me.
Reggie, when you talking to them and then you ask him a question.
I was throwing a rock in the air to hit somebody while I was asking the question. But so
you said, let's start there. You was talking.
Hold on, Reggie. Who was you talking to?
You said Egypt and Mediterranean culture. Let's start there. You was talking.
No, Reggie.
That was
who
my
was you
last
talking
part.
to?
So
he
I
was
just
talking to the brother, yo. But then he threw a rock at you.
So since he's here and he studies the pottery and the cultures, would you ever call the Nile Valley culture a Mediterranean culture? Would you or would you not? And I don't. If you have to go, let us know. Because I don't want to keep you all night.
Yeah, Chef, easy. Yeah.
I got a few more minutes I can hang around, but when we're talking about the formation of the state, you're talking about something that happens closer to what we would call the South today, because that's where it takes place at. That's where the orientation of it is. So it wouldn't be oriented in the Mediterranean, right? So I don't really think you could say that and leave it at that and just say flat that that's what it is, just because of that, right? Because you would have to stretch the Mediterranean so far down. In a lot of ways, you would have to stretch it into what people like to call sub-Saharan Africa, even though I don't like to use that term. That's just the term that people use, right? If we're going to use a term like Mediterranean, which honestly, I don't even think it's necessary to even use that term.
So why isn't it? So then why or they draw a hard line between Nakata and Nubian A in conventions? Why is there such a hard line between, oh, that's Nakata 1, 2, and 3, and then there's Nubian? Where's the gray area? Why do you? So I'll just
Are there cultural differences between Nubian A group and what they're labeling Nakata people? Do they see distinctions?
Where's Nakata at? Like, let's stop playing.
There you go. There you go, Chef.
Yeah, are they able to make distinctions between? Why do they do that? I'm asking. Are there cultural distinctions, Jed?
Yeah, like the way I would put it, just to draw like a modern parallel, it's like if you have, like us that are here in America now, right? There's cultural distinctions between those of us who live in Mississippi and those of us who live in California, those of us who live in, Maryland or wherever, right? But there's a thematic unity in the culture, right? So the same kind of thing seems to have been happening there. So while you have these other people who are coming from these other places, and your culture is something you don't even have to put that in your back pocket, right? You just bring it with you because it's your culture. It's wherever you are. right? So there's a lot of that going on. And so what ends up happening is these cultures all kind of culminate, right? So when you have that kind of stuff going on, you can expect to see, the distinctions, and you can also expect to see things that are similar, right? And so what ends up, because culture really is just an agreed upon paradigm to help people solve their problems. That's really all it is, right? In a nutshell. So when you have those kinds of things going on, you're going to see things that are similar, and then there's going to be stuff that may not be so similar, right? So I tend to not necessarily focus on one or the other. I just try to see what's there, right? And so you're going to see those differences and you're going to see those similarities, right? So it's just something that you kind of expect from a cultural anthropological perspective.
Yeah. So everybody good? See, Unc zoned out, falling back.
I ain't zoned out. Can't believe y'all. Scared to death.
Scared of what? I already asked my question. He said he don't feel.
Chef, scared to death. Where you at, Chef? I think we had a good conversation going on about Nakata, A group, and all that. We want to hear your stance on it.
Nah, I won't argue with you.
Okay, I figured it. That's what it was. I was winning last time I checked.
No, yeah, because you ran off and did some wild shit like you usually do. You know what I mean? But I didn't look up the words, the sketchy parts. So I'm on you. I'm
go ahead. What's the sketchy part?
No, finish your conversation.
No, we talking about Nakata.
Look, man, you got all week. Like they ain't even.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
So what's this? I want to hear the sketchy part though.
No, see, you get focused on what you, and we got somebody on here that we can have a cold conversation with, and you won't worry about how you wrong. You always wrong. Don't worry about that.
Jad, what do you consider the beginning of Egypt, or what we would call Egypt? Like what time, what date would you put that?
What date? You talking about the formation of the state, you mean?
Yeah, like where you can say, okay, this is Egypt.
That, and you know what, brother, that can be a hard question to answer sometimes, because a lot of that stuff is older than they say it is, right? And so when you start getting into dates like that, it can be problematic sometimes just because of that. But what I can tell you is that the culture is already in place. I think sometimes we tend to think about it like Narmer comes and he unifies the two regions, and then when he does that, the culture pops up, right? You know what I mean? And it's not quite that simple, you know. You have to kind of have something to stand on first, right? So I would tell you that, you know, the culture is actually in place first, and then, you know, the two regions get unified, and then there's a lot that comes along with that when you have that statehood and things like that. And then, you know, because everybody kind of has something to kind of rally under, you know. And so, but the city states and stuff are still there. You know, that actually leads to the first intermediate period, because you had these guys doing power grabs in these city states because they wasn't feeling having to pay taxes to you know, the ruler, for example, right? And so that's one of the things that leads to the first intermediate period, because they were fighting over the resources and things. But so it wasn't something that was smooth transition, and it wasn't something that, you know, everybody was on board for. But yeah, the culture was already, you know, pretty much solid before Narmer comes forth and unifies the two regions. So yeah. So generally, I just tend to try to leave it right there.
So, but Narmer was not Egyptian. What was his culture?
What?
Narmer was not Egyptian.
He was Nubian. What was he?
I can't do this shit.
He was Nubian, like make it.
I knew I was gonna throw a rock.
What was he? He wasn't Egyptian. He was what? Like,
all right, let's ask him. Let's ask the guest. What do you think?
He was Mesopotamian.
Jad.
He was the Scorpion King.
Where you at, Jad?
Yeah, I'm here. You are a troublemaker, sir.
What do you say Who do you say Nama was?
Well, I tell you right now, he definitely wasn't a Mesopotamian. I tell you that. But
was he an Egyptian?
Well, he wouldn't be that before you have the state identity, right? Because that's really all it is. It's just a state identity, right?
Yeah, argue me down about that.
Yeah, that's really all it is. But because the culture was already in place. It was the same thing.
What culture?
It was the same thing in the United States, for example, right? They wouldn't have called themselves Americans, or whatever, because the statehood hadn't been established yet.
But George Washington and them was calling themselves America before the state was codified.
Yeah, they may have been.
We have their documents.
Yeah, right. But yeah, I'm aware of that. But what I'm saying is that there wasn't this state identity of we're all Americans and this is what we're doing and all of that. That didn't quite exist yet in the subsequent periods when you have these people coming over here on these boats and things like that. That was something that happened closer to the time of the state formation when, they were fighting the red coat situation and all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Like this situation with John Hanson. John Hanson was not the first president of the United States because there wasn't a United States. It was the Continental Congress.
Right.
All right. And so to make the mistake to say that John Hanson was the president of the United States or the first president of the United States, let alone the pseudo claim that he was a Black person, which is ridiculous. But to stay on fact and to stay on point, John Hanson would never been considered the president of the United States, right? He was in charge. He was elected in charge of the Continental Congress, and there were several people before him that were in charge of the Continental Congress. Two separate things right there. So I think that's probably a better example. But
he was a president, but
was
he a president?
No, he wasn't. The term president wasn't even in play yet. Nope. He wasn't never elected president.
Bet money.
Bet. Yeah, he wasn't. He was not the president of the United States. He was the Continental Congress.
I said, was he a president?
No, he couldn't have been a president. President of what, Chef?
Of the Continental Congress, what you just said.
No, nope.
That was a trick question, or he was going to get you with the president.
No, he wasn't president of the Continental Congress. Yeah, put some money on
You
that.
just said he was.
I didn't say that. I said he was not the president of the United States. I said he was elected leader, official of the Continental Congress, not the president.
You said president, but we can move on.
Okay, and Ngozi
we can hit
said
the
he
rewind
would
on
come
that.
but I did ask Jed for a few minutes of his time. So
Appreciate that, Jed.
Stop. So
yeah,
I don't
no
know
problem.
If Ngozi coming on or not.
Go, right? You rush the man out the door.
No, why are you rushing them off?
I'm not, because I asked him to come on. You saw me on the phone trying to get him on, right? And he said he had a few minutes, so I don't want to take advantage of him.
Yeah, for sure, bro.
I really do got to run. I got some reading to do before I go to bed, and I got to get up in like 4 hours and do some more reading. So yeah, but no, I appreciate y'all having me on, man. I really, really do. I appreciate it.
You gotta come back and talk about the blacktop pottery. I got some questions about that in terms of just getting really into some of the architectural wares that you're looking into. So I'm kind of interested in that as well.
John Hanson,
no problem.
President.
You're always welcome on the panel, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, y'all. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it went better than you thought it was gonna go, didn't it?
Brendan is my dude. He's somebody you could talk to because he does do some research. Okay,
hold on, Reggie. Hey, Jed, it definitely went better than you thought it was gonna go. See what I'm saying? We know how to chew our guests. We ask some hard questions, but we know how to straighten up, yo. Like, don't be confused about the back and forth that we do, yo. But we respect guests that come on the show, and there's always a different type of decorum. We're gonna throw some shots, but it's gonna be like it was. So we appreciate your expertise on your subject matter, bro.
Don't
appreciate
listen to him. I got two black eyes.
Yes,
I'm like a raccoon around here.
Hey, the brother backed up my point between the Egyptian statehood and the culture. We need to look at those nuances. So I'm perfectly content with the conversation, right?
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, don't talk that blacktop pottery though. That get all y'all. That's a Badarian. That's the Nubians. Explicit in blacktop pottery. that later on Egypt would adopt.
We gotta tease that out.
They don't. See, they don't. Okay.
Not the wavy line. We gotta talk about.
So we in the twilight zone. So
Pottery, they make very distinction between that black top and what they were doing.
No, you know what the problem is, and Jed, you could go right now after I say that. Anytime you say black on this show, they go bananas. So this is black top pottery.
They go
nuts. Black. So anyway, Jed, good night, man. You out of here.
All right, y'all take it easy. I appreciate it.
All right, bro. Appreciate you, man.
All right.
That was a good interview. Thanks for bringing them on, Reggie.
Good job, Reggie.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you that farming pastoralism.
Bird flutter on us.
Yeah, that farming and pastoralism that comes up all the time when you're talking about writing.
What? What'd you say, yo? You always making something up about farming. So what you? What?
He didn't have an answer.
How you gonna write when you farm? You ain't got time, no write when you farming.
That's the reverse of what they say. That's how you said the opposite of what they say.
I stay wrong.
That up, Sosa.
Yeah.
President of the Continental Congress.
Lord.
What?
President, not leader, not leader. President.
Man. I don't believe.
Stop your madness. You just started a whole bunch of lies talking about John Hanson wasn't the president. Then you gave some mixed up explanation why he wasn't the president. And he clearly was the president of the Continental Congress.
He wasn't the president of the daggone.
And that you say he wasn't the president. I ain't.
But that wasn't. Hold on. See. Okay, so I could take that.
Yeah, you just said that.
No. I can accept that, but that wasn't the example. The example was that he was the president of the United States. That was clearly why I was saying it. Whether I got the president of the Continental Congress part right, that wasn't it, and you know it. That once again you try to take advantage of me making a mistake on something.
You make too many
mistakes. You the whole thing.
You talk too tough to make those type of mistakes. That's my point, my nigga.
You let them swing. You let them things swing.
I can take that. I can take that blow. Lord have mercy.
Where ain't Gozy yet? Let's get Ngozi out the way before I run over Uncle real quick.
She ain't running over me.
I'ma run your ass over.
Not 11 o'clock at night and I'm getting up in the morning. I'm about out anyway.
You might as well get off here now because that wild shit that you pulled was crazy.
Okay, so what did I pull though? I'm asking you.
You actually pulled the hamstring.
Okay, what did I pull? I'm listening.
It's time for you to get benched.
No, what did I pull?
You pulled the hamstring and it's time for you to get benched.
Okay, so what happened? Who is Nakata? Who's in grave sites? What?
Get on his head, Chef. Get on.
Yeah, I'm on him.
Who's in them grave sites?
Who in them grave sites?
Yeah, and Nakata.
The people was in them grave sites was the same mixed multitude that was in Egypt that we already done talked about for the last 2 months.
Oh, so a Nubian type.
No, motherfucker. That's the part where you mixing it up.
Oh, so
these people. Then go ahead. I'm gonna let you go ahead.
Are you conceding?
You upping for no reason.
Are you conceding that there are Nubian types in Nakata that you would later on find in Egypt? So if they in Egypt, the Nubian types would still be considered Egyptian. Are you conceding to this point? Mixed multitude?
Hold on. No? When did we ever say that those types wasn't in Egypt?
Well, I'm done. You know,
No. So why? Hold on.
I'm saying you can see I'm done.
God damn, yo.
I just said I'm done. Go ahead. If that's what you're saying, you're conceding that I've had enough.
No, why would you make me concede that point when that wasn't the point?
Oh, that's not the point? Are you conceding? You're not conceding that?
Fuck. You know what, yo? I'm good.
What?
No, I'm good, yo.
No, what you trying to say? I'm asking you.
Yo, that was not the point, man. Sosa was making, yo.
Okay, what was your point? Because your point, you might have been right.
We was talking about pre-dynastic Egypt and whether Nakata was Egyptian. You went to cranial and skeletal remains talking about they were Horn Africans. The shit say that they was similar to people in Jericho. You know where that shit is at? In the Levant. It said it was people in the Maghreb. You know where the Maghreb is at? That's North Africa, Morocco, and all of that shit. So to try to nail it down and say, and then the skull morphology of Horn Africans, right, that got a high concentration of Western Eurasians in them, all of that shit could be clustered together anyway. But guess what it said? That Central Africans, Sub-Saharan Africans, and West Africans, that wasn't the type at all. At all, my nigga. But it clustered with Horn Africans, people in Western Asia, and people in motherfucking in the Maghreb, which is North Africa, west of Egypt. So if all of those three populations are, it's consistent, yo. That's saying that they are consistent, you know what I mean, group of people, and then they call them homogenous, moving north to south. Like all the other sources about Egypt say. So that was crazy to try to piggyback that like that, but that's what you do. Confuse shit.
You finish?
Get everybody all miscombobulated.
So you finish. So as usual, you do the flim flam bam boom, and you leave out essential parts. You do it all the time on a regular basis. You seem to leave out the element that people would consider to be more closely related, right, to people in the South. You left it out. And let me show you what you left out. And you did it on purpose. You actually did that on purpose. I can't believe you did that on purpose. You did that on purpose. You actually did. Wow. Wow. Didn't think you would do it, but you actually did it. So let me share my screen and show you the parts he left out. And he did that on purpose.
Didn't I say the Horn Africans?
Nah, you left out the important part, like the elite group. See, we're talking about
two people. That was only two people that they found. Jesus Christ.
You left them out. The leadership. You left the royalty. You left them out. Why would you leave them out? Like you
think I did that on purpose?
This is what you did. Yeah, you did this.
I just gave you a synopsis.
No, but you left out something that you left out.
All right, go ahead.
Explain. I was making you left that out. Like you did this. You did the Afro-Asian speakers. You did the Horn, did the Maghreb. You did the Bronze Age. You left out the Bronze Age, medieval period Nubians. Left that out. The specimens, you threw that in, but you definitely left this out on purpose. You did. The Nakata skeleton, also morphological. What's this? Promat. It say to modern
proximate.
My fault. Proximate series from
Europe.
What
does that mean? What does that mean?
Put that in. Approximate, nigga. I know what approximate means.
It don't. That don't mean that. That don't mean that. That don't mean that. That other stuff. Prefix is not on there.
What'd you say? Approximate.
The prefix that you just is not on there.
It is approximate. What are you talking about? Approximate. The hell out of here.
I said that.
Okay, and I said I mispronounced it, but I explained what it was. I said approximately. God damn it. And then closely related. Here you go. Cause of something. Closely relationship. Look, nigga. Look, I can mispronounce something all day long. Yo, misread it real good.
All right, get back to your point. Now we know what that means.
Now, let's get back to this.
Now make that make sense.
I ain't mad about misreading the word. Not even a little bit. So
all right, so now you know what the word means.
You left out the Indian subcontinent, then you left out this word, the however word.
Why would I leave out the Indian subcontinent?
You just left it out. You mentioned
so you think I did that on purpose?
I don't know, but you did this on purpose.
Oh, hold on. So I left the
No. I want to read. I want to leave what you really left out. Nope.
And I left the Indians out.
In the water.
Why would I leave the Indians out?
I don't know.
I'm
not mad at you. You didn't do that on purpose. So let me get right here.
But I left the Nubians out on purpose, right?
On purpose, yeah.
Okay.
It said, however, the Nakata fossils and these ancient recent skeletons were phenotypically distinct from fossils. This was you highlighted this. Fossils belonging to the modern Niger Congo, speaking population inhabited,
and tribal
Africa, as well as the Mesolithic skeletons excavated at Wadi Halfa. We know where that's at in the Nile Valley, right?
No, you don't know where Wadi Halfa at.
I do know where Wadi Halfa at.
Where don't click on, please don't click on it.
Why not? We're
right, that shit is right there in northern Nubia.
Right, okay.
Right, all right, now go ahead.
All right, let's go back. I'm scared to know why they have. It said, however, other craniometric studies have found Nakata skeleton remains to have strong African biological affinities, and they got all the sources right here. We can y'all should probably read that stuff like biological perspective of the relationship between Nubian, Eastern during the
Near East, all that. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's 2020. That's up to date stuff. They say in 1996, Lovell and Prowess reported the presence of individuals buried at Nakata, and what you said it was two. I don't see the two, I see individuals, but you threw that word two in there, and I think you did it on purpose. It says the presence of individuals buried at Nakata in what they interpreted to be elite, high status tombs. So you got some elite, high status tombs. It don't say two, he said there's two people. We hit a rewind. High status tombs showing them to be, and what?
Like they're married.
What'd you say?
They're married, like married couples.
Endogamous.
And they're megamous.
Oh, yeah, let's look that up. What's
like they're married. They're married.
In the same family, ethnic group, or related.
Okay, ruling or elite.
No, but look it up. Look it up.
All right, let's look it up.
Don't take my word for it.
I think you was right on that. Marriage within a specific group. Yep. All right. Yeah, I figured you was right on that. I took your word on it.
All right, now make that make sense with what we just read.
A highly showing them to be an enigmas. Am I saying it right? Endogamous, ruling or elite segment, who were significantly different from individuals buried into other apparently non-elite cemeteries. So it's basically saying that the people that was in the non-elite cemeteries were different than the people buried in the elite cemeteries. And more closely related morphologically to the population in northern Nubia. So in northern than those in southern Egypt. Okay. Then biological anthropologist Semantics. And
do you remember what we just read about Wadi Halfa? That was in the previous paragraph.
Yeah.
That was the northern Nubian type.
Okay. All right. Biological anthropologists Semantics and A.J. Bruce have stated that the studies of the cranial from southern pre-dynastic Egypt from the formative period 4000 to 3100 show them usually to be more similar to the crania of ancient Nubians, Cushites, Saharians, or modern, would you say Saharians? That's right? Or Saharians, or modern groups from the Horn of Africa than those of dynastic northern Egyptians or ancient or modern southern Europeans. So what's your point though? Where was I messing up at, bro?
No, I'm good on that.
Oh, okay, I'm good on that too.
You wasn't finished reading?
We didn't read all that. We'll read it again. What? This the part where Sosa made his grand entrance as if it stopped anything. You want to make the grand entrance again? Sosa, dun.
No, it was saying that the populations, was gradient, and it changed when you went closer to the south. That's all. They were just giving you all of the particulars of it. It's something that we had already went over till we was blue in the face, yo. So how does reading that change anything?
I just wanted to hear y'all say it.
Oh my fucking God.
I just wanted to hear y'all say it. Yeah, y'all wouldn't say it, now y'all say it, but watch this. Watch this. Here you go, Nubians. Look, an ethno-linguistic group of people who are indigenous in the regions which is now northern Sudan and southern Egypt. They originated from the early inhabitants of the Central Nile Valley, believed to be one of the earliest cradles of civilizations. Okay, they speak a Nubian language, parts of northern Eastern Sudanic languages. Okay, all right, Neolithic settlers have been found in Central Nubia region dating back to 7,000 BC, with Wadi Halfa believed to be the oldest settlement of the Central Nile Valley, parts of Nubia. All right, particularly Lower Nubia, were at times part of the ancient Pharaonic Egypt, and other times rival states representing parts of Monroe Kingdom, Kush. Okay, here we go. So they're indigenous to these areas right here. So what we talking about, Chef?
I don't know what you're doing.
I know if they indigenous to Southern Egypt, we've been saying that.
Yo, the border moved. That's what.
Oh man, here we go with the border, bro. The border ain't the border. No, suppose it wasn't the border. Are they indigenous to Southern Egypt, yo?
Yes, that's a border that.
No. Out the border. Before you got a border.
I don't want to get into that.
What you mean? You would have to have a state to have a border. You have to have a formation of a state that would determine borders, bro.
Right. So why would we get into that?
Okay, because I said indigenous to this area.
Right. So when I start saying that, y'all gonna say Egypt didn't exist at that time.
No, I'm saying
it was in Nakata.
No, I'm saying
all that whole
indigenous to this area, Chef.
Huh?
I'm saying indigenous people in these areas that would later on become Nubian Egypt.
My nigga, I understand what you're saying, right? And I can go along with you, right? But I want to be an asshole like you be an asshole to muddy the situation. When I know clearly what you mean.
Wow, let me get off that.
When I know clearly what you mean.
What am I saying? What am I saying, Chef?
When I say something clearly about Egypt,
let me hear a clear statement.
When you get to a point that you don't like, oh no, Egypt didn't exist then. That wasn't Egypt.
So you turned it all around, man. Come on.
No, but that's what you do. That's what you do. Right. So who started writing again?
Oh shit.
Did the Egyptians teach the Nubians how to write? I am a bloodhound. I'm gonna stay on my fucking point. All that horse and pony show that you did ain't gonna get away from my initial question to your ass.
No, that was the Reggie though.
No, it was the both of y'all.
Nah, it wasn't no both of us. That was the Reggie. Don't play loud. That was Reggie said that. That was Reggie said that. My point's been clear. Don't play me. I ain't silly.
I asked the question and you dived in with Nakata.
I didn't dive in with that.
You dived in with Nakata.
I can reenact what I said though, Chef, if you so choose to hear it.
Hold on. I said the Egyptians, right, taught the Nubians how to write. And then you dived in with Nakata.
Why would I do that though, Chef?
I'm still trying to figure that part out.
Okay, so let me tell you the part. So we just read that in Nakata, you had elite, right? That were morphologically more closer to the Horn of Africa and Northern Nubians. In the Nakata period, you have the precursor to writing. So these elite, obviously the elite would have had to participated in this quote unquote pre-writing, bro.
So morphology tells you who a people is?
No, the culture itself. No, they was buried in Nakata graves.
Oh man, yo,
right. So this bit, watch this.
I like where you at.
No. Hold on, bro.
Because remember this though.
So listen. So if we got grave sites that are clearly marked Egyptian, right, that clearly have Egyptian wares in it, right, and if it's an Indo-European, quote unquote, huddle group in there, then we can safely say that Indo-European was a fucking Egyptian. And he practiced Egyptian culture based off the way he was buried. And there's no arguing with that. But on the other hand, if you find a Nubian type or quote unquote, what you call a Nubian huddle group buried in Egyptian wares and all that with Egyptian titles, then you would have to safely say the same thing. I know exactly what I'm saying, Chef.
They wasn't Egyptian. They wasn't Egyptian though, right?
Sorry, man.
According to you, they wasn't Egyptian.
I'm done.
Was they Egyptian?
I'm done. It's 11 o'clock at night.
Or was they Nakatans?
I'm gonna give you some sleep, man.
Which one was they?
You switched it. You know the point I was making. I was talking about the Egyptians. I moved up to the Egyptian period. When you asked a question, I explained it. You tried to act like that we could not tell if a quote unquote cranial metrics or skeletons, whatever the hell, was actually in a particular cultural grave site.
I never said that. What the fuck?
Oh man,
you got it, yo.
You wild out.
You got it, yo.
Yo, you argue for a year.
So you
when I say a person that you consider to be a
Egyptians. So you proved that the Egyptians didn't give the Nubians writing because
I didn't say that.
Because of Nakata.
No, I didn't say that though. That's the point.
So what the fuck?
So you agree?
My point was, Mike, come on, bro. You gotta know what my point was. My point was during the formative periods and the precursor to writing, you had the Nubians types down there, so you wouldn't have needed.
You're talking about race.
You showed them about the pre quote unquote writing system. Obviously, these elites had to participate in that.
So you talking about
No,
race?
I did not say that the Egyptians did or didn't teach anybody. That was Reggie's stance. I simply made the point.
So you didn't move to race.
Elite being in the Nakata period.
So you didn't move to race or something, yo?
What you mean a race? That wasn't no race.
You talking about skull formation?
Skulls does not identify a race, bro.
It God, yo.
Listen, here's
bro.
the clarifying piece, though. If we can find the earliest Nubian writing, right?
Thousands years later.
Right?
That's 1,000 years later.
Let's determine what was the origin of that early Nubian writing, right?
Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Brendan.
Was that the Meroitic script, or was that something that predates the Meroitic script?
Well, they hadn't even deciphered that yet, and they got lucky with the Meta with the Rosetta Stone. Else they'd be talking the same shit they talking.
How do we know? But my question is in terms of what was that early Nubian script that they used? What was the first one that we know of?
Hieroglyphics, the Egyptian writing.
In Nubia, I'm talking about in Nubia. I'm talking about it in Nubia. Remember,
in Nubia, let me repeat it. Mm-hmm. In Nubia, their first writing that we find in Nubia is the Egyptian writing. Then they later on used the Egyptian characters to create their own, to write in their own language and made their own script off of the Egyptian characters. That's what they did.
So you're saying that, in terms, just to clarify, you're saying that early Egyptian script that was found in Nubia, right, was something that was either borrowed or taken from Egypt, and it wasn't something that developed there in that region.
Exactly.
So that is something that's a research point. We can figure out. We should be able to determine the correctness or incorrectness of that.
Oh, it's correct.
Oh, I already agreed to it.
It's correct.
But that's why
I don't like Brendan.
Arguing
hey, Brendan, this one I don't like, Brendan.
So they could put the writing.
Because again, we talk about Nakata, that Nakata script, or the early hieroglyphics that emerged out of Nakata, right? Are you guys talking? Is this something different than what?
I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about
how I was talking about that though, and y'all know it, and y'all say, "But why did this man read that article about Nakata?" Because we was talking about Nakata, and when these Nubian types pop up in the Nakata, where the precursor to writing is, y'all act like I didn't know what the hell I was talking. Y'all played that whole game for 2 hours straight, and y'all still playing that game. That's the craziest shit to me, that y'all don't get the comprehension that a Nubian type elite was
talking
in the
about race, y'all. He's talking about race.
And then you holler out race, y'all.
He's talking about race,
bro. Like that's the funny style you doing right now.
What's this type thing that you're talking about?
Man, the same type that you would later find in Nubia. What are you saying?
What's the time period of this early Nubian?
Brendan, am I losing my mind or something here, Brendan?
No. I want to keep going back
this
to
man
it.
keep hollering race, yo.
Because that's what you're saying.
No, you saying that, bro.
Yo, if we're talking about culture and
you're
writing,
saying that, bro.
if we're talking about culture and writing, how do you keep going back to a skull type? And how do those two things connect? Make that make sense to me.
All right. So be quiet. Let me make that make sense. So during the periods where they start to form the precursor writing, there is a particular type that you cannot leave out. That is my point. Now, whether you want to call that a race, whatever the hell you want to keep throwing in the monkey wrench in, at the end of the day, what I have clearly shown that there is a quote unquote Nubian type, Northern Nubian type, right? That's in the area that is elite, right? And have the precursor to writing, along with the rest of the types that's down there. So you can't leave them out. That is my point.
Whoever tried to leave.
Now, Reggie, on the other hand, said that the Nubians gave the Egyptians writing. I'm not in that conversation. I made my point, and I think it's clear. What I showed that type there, whether you want to make that another race, not whatever.
So you saying
there's another race?
So we got one side. We got one side saying that the Nubians gave the Egyptians writing, and then we got the other side saying the Egyptians gave the Nubians writing.
And then you got me saying that you got a mixed group of individuals that's at the origin of writing. That's what I'm saying.
So you had a type that was in Egypt, and then you had a type that was in
multicultural, bro.
In Nubia, right?
What
is these types? Hold on, what are these types, yo?
Morphologically speaking.
The morphology. Go into that.
No, I already read it. I don't got to go back to that. I done it. Prove my point.
We got to get to the bottom of this early Nubian script.
Nah, man, it's clear that the Egyptian script predate the Nubian script, but that's not my argument. That's Reggie's argument. Remember, my argument is that this quote unquote Nubian type,
oh my God, he keeps saying
are elite, buried in elite cemeteries. Last time I checked, in the history of anything, the elite are the ones going to school and writing this shit. The regular commoner ain't doing it.
Why am I the only one to hear race, yo?
No. The commoner ain't gonna be the scribes is gonna be people asserted to be scribes.
And I in terms of some of the research that I was doing as well, when you mentioned the elites and the early writings, I think it was it was about the distribution of taxes and that kind of stuff. So I can see what you're sort of hinting on there, right? Because they weren't just writing about just average stuff. They were writing about the distribution of items of value, right? So that's what they were writing about, right? So I see where you're heading with that, Unc. But again, I say I think the sources is gonna hash out this particular argument, but we have to get the argument sort of nailed down, right, before we can really do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because two Northern Nubian types are buried in the region, therefore.
No, see, why y'all keep wow, yo. So you feed into it. It wasn't two, bro. Like, why you do that, yo?
I don't get, how many was it?
It didn't say two, y'all. Like, why y'all do that?
How many was it? How many was it? Just tell me.
Man, it didn't say, but it didn't say two. Damn, you fell into what Chef just said. The two.
I could be right. I'm wrong on the two. I'll take that. That's cool. We don't know how many. We don't know how many.
I'm done. Well, they sure as hell ain't West Africans. I bet you we can agree to that, can't we?
Hopefully,
they sure as hell ain't the people we came from. We can
hopefully the Nubians is pastoralists and them
pastoralists.
Shit.
Yo, East Africans and Horn Africans, skull morphology is similar to Western Asians and Maghrebis, yo. So that's the whole point, yo. Like, but yo, he just muddied all of that up, yo.
And where's Ngozi? Ngozi, please click the link, yo, and explain that.
Ngozi
for
when we need
1
him, right?
minute, yo.
You jumped on.
I think.
Yeah.
There he is. There he is. He's on mute. Come on mute. I'm gonna ask him to come on mute.
Please, yo, explain that one, yo.
Don't go nowhere,
I ain't gotta go nowhere because at the end of the day, regardless of what you're saying, it's still a Nubian type. It wouldn't matter now, would it? Whether you want to make the Nubians another mythical people to come in Europe, that's on y'all. It's still the Nubian type. That's my whole point. I don't care what it.
How does the Nubian type make them?
They still. And so you saying it though? Let me get this straight. The only way somebody can change that is that. Are you trying to tell me that the Nubians aren't the Nubians now?
Who are the Nubians?
I don't care what you heard me. You give me the whole scenario about how they morphology is somewhere over there, but they still Nubians though, right?
Well, the Nubians mostly they were pastoralists, right?
Bro, but I'm saying, no.
They drunk milk.
I'm
gonna ask y'all one more time before I get off this show.
Don't get off.
Are the Nubians the goddamn Nubians? I don't care if they shit in Europe some goddamn where. They built the Kerma civilization and all that. That's what I'm saying. Y'all know what the hell I'm saying. I'm gonna ask you one time, are the Nubians still the Nubians? I don't care where they shit morphologically go. You can name people all the way to goddamn Hong Kong. They still the Nubians in Africa. That's my point.
They was in the Tufians.
Okay, whatever.
It was the Natufian skull that was similar. See, that's what you don't know. You don't read the whole article.
Man, that whole article saying about no damn Natufians down there in Nakata.
Yeah, they got do you find they had contact or at least to change all the way up to that Mediterranean, you know?
Yep, they was in the Mediterranean.
Oh, damn, what's the point? What's the point you making now? The Nubians ain't the Nubians now, huh?
I'm just saying,
I knew we was coming to that.
I
knew that was going to happen.
We'll call the Nubians at different stages.
Same Nubians.
At some point, we'll call the Nubians at different stages aren't unnecessarily the same people.
What? Now the Nubians ain't the same people? So you saying the Nubians is depicted on the Egyptian walls?
No, they say that Nubians are a multitude of groups. It's not like it is one homogenous group called the Nubians. It's a
okay. Now we
get correct
somewhere.
Or is that incorrect?
Now Nubians ain't the Nubians.
Is that correct or is that incorrect?
And then because the Nubians ain't the Nubians.
No, are there other cultures? Are there other cultures?
They know what they are. They're clearly Southern tribes. So that's what they clearly are.
You are a master at murkying.
How am I murking anything,
whole situation.
Wow.
Yo, you did this, yo. Just think about this. Just when you go to sleep tonight, we all gotta get off of here. Yo, just think about what you be doing, yo.
Wow.
Like when we come to clear points, yo, we ask who created writing, right? You
Reggie
threw
said
in
what? No, I didn't know. Reggie said
you
what?
Threw the Nakata in.
No, I didn't, bro.
And then you got to arguing about Nubian types. Just think about that, yo.
Wow.
Just think about that, yo. Do you be proud of yourself?
That argument, you be like, yo, we talking about culture, bro. Get out of here with all that craniometric bullshit, genetics, and all that morphology.
So now y'all gonna lie.
People are people, nigga. Culture, nigga.
Exactly. So once we catch on to how he's arguing, we start to argue and get on board with what he's saying, because you run the show, right? Whatever you say, we end up having to argue the way that you want us to argue. The moment we start arguing the way that you want us to argue, then you switch it back to something else.
Wow.
That's what you do.
That ain't what I did, bro. Y'all switched it. I didn't switch it.
All right, bro.
Yeah, I didn't switch that. I simply showed you the period where
when do we start talking about types though, yo?
When we read the article about Nakata culture and what was buried in the
we were talking about writing.
Okay, and you talked about writing, and I talked about the precursor to writing that you found in a particular culture called the Nakata culture.
So how
and I simply showed you people buried in Nakata graves, and y'all went nuts.
So how did we? If we're talking about culture,
right?
So,
and
anybody
Reggie said,
listen. anybody you force down our throats that anybody can be a Nubian and anybody can be an Egyptian, right? It's about the gods and the practices that they practice. So how do we get into type?
Yeah, I understand.
That's where I'm, like, why? How? What's going on?
I'm gonna say this one more time. As you
don't say it again. Don't say it again.
I'm gonna say it one more time. We were talking about the Nakata culture. The Nakata culture is clearly the culture where the precursor to writing started. I was simply trying to show you that you had more than just what you would consider to be the Egyptian type, what y'all consider to be the Egyptian type.
Oh, is it?
I said Nakata culture had an A group down there, and I said it 100 times, bro. Now, an A group is a culture. The Verdurians is a culture.
So any type,
and I simply showed
there,
you
right?
that within these cultures, they had different types. Now, back to the Egyptians. Y'all is stuck on Egyptians being one type of Homo sapiens sapien. Just a type, y'all stuck. And y'all always say, well, yo, but they Nubians. But wait a minute, but I said they Egyptians. So now I gotta go to the point where, yo, did you got different types of Africans?
We was talking about culture.
Regardless, an East African and South, they're still Africans.
When the last time we talked about a type, yo? You ran us off of that, yo.
We had to get you in culture because you were standing on culture.
Yeah, yo, you
that was your way of throwing out all genetics. All genetics because of culture.
All right, y'all won. All right, okay.
You went to the culture. What makes an Egyptian the Egyptian? What made the Egyptian the Egyptian, Remember his famous question? Oh, he ran. He ran. He loved weaving, tangling everybody up, the arguments, and he, like I said, he always was talking about race, y'all. Don't let him act like he wasn't. Now he's been talking about type for 2 hours, an Egyptian type, a Nubian type. He's always been talking about race. Always. Trust me. Black African power.
Hey, Uncle kill me sometimes where you'll make a point and then he'd be like, yeah, I got you. And he pull up a source. They'd be dealing with something you ain't even dealing with. And then he'd be like, boom, there. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't even arguing against that. You know what I'm saying? But he's smooth with it. He's smooth with it, man.
He definitely do. He'll run you down, whole bunch of rabbit holes, and the mom boy, I'm gonna have to hear all this shit all over again. I'm gonna turn my fucking phone off, yo. This man is obsessed. He gonna make Egypt black. Before it's all over, we gonna submit before he did. Trust.
That's why the focus is on Nubia, because Nubia has been established as black.
Right.
See it. So that's why
they trying to make the culture of Egypt come from Nubia. The right and the people, everything got to come from Nubia or beginning Nubia. That's how they gonna try to steal Egypt away from the Egyptians. These niggas think they slick, yo.
It came from black people.
Corey told y'all. He said, "No, you gotta take Nubia out. That's the queen on the chessboard."
Right, and I be like, why don't even with it's like they seem to stop at ASCAP. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but you got this bias there though. You got to assume, right? Because certain people in a particular type of thought process or certain things may be more in line with what they think. So yeah, okay, I agree with that. The only way to rule out bias is to do it internationally.
Right. ASCAP got to go take their show on the road.
Yeah, you know what I mean, and take that, take them punches and give their punches. But it's like they stopping right there and making that the authority. Like, you know what I mean? Like I did it there, they accepted it. Like, okay.
Yeah, it becomes an echo chamber, right?
Exactly.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
Anytime Asar and Reggie is presenting that aspect, like, what are we supposed to do with that?
Right, like if I'm presenting something contrary to your stance, if they accept it, then what does that mean? You know what I'm saying? That means, okay, tag at us. Yeah.
I'm curious if they do publish their conference proceedings outside, I guess, the broader academia, right? That would be, I guess, a starting question, right? Do they do that? Who knows?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, respect the brother Reggie and all, but I just feel like they can't be being dropped off in like the highest realm to really be critiqued. I mean, like it's just too much complexities in it. You know what I mean? I just don't see the time being placed in the, because when you see the people that actually put the effort in, and you read how long they've been doing this one thing, you be like, God damn, bro, for real? 20 years on this?
Right.
It's like, God damn. You know what I'm saying? And just the ability to switch. I'm skeptical. I just said I'm skeptical.
Yeah, but your video yesterday, when they talked about, how the Egyptians was colonizing the Nubians, Sosa, and you know what I mean? That's the part that they the Egyptians was, Egyptianizing the Nubians, right? So they can control them. So I mean, they ruling that part out. That's why a lot of those Egyptian motifs end up down in Nubia, right? And then the Nubians was mimicking a lot of the things that the Egyptians was doing. Like, but they hate to hear that. You feel me? If they all African, then what would be the problem?
Right. Because
you think what I'm saying?
Because when they colonized them, they took their things with them.
Right.
The arts and motifs and all that shit down there with them. So yeah, so sometimes you're gonna see it in Nubian graves.
Exactly. You dig what I'm saying? Exactly. So I mean, they traded with them. So you're gonna find overlap of shit and graves and you know what I mean? So I don't get what it's just a bunch of mess, man. Like,
right. Your source, I think your source, Sosa, described it perfectly. They called it the cultural entanglement, right? So they were so close that you couldn't really tell the differences. Give you an example, in terms of the ideology, right? From a political perspective, that whole idea of that sacred leader, that sacred king, the what they call it, the divine king. That was something that spanned through Nubia, Egypt, all the way up towards the Mediterranean. That was one of those, I guess you would say,
that's those human universalities.
Right. That was one of those things that was a common denominator, right, throughout that entire culture, and you can see it sort of move through that entire region there, right? So that was one element of entanglement that you have to be careful with when you're talking about, okay, well, the differences between the cultures and all this, right? So, and that's from one of the sources that I was reading, right? But
but they was giving examples in that video. That's why they
right.
They outlined it. I'm gonna show you adaption. I'm gonna show you adoption. I'm gonna show
y'all
you.
Know we got a strike on the channel for playing the Whitney Houston joint.
Whitney Houston song. I was wondering if that was. I was wondering if that was History with Psy, but it probably was that Whitney Houston.
Yes, it was the Whitney Houston joint.
Who played that song?
I did. That was my bad, man. Hopefully
Contested, said it was commentary.
Hopefully the channel don't get
No, we ain't get no penalty for it.
Yeah, we did put up a disclaimer
we get
before
no
we
penalty
played
for,
it.
yo?
No, they said nothing. It wasn't. We wasn't getting nothing taken away from us. For it, we got a warning.
They basically just took down the video. Right.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't get no strike.
No, it's not nothing harmful. We can go
was,
live.
They say English Brendan was ignorant.
Hey, if not, we wouldn't be live right now.
Right.
No, you get 3 strikes though. That's not true. You get 3 strikes.
Oh, that would be the third one because of the other one, right? That would be
crazy. Brendan.
Hey.
Yeah, hey, we had 116 late. Hey, hit the like button, man. Subscribe, man. Subscribe, man. Join the panel too, man. Don't be a chatty patty. Join the panel.
All right, man. I'm done. I'm done with them Nubians, man. Them niggas already in Europe. I'm done.
Yo said they always in Europe.
Morphologically, they look like Europe.
I love the Nubians, man.
Yo, they gonna take the whole Egyptian culture, put that shit up in the Caucasus Mountains. Fucking, I'm with y'all. Hell with it, shit. When goes here? I thought he was gonna come through and scream.
I think he at work.
Oh yeah.
But you know who they keep saying is morphologically different from all the motherfuckers?
Sub-Saharan Africa.
Yep. Western Central Africa. The shit that y'all keep trying to run away.
Guarantee. That's Sub-Saharan.
I ain't trying to run away from it, yo. Now the news.
Look.
What?
We African for sure. Them other motherfuckers.
Hey. They almost African.
Yeah. And y'all love them the most.
They're almost African niggas. You say the Egyptians is almost African. Damn, they're Africans. Then the white people got tired of it. They wanted to ride, so they just called them Africans.
And man, you look at the history.
Yo, science has been corrupted. They don't want to make the niggas mad.
When you look at the history of them, man, like, yeah, they did some trade, but it's like Egypt stayed smashed. And every time they get to smash the niggas down, they knock their niggas head off. Like, no. You know what I'm saying? Like,
they wasn't playing.
Every opportunity they got, nigga. Like,
the Egyptians wasn't playing with them motherfucking Nubians.
No games,
nigga. Yeah, motherfucking the Nubians came up into Egypt nicely, right? When the Nubians took over Egypt, man, they were so fucking happy to be up there. They started rebuilding them temples and shit. You know what I mean? Giving them all their money, all kind of goofy ass shit, man.
Championship. Like, finally, we try to get
y'all
these niggas.
Stop.
Look, the Egyptians was like, oh, these niggas all right.
Yeah. Shit.
Y'all tripping, yo.
Just like when Obama became president. Yeah, I mean, he ain't fuck no white people up. You know what I mean?
So the Egyptians were like an Obama dynasty.
Yeah, yo, the Nubians was the Obama dynasty. Yo, they came through and forgot about motherfucking Egyptians. Motherfucking got whole wall reliefs on their temples when they running them over with chariots and they all at the bottom of it. Man, fuck them.
And that King Tut shit when he smashed them nigga, that shit.
Yeah.
It looked like that.
Running over them with chariots and shit.
Oh, man, he looked
fucking
like
babies and shit.
Like Marvel Comics figure, like Nubian was just smashing these Nubian niggas. Like that shit was crazy. Yeah. It was not playing with them dudes, bro.
Wasn't playing with them at all. I'm disappointed in Nubian now, yo.
And the same with them damn Magi, like they fuck with some of them. They had some on the team, and then some of the Magi they were at war with, bro. They was
they were funny as shit with the coaching though, yo.
What happened?
He funny as shit. Yeah, and ain't that true that I was in the museum? Damn, yo, look at that man.
Yeah, he bait him in.
And ain't that true that I said the Pottery? Oh,
yeah.
Let the man talk.
Yeah, right. And can you tell him how important it is for Brother Reggie to do?
I ain't never heard of such in my life. That's like some Umar Johnson type of shit.
I
Hey, Chef, can you tell them how important Brother Unk is to the pseudo killers? Can you explain that to
Important
this
to
audience?
July pseudo killers.
Well, you have to. Oh man, who's that?
He just
Oh,
shot a bomb over top of his house.
Yo, you shot a bomb. Boykins.
Happy 4 pseudo killers.
Happy
That's
4.
Venice. That's Venice.
It's over. Yeah, it's over.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm in California. It's just getting started.
Oh yeah. You got 3 miles. You got 3 miles. That's
Check this out. Check this out. I'm in Marina Del Rey right now, over the water.
Okay.
That's fine.
With my food truck.
Oh, getting money. That's right. You getting that money.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, look, check it out.
Yeah, they're gonna be hungry after all that drinking and smoking, for sure.
Yeah, I just want to say shout out to y'all. I was listening to the conversation. It's a great deal y'all be having.
Appreciate it.
Please, happy 4.
Yeah, we fight like hell. In some kind of way, we done lost Nubian. I don't know how we lost Nubian.
You and Reggie.
We done lost.
That's to put that microscope on it.
Hey. So y'all trying to tell me now that Nubians ain't sub-Saharan Africans?
Oh my God, yo, where are we at with this now?
I'm just asking y'all. I don't like the term, but I'm saying, so is that what we saying now? I just want to make sure I'm following the conversation. That's all, man.
Who said anything about sub-Saharan?
Who are they? Who are they cranially? Who are they cranially and morphologically?
No, so then
your argument that you presented.
You tell us what they was.
Based on cranium and morphology.
Yeah, what were they?
Oh, we're not using that. We're not using that.
What type was they? What type?
Yeah, what type were you? You've been using type all night.
Type. African American type.
Yeah, right.
The Nubian was an African American type?
No, I'm tripping. Obviously, shit with the European mix, right? I don't know, man. We gotta put up the Nubian DNA and play that game next show.
Why?
But we can't be so hard on the Nubians for holding on to empire, right? So the best of them couldn't. It's very slippery, right? In terms of Egypt expanded its borders too broad, right? They lost it. The Greeks did it. Rome did it, right? Great Alexander, he did it. He tried to take his ass down there into India and
died. Died, didn't he die?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that lust for empire, man. It's very slippery.
Yeah. So, plus, it's really like, you know how they speak, like you fight with your neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when you an empire, everybody your neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
So now you, after all these wars, you keep having to extend it to push back different conflicts that happen in different regions. So eventually you going overextend yourself.
Right.
You got so many neighbors, so many warring factions, you got to keep pushing back and extending and colonizing, and before you know it, you done went too,
when the bridge too far, yo.
Yeah.
Hey, Chef.
Yo.
You see that I put in the phone? You like that?
Force of empire, right? That's the
What you think about that? That ain't bad, is it?
Oh,
yeah, that's cool.
Ain't bad.
You know what? And that's what I like, that we have those conversations that go beyond just the cultural. We talk about the geopolitical pieces. We talk about the genetics. It's a multifaceted angles of conversations that we have, right? And I think that really is unique in terms of what we do on this channel.
Yeah, we
family with that farming question. He was like, you know what I'm saying? I actually got that down as a question. I'm like, okay, well, since you got down the research question, then I guess we'll just stop at that. You know what I'm saying?
Keep bringing up those questions. So you know.
I almost didn't want that question answered, yo. We tried.
North African Mike said he won't come on.
North African
Mike. I'm not talking to Mike.
Destroy him.
Get on the mic, North African Mike.
Come on, Mike. Click the link. You bad.
I got 5 minutes with you, Mike.
See if you can get around Unk and the Nubians.
my point is, uncles, like, you know, they, you know, and a lot reason why I bring up pastoralism and agriculture, because they act like they don't really be seeing sometimes the complexity of culture and the importance of agriculture and pastoralism. They don't dig into the advantages that come from that. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was talking about the ability to divert manpower to scribes, like they don't even acknowledge that type of process happening. Like all those layers happen. You know what I'm saying? Like hunter gatherers ain't worried about no goddamn writing. Nigga, we gotta go get some food. We need everybody on deck to hunt. We need all of them on deck digging for scrubs and stuff. We don't got no time to be got niggas sitting down thinking about goddamn the Rebus principle and shit. Nah, moving. You know what I'm saying? Only when you start sitting down, now you got the food. Now you can start, you know what I'm saying? Listen, you can put people towards building. You know what I'm saying? You can put people towards writing, sculptures, landscape, you know, things like that. Like, but if you're a pastoralist and you're constantly moving, even though they have some sedentary stations, it limits who you can, what type of force you can diverge from your regular practices.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, the pastoralists and like you say that migrate, that culture that was sort of always on the move. They hadn't even got to the point where they could put down and think yet. They couldn't even build, communities with large numbers yet. They hadn't even got to the point where they were doing urbanization yet.
Right.
So you have to get the urbanization first, right, in large numbers before you can think about putting down the plow, and then just doing other things, right?
Right. Yeah. You gotta have that the economic resource.
Right? Yeah, it's stages to it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but I hear a lot of them make their arguments without even, just addressing. I mean, like nobody thinks writing pops up, but I know nothing pops up out of nowhere.
Yeah, that shit ain't no pop. Ain't no pop go to Wiz y'all.
Yeah, but there's a distinction between, grain collecting and farming.
Right.
That's
why they say
one is a precursor, but one is proper, and one you can sustain a more larger population.
Right. That's why they say that urbanization only happened in areas where it was very conducive to cultivating the land. Right. Like in Mesopotamia between Tigris and Euphrates and the Nile and the Indus Valley in those areas. Yeah. So there's places where they could actually do that, right?
Right. Yeah. Or just show me writing before niggas get agriculture. That'd be very interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like niggas just roaming around and developing writing.
Oh.
That should be dope as hell. Nigga,
what about the work they put painting on the cave paintings on the artwork and all that? That's time out, right?
Yeah. That's something you can do. Everybody can do in their downtime in that cave because they're gonna do their work during the daytime and they're gonna chill at night. You know what I'm saying? But then when the daytime hit, they back on it.
But their cattle was more than enough food though, yo. Like the beef industry ain't no joke.
Yeah, but that cattle can't.
Systems,
yeah, that cattle gotta go. That cattle they was talking about how certain places are gonna be seasonal, so that cattle gotta be on the move. You know what I mean? But you can't just start knocking down all your cattle to feed. You know what I'm saying? That's why they incorporated grain collecting. You know what I mean? You gotta keep that cattle for the milk. You know what I'm saying? And all the sustenance that comes from it.
Right, and I think is a big distinction is when we talk about writing, right? It has to be in the context of transmission of communications, right? Right, a consistent way of doing that, right? So okay, well I wanna transmit a message or transmit communications between parties, right?
I'll be down there tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if they were doing that with cave writings, right? I don't.
They could just be drawing their surroundings, drawing what's in their environment.
Right.
You know what I mean? Day to day life.
Yeah, the transmissibility of it. That the writing lends credence to that. I think.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Sosa? Hey, so basically, like what you're saying is like, so farmers had a higher chance to create a high how you say civilization based on that they was farmers.
Right.
Yeah, based on the fact that they're sedentary and they can now start to produce a larger population.
Right, right.
A lot of times,
they can settle down and build.
Yeah. And a lot of times that's why those agricultural societies will spread and then dominate those pastorally, because in time they outbreed them. The numbers become too large.
Like we can even transfer that to modern times. Cause if you see what's going on in Africa now, right? Like because of the country being in shambles, they don't even have time to really build, to build up Africa. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You still see this same thing playing out. It's not necessarily farmers, but it's the same concept though. If you don't have time to, to build education and all these other things, then your country gonna be in shambles.
Right, and that larger country would basically get to a point where they'd be like, you know what, we're gonna take that block right there.
Right. You become easy to take advantage of.
Yeah.
So that's why. So is that why the Egyptians conquered over certain Nubian groups, because they had a higher way of living?
Yeah, that population group. You know what I'm saying? But what we do know is that, from ancient times to now, pastoralists and farmers don't ride with each other, though. That's a counterculture to each other. They can't exist on the same playing field, because one needs to roam around, and you got a farming people carving out blocks that you can't come to now. And they want the best, and they want the best. They farm and they want the best areas.
Right. So farmers make borders.
Huh?
The farmers is the ones that created the borders.
Pretty much, that's how they lay it out. You know what I'm saying? With the farming, you get farming, you get classes, different classes. Because the elite ain't finna go out there and goddamn cotton field.
Right. Because once you start farming, you okay, you can't come in this land no more.
Right.
You feel me? You can't be fucking up my crops and all that type shit. Right. You feel me?
Yeah, and you pastoralists, you might just say, fuck, I'm gonna run up in there and grab some of these coins.
Right. So the pastoralists is basically nomads. They just travel.
They weren't accumulating resources like that. And that was a good point, what you just mentioned. We talk about the class pieces, right? It's you don't really see a class distinction amongst nomadic tribes and nomadic people groups. You see that emerge out of sedentary groups, because it's more conducive to the accumulation of resources. As soon as you get the accumulation of resources, that's when you see the class distinctions start to happen.
That's crazy, because it's still going on to this day, right? Because you know how we all grew up in the ghetto and shit, so you know how our parents had to keep moving and shit. You feel me? We was never able really just to be in one spot in one good school. You know what I mean? We had to keep moving and shit.
You guys speak for yourself on that, but I emphatically disagree with y'all 100% on what y'all just was talking about. There is no evidence that the Nubian population was smaller than the Egyptian population. There's no evidence that the Egyptians had more cachet and more money and more power. There is no evidence to that at all. They traded, they did all that.
I agree with that.
Yeah, so I don't know.
The Nubians had. But you gotta remember that whole Nubian thing is more than one group. You feel me? So it's what group we talking about?
Yeah, there you go. Where we're at? Which one?
It's what group we talking about?
Yeah,
because you gotta remember, and then you gotta think too. They had all the damn resources in Nubia, the gold and all the shit that was really worth something was in Nubia. But it was so many groups, so you don't know.
Egypt was in the Fertile Crescent,
Yeah, exactly.
Some areas of Nubia were farmable.
Right.
Yeah, some area of Nubia was farmable, but a lot of it was unfarmable, wild plants. You can do nothing.
Yeah, but you're right. While the Egyptians had farming,
but when Nubia at the height of its trade, they weren't moving around like that, right? They had
What point? What period?
Sort of I'm talking about when they were actually doing trade with gold and all that stuff with Egypt. When I guess you would say around the Middle Kingdom and stuff like that, they weren't like nomadic, right? The Nubians weren't.
No, because like I said, they still had because I said some of the area was farmable, so they did have a smaller farming community, but it was just much smaller because the other parts of the land were unfarmable. You know what I'm saying? So they were mainly pastoralists, but they still had some farming communities also. So you get a sedentary and movement.
Where was most of the farming going on in Egypt? In the Delta?
Up near that black sit that they brag about. That fertile land.
And that so I'm saying which part of Egypt was the most fertile?
I can't.
No, all the way to the first cataract. It was all fertile because the river could actually cut through the dirt. But then after the first cataract, they couldn't.
Well, Happy lived. Yeah, Happy lived at the first cataract. That's where the flood. That's where the flood happened at the first cataract. Yeah.
Right, because that's why that trade route was very, very critical to Nubia, right? Because they had those goods coming in from inner Africa, right? The ivory and the gold and all that stuff, right? So it wasn't that they were just just underdeveloped. No, they that trade that they had there, right?
Yeah,
So
and Nubia was like they be talking about how Egypt became the middleman. Like they wasn't allowing Nubia to get their work off. And now the reason I'm saying, but not like they've been doing. Once they start walling them off, they now they the middleman. I get this shit for Nubia, all the shit for Nubia, and y'all got to come to us for all the shit for Nubia. Plus, you got to come to us for the shit we got in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Versus Nubia saying, nah, I'm gonna skip over y'all niggas. I ain't gotta deal with y'all niggas. I'm gonna skip over y'all and trade out there out in the Mediterranean. You know what I'm saying? So Nubia was kind of, not Nubia, Egypt was kind of like, we'll be cock blocking in a sense. They the buffer between them getting to trade further out. You know what I'm saying? And they basically using Nubia for the inner Africa because the Egyptians didn't want to go down there. You know what I'm saying? They talk about like, he ain't trying to go down there, like, they get under attack. So the Nubians would go grab the niggas, go grab the twa and all the other shit from the inner African stuff and bring it to the Egyptians up at that little intermediate period, right around that same first cataract. In the trading post of the twas. Yeah. So
you said the trade pro, you crazy.
They were swapping the twas at the trading post down there.
Ready, so y'all happy. They happy to be in Egypt, singing and dancing and twirling around and shit. Like, come on, like, the same man and shit. You like this, King? Come on, bro. We
definitely gonna stop that one.
But that wasn't on the normal palette, right? That was not.
It was not gonna do that one.
Hey, no more
that shit funny.
Let's see, we got I'm trying to see what he's saying in the chat. Damn, appreciate everybody coming through.
It's bled over into Monday Night Madness, right? Egyptomaniac madness, right?
It is Tuesday. You got me messed up. What is this? You got me messed up. Yeah, it's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday?
Yeah, I gotta. Damn, y'all so effed up.
Oh man, it is Tuesday. Yeah.
Oh man.
What the world?
Yeah, ain't nobody
want.
Oh
yeah. Now it's Tuesday, right?
After a while, ready to jump on and start talking pygmies again and shit get crazy.
Oh man, go right back to madness.
Hey yo, I was gonna go back and look over what a song Car had. I want to see them goddamn figurines he had to look like some goddamn bikers. I want to.
Yeah, that was funny as hell right there, yo.
Black and white pictures.
Yeah, he was saying, but there was, saying like he was saying, I want to see what grave was from, because them niggas had long beards and shit, looking like them Sumerian niggas with them long beards and shit.
Man,
that's probably like, it's kind of like like symbolic type of shit. They had helmets on, yo. Was they like astronauts? It's funny as shit on the Hunter's Palace. It's funny. They look totally different. Yeah, like a whole. It's got to be symbolic. They're like some astronauts, yo. Yeah. Did you ever really look at it?
I mean, just generally, it seemed like the pictures is a depiction, not necessarily them one in front of the other, but like a side angle view, of them walking horizontally in front of the pharaoh, but from the side, it's being shown. It looks as if it's one behind each other.
On the Hunter's palette?
On a Norma's palette.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? So the height distinction could be a little differentiated based on a side angle view. You know what I mean? So I was like, there's a lot of questions about that.
Oh man.
Reggie said those were the dwarfs.
Yeah.
So we have to hash that out. I guess.
Yeah, but you drove yourself out of here with that.
I try to keep Gullah off his head. Gullah be ready.
Gullah be ready. Fight. Gullah can't stand.
Gullah be like ready messing it up. Gullah be like
Reggie. Yeah, Reggie funny, yo. Reggie had you in there.
Oh man. What other loose ends we needed to tie up from the movies at the pseudo killers? Any other loose ends we needed to tie up from there? I think we did. We talked about the war on science piece earlier. I think before you jumped on. Actually, you jumped on in the middle of it. Any other things?
Yeah, James is a mass manipulator word. He be talking about.
James better than me.
Yeah, James.
James is definitely better than me.
Right. Yeah, we hit that. We talked about the cross domain violations that James is committing.
I'm an aeronautic scientist, so let me tell you about virology.
Trust me on this, right?
Let me tell you about virology, nigga. I'm a scientist, aeronautics, nigga.
Has to be.
Yo, what you say, yo?
What sales do is, you know what I'm saying? I got a science in food, nigga. Now watch me tell you about construction. So when you get a brick, right? It's like the hell.
That's funny as hell. Y'all got a degree in computer programming 40 years ago. Allows me to see the glyphs clearer than y'all. I got tired of hearing that shit. That nigga got a degree in the age of dial-up, yo.
Macintosh.
Damn, yo, the Atari, yo, where they had with the two lights and the little light move across the screen. Remember that?
Yeah.
He lit up. It'd be like this, remember?
Yeah.
You hit the white light going back and forth, yo. That's what he did.
Yeah. Hardest game of his day, nigga. That shit was one of the most fantastic games of his time.
2600, right?
You got the little cowboy cactus thing. You got to shoot a hole through the cactus, then ricochet through the cactus.
I ain't even talking about where they had the men, yo.
I know.
I ain't talking about that.
Just the bar.
Just the bar.
Yeah.
The bar. I remember playing that. You playing for hours.
Hours.
Why is you playing that for hours?
Yeah.
That was the first video game. Yo, we old, yo. That's crazy.
Be careful with the cross-domain violations. We on your head with that.
Christ.
Yeah.
We see that. Be careful.
Yeah, North African Mike ain't jump on. He must be busy. Every time, hey, he be dropping them sources though. Huh?
Do he?
Yeah. When you make a statement, he be giving me them bullets. I be let me look and see what you're talking.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what is he trying to prove, though? What is he trying to prove? North African Mike.
The same component talk you were talking about, morphology and stuff like that. He be wanting to get into, who are the Nubians and
he's gonna take them all out. He said fuck National Geographic.
Same thing. I think him and Gozy pretty much they eye to eye on like 99.5%, bro. That last 0.5, they agree on everything, bro. It's a little slight little shit, and then he go off like you racist. Yeah, they agree on most of the shit.
We do hit them with it. Hey, yo, you ain't seen it, did you? I'm gonna send this to you, Sosa.
What's that?
I'm gonna send it on. It's 12:30. I gotta get off this morning.
Yeah, I figured they would get hot. I figured they would have an issue with the 4th of July celebration. And be like, these niggas, these pseudo killers, Negro peens, these niggas over here celebrating the 4th.
They could block our channel. They blocked our video. We played Whitney and it was over with.
I don't know why y'all played. We know Bobby ain't having
We shouldn't
that.
have did that. We shouldn't have did that.
I don't know why y'all played that music, yo. We played the videos, yo.
Yeah.
Damn, you gotta talk. You
did talk for a little while, like in a minute.
And we put up the disclaimer. But no, they wasn't hearing that. They wasn't hearing that.
I tell you, that song was like a classic. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, if people want the Whitney Houston, that was the one that was like, you know what, this shit can be sang on some really fly shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Yeah, she garnered the most attention with that song. I think that shit sold separately and made one like, you know what I'm saying? So like million, just the Stars Bang Bang rendition.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that, Sosa.
Which phone you sent it to? Oh, I see. I think I see it coming. No, you said it on my iPhone?
Yeah.
No, I see it now. You said it on my Galaxy.
What you think?
Who did that?
Me, nigga.
Oh, that's when it started, 2020?
Right?
Nigga said, right? It's like about 2019.
Really? Nah.
It's like, bro, I'm messing it up. The pandemic is 2 years old.
We ain't had the pseudo killers on the pandemic.
Y'all was pseudo killers before I joined the pseudo killers.
Yeah, but we're gonna make it an even 2000.
Yeah, I was pseudo killers before I become.
Look, is that the same people? Look, is that the same people prior to the pseudo killers? Were they the same coat?
Yeah, that'd be a little trivia question. Yeah.
Trivia question. But I'm saying, but the low, that ain't bad though, is it?
No, it's not. I like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, American Dream came on and OD'd off American culture though. Yeah, he did way too much. I was at the cookout. I couldn't even jump in. He was like, "God bless America." I was like, "What?"
I know. I let him on. I wanted to come on just so he can do that because I know he was gonna piss people off.
Yo, he OD'd, the greatest country known to mankind since the beginning. I was like, God damn, American Dream.
Hey,
Nowhere else on the planet Earth can you
listen.
have this type of freedom. I was like, wow.
He's showing like, listen, I'm an ally. Like, don't even think about putting me out. I'm down.
We need to be celebrating. We need to celebrate.
Did y'all go through the phases of Egypt? I know I missed a lot. I know y'all went through it. Y'all done with it already?
No, I ain't say I was wrong, yo.
Well, I wanted to get on the timeline when he asked about how old was Egypt.
Oh yeah, how old is Egypt?
We know the term Egypt comes in a Ptolemaic phase around after they named the Hecate of worship. So that's after the Ptolemaic phase. Then you get the term Kemet only in the 11th dynasty.
Right.
When Norman was alive, they called it Tawi, or somebody say semi-Tawi, unification of two lands. But you got to follow North Africa or that portion of Africa history, man, from the beginning, from the Wadi Hafla to the Tyrians to the Comarusians, which gave rise to Neslet culture, to the Halfins, and the Halfins gave rise to the El Mawari or the Mahdi. And then you have the population that was in Fayum in the north around 7,800 years ago when you start to see those Neolithic Anatolian farming groups come in the Fayum area towards the delta. South, you had an intermediate population like the Sabellians, and then you had the Quadam. The Sabellians were kinship to the Capsian groups, who were also related to those Ibero-Marusians. And the Quadam were African, what they classify as, well, they always Africans, but what they classify as a sub-Saharan in feature from the Quadam culture. Then you get the Harippians. Then you get from the Harippians, you start getting into Badarian groups. And the Badarian groups, according to craniometrics, they had mixed limb proportions, tropical. Then you get into Nakata 1, Nakata 2, and Nakata 3. But that Fayum population in that delta already had a network from the Levant going into the Mesopotamian Near Eastern area, but it's northern Mesopotamian region. And when you look at terms like Mesopotamian, sometimes Egypt is included in it, and the whole Levant. So we got to be careful with that. So it's not talking about any Mesopotamian group. There's a particular group of population that comes from those late Neolithic Iranians and those populations that come from near the Caucasus who are related to those Chalcolithic culture or the Copper area that takes over even the Levant area and mix with those fragments of the Natufians before coming back into the Nile. And even in the Fayum area, you start to see those Anatolian populations start to come in the north. So Egypt, or what we classify as Egypt, is a very zigzag place. And we have to also represent or respect the elements that come out of the Sahara, because the Nakata do have kinship with the Nubian A group that's distinct from the Nubian B and Nubian C group. And they have a Paleo-Saharan or a Saharan element that comes out of that Sahara that people try to denounce, you know. So it's tricky.
Yeah, they were saying like they consider that Nubian B group a really Nubian A group, but just devolved.
Yeah, the Nubian A group, well, a lot of them were those pastoralists, the people that you find over there. The people, they also had a Saharic kinship. You find those same cattle in the Sahara because there was always a population from the east to west. But what I'm saying is, there was for anybody to try to denounce an element of tropical African flavor that was inserted in that. Like, I got an article, I'm holding on to it, but I'm gonna wait. And I don't even want to talk on it. But for people to try to play this game like there wasn't a tropical element there, and even just dealing with North Africa alone, they have unrested genes. And the population there is a representation of their history. You know, Egypt or that North African area has been mixing for so long. It's also impossible for anybody to say there wasn't a black presence there or a type of black presence there. Or it's also impossible for anyone to denounce the Anatolian farmer component that was there. And just because your population looked the way they look today don't mean that the earlier ancestors look like that, because in evolution, a lot of phenotypes are still developing and trait phenotypically. Then we have to understand components of mechanisms in evolution like parallel evolution. You know, parallel evolution, when you can have different group populations sitting nearby or breeding through time and develop a lot of the similar traits. Because when you look at a North African HLAs or the human leukoantigens, it's very similar to populations in the Middle East. But that doesn't mean that they're the same overall. So that's why when we're dealing with the way they sequence DNA, you have to know what layers of their DNA is from there and what layers of it is not, because it's so blurred with populations in the Near East and the Middle East for a long time. But for anybody to try to denounce the idea of what we classify as black not being in those areas, to me, I think that's racist and biased, because I'm not biased, nor I can admit the Anatolian element. I can also admit the other elements that was there. But for anybody to try to denounce it like it's a hope, the populations partially from the Sahara, but even the early Paleo-Saharan population, you know, dark skin just does not equate to sub-Saharan African. And when people think about that shit, it's like it cleanses their skin to think that a dark skinned population was somewhere outside of just being in sub-Saharan tropical Africa. It's kind of weird if you really listen to what these people are saying.
Right, but I think too, like even regardless of skin type, in terms of the burial they found there, all of them had straight black and brown hair.
Yes, well, they had the mutation for straight hair because a lot of the population that came from the Near East, and a lot of those people that came from the early Near East, like the Ibero-Maurusians, some of their ancestors that comes from that near Caucasus area, those populations, what they call the Dazazania cave, and the brother Mike and me always talk about it. Those people are genetically very similar to the Vedas people of Sri Lanka. And if you look at what they look like, they have robust features. They were tall, but they had straight hair. That Tyrian culture, who were there before that, who were Hadza-like genetically, because the Hadza also went through a lot of gene exchange, and the Hadza also mingled and migrated. People don't know that. Just because they live in a certain area now, don't mean a lot of their genetics was absent in certain areas. But they didn't look like that at first. So a lot of the earlier Tyrians had a loose curly type hair. The combination between those people and the people that come in, the Ibero-Mauritians did have straight hair. But I got 2 articles, not just one. It talks about a pre-dynastic phase, when the penetration of Nilotic-like populations before you even have Nubia started to penetrate an area and mingle, and the hair texture was totally different than the other groups of people. But I hold that. I'm holding that.
Okay, for sure. It sounds interesting. I'm just thinking, like, when they imagine that particular environment or area, they never think of they never can reconcile that straight black, straight brown hair.
We got to accept the straight hair, but
they see it one way. They see it like, either Afro or dye.
Yeah, well, hair is not a determining factor of Africa, because even tropical thick hair that we developed to release heat to keep the body cool, in tropical environments is a later derived. The C allele is not as old as the T allele when you really get into the mutations of what we have. Early Homo sapiens hair wasn't like that. So the earlier Homo sapien hair texture was very intermediate, like people in Australia, slightly curly. But you can tell based off the directions, like the jet black straight thick hair comes from a mutation called Eder locus, or EDGRA locus mutation that arrived around 30,000 years ago. So when you look at that mutation for jet black thick hair, it's a lot of mutations that causes hair textures and the reason why they function the way it functions. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So people can't use that as a determining factor to say what's a true African, because Homo sapiens, regardless, we go through similar mutations. Sometimes we can have back mutations. Sometimes we have throwback polymorphisms for certain situations that occur. You have genetic drifts. You have founder effects. You can have 2 opposite groups that develop in similar regions that develop similar characteristics because they've been around each other for so long. Just like in today's time, you can look it up. African Americans and white Americans' skulls are getting thicker compared to the populations that we descend from. So what I'm saying is that
I've seen that.
a lot of shit, evolution don't stop. And with a zigzag place like North Africa, all them niggas is Africans, regardless of what that late downstream mutations or intermingling or mixing that they have. But I will say this, and I'm going to say this publicly. Their predecessor root that carried the E marker was a nigga. I don't give a fuck who get mad. That was a black motherfucker that had haplogroup E in the beginning, all the way to EP2, all the way to EB38, all the way to EM215. At paternal root, they can say whatever they want to say, but that's just a fact. Because those early E carriers were dark-skinned people. They ain't got to be Congoid. They ain't got to be what they classify as Negroid or Nilotic. We're talking about what people would be classified if they seen the earlier carriers of haplogroup E. And if you run around here with haplogroup E, you come from a type of nigga based off what people would say if they seen them. That's all I wanted to say.
Pan-African Design got a question, so you just explain it to him. He said, Amir, can a European have 100% non-African DNA? That's good.
Hell yeah, there's plenty of Europeans that's 100% European with non-African DNA. I haven't seen there are Europeans with non-African DNA, especially living in Europe or populations in certain areas. But when it comes to
explain to him why that is, because they can say, well, damn, if everybody's genetically African, then how can Europeans have 100% non-African DNA? That's, you know what I mean? So,
well, as a species, we are 100% African, but they develop a lot of mutations outside of Africa that's non-African. When you start to go outside of the continent and you start to develop your own traits based off different situations, environmental factors, diet, sexual selection, and all types of things, you accumulate traits that you no longer have. But overall, at 99.9%, the human genome we're 99.9% the same. But the expressions, the way the gene expresses itself, a lot of those expressions derive outside of the continent of Africa. That doesn't denounce them from being a species of African called Homo sapiens sapiens, because they're part of that naked ape that we all come out of. We're naked apes. Some people don't like the classification. I have no problem with it. But Homo sapiens sapien is a naked ape that developed in the trops. And our nakedness is a reminder that we develop in the tropical zones of Africa. And no one can denounce that. But those populations that are left out develop gene expressions and mutations that's unique and distinct from populations that they descend from earlier. But when you follow the phylogenetic tree, from haplogroup A paternally all the way to the last, you can see what's going on with the migratory route, the way human beings have been going backwards and forward. People develop different human leukoantigens, morphology starts to change, and it changes outside of the continent. Like, for example, the more gracile Caucasoid or Paleocaucasoid was very much more robust than the late Neocaucasoid. And I can be bold enough to say that Paleo-Caucasoid morphology, which a lot of late Pleistocene Europeans had, was very much close to early Africans. And it actually developed in Africa from the population that extended out from the eastern portions of the Assyrian groups. So what I'm saying is that it gets very tricky. So these morphologies that they develop outside of the continent become distinct, and it belongs to them based off the surroundings and the areas that they formed in. But that doesn't denounce them from being African species, Homo sapiens sapiens. That's what we all are. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think too. Isn't also with that that recombination? So
yes.
when a European takes his test today, yeah, it's going to show up 100% non-African, because after so long, he gets so down the line, he have certain genes that haven't contributed to his DNA. You know what I'm saying? So when a European takes a test in 2022 and he comes up 100% non-African, you can't apply that to Europeans and the origin of European itself.
That's real. That's real.
Yeah. Because they kind of confusing that. He's like, yeah, my girl took a test and she had 100% non-African DNA. So they confused about what.
Yeah, they can't denounce that. The genome itself, when it comes to Homo sapiens, it's totally the expressions outside of the continent has nothing to do with what the population is, and that's a problem. And that's why people should get more involved in understanding genetics and basic biology.
Yeah, for sure. I said North African Mike in the chat. See what he was saying to you. He was saying,
no, I'm right here, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we all, basically all cultures descend from dark skin groups of people.
And yeah, and a lot of those people that's classified as dark skin. If you look at Cheddar Man, Labrana Skull, Kostiki Man found in Russia, if you look at these people today, they'll be classified as black. So they all come from a type of black person. Now, people can hate all they want. They don't have to be Congoid, because a lot of the Congoid morphology is later derived. Africans exist before Bantu. Africans exist before even an Allotic person. Dark-skinned people exist. And what I'm saying is that these people will be classified as black, and people can like it or not. E1B1B from EM96 to EP147 to EP2, which is E1B1, which gave rise to EV38, which is E1B1A, and EM215 are all dark-skinned niggas. So if you're running around here with E and you're a North African, you come from a black nigga somewhere down the line. A black nigga that comes from equatorial borders, regardless of your mutation or your SNP mutating in your region. The predecessor root comes from a nigga from the sub-Saharan zones or tropical zones. Nobody can get past that, period. And even if E developed in early Arabia, 76 to 72,000 years ago, it was the lush tropical zones of Arabia when climate was very similar to Ethiopia in the far western part, before coming back into the area and diversifying in Ethiopia and using Ethiopia as an incubator and going through those different snips before dispersing all back over through the continent. And those people were very close to those early North Africans that they split from, Basal Eurasians, who also was a dark-skinned people. We got the reconstructions of them in Skahul Cave and all that. This is what the data say. So these are still a dark-skinned people that would be classified as black. So when you hear Eurasian, Eurasians is just as distinct as you hear African. You're not going to say a Yoruba is an Igbo or a Mandinka or a Wolof is a Bantu in Cameroon just because they're dark-skinned. That's the most pseudoest, stupidest shit that someone can do. And that's the same thing with Eurasians. Basal Eurasians look totally different than the late Bronze Eurasians and the late Neolithic Eurasians and then the modern population. So being Eurasian doesn't mean white or anything. And people don't want to hear that shit. And they didn't look the same either. The more earlier population were more of the robust Caucasoid morphology, which comes from a population that looks totally different than the population that you see now. Right. Then when you start breaking down their DNA, it's a bunch of zigzag shit. And nothing belongs to nobody. So when a North African get on here trying to act like people can't deal with Egypt, first of all, as an African American, you can deal with whatever the fuck you want to deal with because you're no longer Nigerian. You're no longer none of that shit anymore because you have your own distinct culture and identity. And being American within itself, just like a white American that studies history or anything, you can do what the fuck you want to do. Nothing belongs to nobody, regardless if you descend from a population. And most of the North Africans today deal with Islam. They don't give a fuck about Nebuchadnezzar, Amun-Ra, Ptah, Sebek, none of that shit. And it's really funny that the average African American knows more about ancient Kemetic history than the average Egyptian that's walking around. So for them to say that you can't do that, and I get what they say when they say you can't take their history and when you call them Arabs, but you got to understand, they call you Arabs because you practice Arab culture. And some North Africans talk with two tongues. They'll say, well, I'm this, but some of them will say, but I'm Arab, or some of them say I'm not Arab, but you practice Arab culture. So this is why people say, so don't talk shit to us, because we don't. A lot of us don't know the way things work. That's why we have to become scientifically literate. But I would say that African Americans made ancient Egypt hot, because the average Egyptian wasn't thinking about that shit at all. And guess what?
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Ancient
Our
Moors,
praise drove that.
yeah, but even the Moors, motherfuckers talk about the Moors. The Berbers or the Amazigh people didn't call themselves Moor. That was a name given to them from somebody else. But then when a nigga started talking about the Moors in classical history, which is a history of Africa, it belongs to Africans, period. Because yes, majority of the Berbers were the Moors that was classified, but they worked for Arabs. They were flunkies for Arabs. Let's not get into what General Tariq did when the Arabs got there and they made that nigga kiss their feet. People don't talk about that shit. But what I would say is in the Almohad Empire, they recruited populations from northern Senegal, southern Mauritania, all amongst those Berber groups from southern Morocco before the Almohad population in the Atlas Mountains turned around and beat them, because there was a lot of confusion going on. So the Moorish agenda was an Islamic agenda. It wasn't no indigenous Berber agenda. They had the agenda of the people that conquered them. The Arabs conquered the Berbers. The Arabs pierced North Africa in 641 AD. They conquered the rest of North Africa in 690 AD. The Amazigh queen was trying to fight them. She got her ass killed by them. And all them niggas submitted. And a lot of the black population, and I'm not gonna let people play us, the elite Mandinkas, the elite Sanake, we already had a gold and salt trade with Berbers. So the elite Africans converted in Western Africa to Islam on their own. It was part of the trade market. And a lot of us caused a lot of Islamic jihads on our own groups of people, primarily the Fulani group. So we got to really study Africa for what it really is as a whole.
What's your we was also talking about the origin of writing in terms of Nubia and Egyptian. Like, what's your perspective on it?
The Egyptians developed writing on their own. They had pictorial graphs. And then from pictorial graphs, you derive, it starts around 6,000 years ago. Then Gonta Dreyer found those skin tags or those tags, which said it went back 5,600 years ago. But writing comes from a form of drawing and art. And a lot of the zootype that you find in ancient Egyptian symbolism in their writing, you find in the early Sahara. But people want to be from the Near East. They want to be from Mesopotamia. The Sumerian writing script was totally different than the ancient Egyptian writing script. So it's not that and they spoke two different language families. Sumerian spoken language isolate, so that's not a good model. This is what I debated Zion Lex about, or Lion Lex about. They spoke a language isolate. Their language was based off goat hooks and grains. Cuneiform was something that they used to keep tabs on their resources. The Akkadians took that from them. But in the west of the Levant, the Ugaritic Semitic speakers were networking with the people in Egypt. And this is why in the pyramid text and the coffin text, you find Ugaritic Semitic writing. And Proto-Sinaitic gave rise to the alphabet from what they got from ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. So what I'm saying is that I think that North Africans should give themselves credit, regardless of them being mixed. I don't care how mixed they are. They need to give themselves credit for what they did independently and get the Near East out their motherfucking heads and ass, yo. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I feel I feel. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we had an in-depth conversation about writing. And because I think the statement was that Egyptian gave the Nubians writing. Even though we can acknowledge, the precursor stages of it from symbolism and drawings and stuff like that. But just demonstrating that, and also, just the advantages of farming and what that gives you towards a fight for writing.
Yeah, but the Nubian writing script was different than the Egyptian writing script. But the Nubians did borrow a lot of syntax and cognates from the Egyptians in their method. Right. But the Egyptians had writing way before them. A lot of these people were. There's nothing wrong with admitting some populations just didn't have writing. You know what I'm saying? Hey, a lot of Native Americans didn't have writing. Some of them did, some of them didn't.
The Cherokee didn't get it right until they encountered the white man. And then took some of the principles and
not just that, but the ancient Anglos and Saxons didn't have writing. The Vandals, the Vikings, a lot of people didn't. Just because you're white don't mean you had writing. Look, when the Hittites came into Turkey and Anatolia, they used cuneiform as writing.
Yeah.
So it's Writing don't just, you know what I'm saying? It's not a racial thing, bro. A lot of early Europeans did not have writing, bro, when you study the history.
North African Mike is in the build. Oh no, he left. I just about to announce him. I saw him and oh, there he coming back. He coming back. Yeah, he's jumping in. But y'all get to going back and forth on that genetics. Y'all be in agreement for about 59 minutes. That last minutes of that hour, you'll be like, nope, that's it.
I mean, no, because my whole thing is that when I catch certain things that's subtly disrespectful that I feel, I'm gonna catch it to a halt. I'm not gonna let nobody just be disrespectful. And, because in some people's minds, people can say what they want. They really believe that the sub-Saharan groups were slaves, and they believe that because they have that DNA of them, it comes from either Arabs had it from slaves, and that's not true. That's not true.
I think they hold on to it though, Ngozi, because even some of the scientific studies, they still say that.
Yeah, but there's bias. There's a lot of biasness going on, even amongst the scientists, bro.
Hello? Yeah, I mean, I agree, but you still can't deny the fact that, you may say it's incorrect.
Yeah, no, it was a slave. It was a slave. It was people that was enslaved, but all of sub-Saharan African DNA is not a result of slavery. That's the most pseudoist, stupid shit that anybody. I'm not saying you, brother. I'm talking about anybody. And I would tell an anthropologist, a geneticist, and you're fucking lying. I don't believe it's a lot of bullshit and lies. And a lot of the world, believe it or not, is still anti-black. I don't give a fuck what they say, including black people.
Is my voice here?
Yeah, I hear you, Mike. What's good, man? How you doing?
Hello. Are you okay?
Yeah, everything's good, man. Everything's good.
How are you? Yeah. Okay. I just want to explain something. We don't have any problem with the African Americans, or that they talk about Egypt or the Moors. That's not the problem. Never was the problem. People can talk about any civilization. I think every civilization in the planet Earth is for all humans, even the Greeks. We are all humans. People can learn every civilization, every culture. This is not a problem. The problem that started, that make North Africans distant themselves from sub-Saharan, is when we hear always, you are not a real African. You are an Arab. This is not from one or two. Always imagine this. You go on YouTube, you talk with someone from America. They always tell you this. What will be your response? They always tell you, you are not an African. You are not an Northern African. You are an invader. You don't have anything to do with those civilizations.
Right. Reggie feel that way for sure.
Put yourself in their place. People will not look for things that make us similar. They will look for things that make us distance themselves from you. When you tell them, North African, you are not the real North Africans. Of course, they will distance themselves from you.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. We do get a lot of that. Reddy said that a lot, that those modern Egyptians, they ain't the real Egyptians. That's his stand on that.
He said clearly, he said these Arabs, that they are there. Right. And when we talk about culture, what people still have the similar culture that they have 5,000 years or 3,000 years ago. Even sub-Saharan Africans, even Western Africans are Muslim. Culturally, Western Africans are closer to me than Europeans, and Eastern Africans are closer to me than Europeans because they are Muslims. Even if I am not religious, but culturally we have similar traditions. We have similar I don't know how to say holidays. You know, problem every time are called North Africans.
Well, West Africans and North Africans definitely have a lot of similarity because West Africans and North Africans share I mean, even though you guys are highly more connected, but you can't disregard the basal North African component that's in West Africans. That's why West Africans are haplogroup E. West Africans is a combined situation too, and some of their ancestors come from that Sahara as well, especially the E-carrying men. Great article to read is People in the Early Green Sahara. It breaks it down. So yes, the early Amazigh, before you guys dealt with Islam, you were animists like other Africans. You worship your ancestors. You even venerated Amun. You had a lot of elements that was very similar.
Yes, even now, people are Muslims in their culture.
Sufis.
I don't think the people in Mali and Senegal are not culturally close to the people in North Africa, in Egypt, or in Morocco. They are close. We are close culturally to the people in the Near East and Sub-Saharan Africa. Even if you are not religious, similar cultures.
Correct.
When you see people celebrating and their holidays, their way of respecting their elders, all this have a link to Islam. Yes, even now.
So my question is though, because I'm partially of that world. My mother's a cousin to you. I'm 6% North African. My mother's Fulani. My mother's family comes from Mauritania and Guinea, but she's Pula. So I'm 6% North. I'm sure she's higher. But my question to you, Aki, is what's the issue? I mean, I'm understanding that you guys don't like people taking your cultures and telling you that you're Arabs. But culturally,
I am with you.
But culturally, Aki, we are part. Well, you guys are part of the Arab League and the Arab world, and some people identify that.
That's true, because the Arab national identity is not a racial identity. Is
exactly
like you said, a cultural identity. You have even the Sudanese are Arabs culture.
Yes,
because
they are.
when you speak Arabic, you watch movies that are Arabic, you have more relation with people that are Arabic. Imagine even the Arabs in the Iraq, genetically, they are closer to the Persians, the Iranians, but culturally, they are closer to Sudanese and Moroccans, or because language play a huge culture. You understand people that speak like you, that you have a similar language, not 100% similar, but when you watch movies, when you see shows, when you see news in Arabic, you link yourself more to the
Yeah, you link yourself more to the language.
Yeah.
Reggie, so Reggie, tell them how. Turn your mic up or put your mic a little closer, Reggie. Kind of.
Thank you, King Soso.
Very, very
low. So, Ngozi, before you leave, I just want to check a few things. You said something about, well, first of all, let's just do this. Nakata civilization and Nubia civilization, are they just conventions? Or are they naming conventions of a people? Ngozi, you there?
I'm right here, Reggie. I'm not going. I was trying to mute. So yes, the Nakata, you got Nakata A, Nakata B, Nakata C, or Nakata 1, Nakata 2, Nakata 3. The Nakata group were related to the Nubian A group. They did share ancestors.
Okay, great. And so they seem to have gotten upset with me when I said that the Nakata people were Nubian. They don't understand that it's just a naming convention from areas. So it's not a people. It's not a hard line really between the peoples, because they were related cultures. They traded with each other. They intermarried with each other.
Yes.
They fought with each other until and then they unified under the age of Nermer, right? And possibly even before that under Scorpion 2, right? That was a predecessor of Nermer. And so the concept of unification was already taking place. Nermer may have been the victor, but the unification war had already started, right? And we can see that through the Mace Fathers and stuff like that, right? Now, so when I say that Nakata civilization is a Nubian civilization, now I'm talking about peoples and cultures. Now, there were different cultural differences. Now, and I heard you say something, I just want to tease it out because, you know, we have different skill sets, different expertise, or Ankh don't even like the word expertise, but we have different study, how can I say, let's just say
different central focuses.
Yeah, skill sets, right? So we make it interdisciplinary, right? Now, so what I have done is I have cataloged Nubian pot marks, what they call Nubian A pot marks and cultural marks, and I have cataloged Nakata pot marks and cultural marks on their material culture. And when the state of Egypt comes together, they begin to combine it. For example, Nakata worship Bat. That was their, sorry about the fireworks. Nakata civilization worshiped Bat, right? Nubia A culture worship Hawat Hor, right? Nermer palette has Bat. It doesn't have Hawat Hor. However, later in the culture, you see the Horus and the Sharek, right? So you see more of the falcon and the Sharek in the motifs. Nubia had the white crown. Nakata had the red crown. The king in the dynastic, he's wearing both crowns, the red crown and the white crown, right? So writing comes out of the communication between both of these groups as they are communicating with each other. So I just wanted to tease that out and see what differences do you have in what I'm saying.
I don't think you're saying anything different because the Nakata and the Nubian A group were pastoralist groups, and Bat was a pastoralist cattle god. Even when you look at Narma, he had the oxtail that he wore, which show you gotta look at that Narma's palette really slickly, because it's a struggle between farmers and pastoralists, believe it or not. The Fayum population in the northern delta of Egypt were not the same population that was in Luxor or Tatan, where Narma was born. Narma was developed in Tatan. And we know below Luxor, you have Aswan. Aswan is not Nubia, it's a territory of Egypt, but a lot of modern Sudanese immigrants live there, but it's still a territory of Egypt. But what I'm saying is that we know that Egypt expanded its borders in some layers of Sudan, Jebel Bakr and different areas. But before that, these were pastoralist cults. And the Fayum population in the north, Fayum A, Fayum B, Fayum C, were a lot of those farmers. There was an issue. And the Nakata 3 is when you start to find Mesopotamian-like symbolism, but you have to be careful with Narma's palette because I said it. There's a disrespect to Mesopotamia on there, and people don't pay attention to it. It's like ancient graffiti. There's a picture. If you look at Narma's palette with two African men with afros with ropes around the cephalopod's neck or the Jasper cylinder, and after that, when Tawi or Kim, what we label as Kemet Tawi or semi-Tawi unification of lands was unified, you don't really see a lot of the Mesopotamian art anymore for some reason. And you only see it in the third half of the Nakata period. In the second half of the Nakata period, there's something going on. In recent things, you also found the oldest name for Scorpion King was found in Sudan. People don't talk about that. The oldest monarch was found in Sudan. So it's a lot of things that's being denounced.
All right, so when we're on these boards, here's the thing on these boards, because I mean, I consider myself a independent researcher and an expert student, right? I'm an expert student.
I talked to enough people. I've done enough work. I've done an enormous literature review. Right. I've read. And I go to libraries and I go to museums. Right. I don't Google everything. Google helps when you need to identify something because you can't read all the books. You can't call all the books. But what you can do is you can find out where the book is, and then if you can't get the stuff on a PDF, which you can't, you go to the library. And I've seen hundreds of books on Nile Valley civilization. So I'm trying to tease out from you. We have these hard lines that we draw. For example, the Nurma palette. So King Sosa is here. He's gonna. So they try to laugh me off the board last night, but they lost with when Asar and Ka came on with me, right? Now, I said that the representation of those 4 staff bearers on the Norma palette, right, were dwarves, right? And they laughed me off. They said, well, they're just the king is bigger, Tet and Shashu is the next size, and then there's these 4 guys and they're small, but they're carrying these staffs. Okay, but what the people don't know, because they don't know African culture, is that this is a procession, and in that procession, these are standard bearers, and they're dancing. And in Egypt lore, in the lore of that time, the sacred people that would lead the processions would be the dwarves. And there's 2 types of dwarves. There's the ones who have a disease, and then there is the Central Africans. Nonetheless, short people, hunchback people were sacred. And this is a ritual palette, meaning it's magical. It's marking an event, but not everything in that event is real, right? Not everything in that those netures and stuff like that. Yeah, they're on staffs, but none of that is real. It's marking a festival, an event, right? And there's lots of other things, symbology, like the heads between the legs, the chopped off heads. That's how people buried. A lot of times, if you look at the cattle burials, you would see cattle buried between the legs of people, right? So these are ceremonial burials of people. So what is your take? What is your take on dwarves and pygmies in the context of the work that you do? Meaning,
well, I do know that Beth comes in the Middle Dynasty as a deity that's been venerated. He could have been around earlier than that. We do know that he could have been imported through Punt, and according to the data that they have now, was around Eritrea, Somalia, Eritrea, but really Eritrea at the time.
Right, correct.
Imported into the in the Middle Dynasty phase, but he could have been around much longer. But we do know that because something comes through Sudan, don't mean it's from Sudan, because we know that the Egyptians had a network with populations in Chad through the Siwa Oasis through Chad, and a lot of things were imported. Where the Sudanese had a network with populations through Chad, which had a network and the people in Chad had a population or a network with people in Cameroon. So some things can be imported through Sudan, but it doesn't mean it's from there. Now, as far as pygmies in the ancient times, I don't know nothing about that part. That's your work, brother. Like you said, everybody got their lane. I don't know. I do know that in ancient times in the early Middle Eastern world and ancient African world, that you have a lot of symbolism on a Tassili cave art where man or the ruler is depicted as being large and the other population of being small. You also find it in Syria and Acadia and different things. But again, you read the glyphs, and I think that you may have more detail into what is really going on in that area. So for me, I know about the pygmies or dwarf-like symbols coming from in the middle phase of Egypt in earlier times. I also want to say this to Pep. I'm not to get off the subject, Brother Reggie. He talked about this Middle Eastern Levantine thing, and again, people don't understand. The Middle Eastern Levantines especially in the before the late Neolithic, the Tupians were nothing like the Chalcolithic culture. So even if Egyptians did have a Levantine element, they were not the same as the Chalcolithic culture. And to be honest with you, those early Levantines had a North African element as well. Again, I'm trying to give North Africans the respect that they have for themselves instead of looking to people in the Middle East. I'm not trying to be funny. Give credit to yourself regardless of what you mix with. It doesn't matter if you're mixed, you're African. And a lot of those people that you guys keep claiming, these Levantine people, especially the Natufians, had a North African element to them, and it was shared. They were totally different than the Chalcolithic Levantines that came in genetically. It was a whole population turnover. So yes, you do have an ancient late Neolithic Levantine element in early pre-dynastic Egypt, but guess what? It had a North African element in it. You can look at the genetics. The Levant was part of North African territory, and let's be honest. This place we call Israel sits on two plate tectonics. Africa and the Arabian plate tectonic. It's a transcontinental country. So the Natufian major elements come out of North Africa anyway, before they mix with basal Eurasians and the 10% hunter-gathering population that came from those Anatolian farmers who became Anatolian farmers later. And in that time, it was much more smaller than an increase that came in the Chalcolithic culture. So yeah, even if you got some late Neolithic elements, understand that the early Levantine component is also partially pigeonholed to ancient North Africa. So it's still North African. Give yourself some credit, bro. Get the Near Eastern motherfuckers out your head, yo. For real.
Can I say something? I agree with you. Do you hear me, son?
Yes, we hear you.
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Even those North Africans that contributed to the Natufians themselves have a Western Eurasian component. We understand this. Even the Anatolian farmers themselves are Eurasian. Anatolian farmers themselves are a mixture of multiple people. They also had.
Hey, Mike, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the African element, the African element that was in the
The African element.
Yeah, no, listen.
African element.
Akhi, listen, you can look the dot up. You can look the dot up yourself. They had an African element. Haplogroup E, listen, bro. Haplogroup E, listen, I'm trying to tell you, bro. It's like you hate it. I don't care what you say. Bro, there was a North African element. Bro, listen. Let me finish what I'm trying to tell you. Bro, listen. The Natufians come from EZ827 mutation before EM123. Yes. EZ827 is only found in North Africa, bro. The Ibero-Mauritians, who you can descend from partially, had EM78. The EM78 in that area is much older than the late downstream mutations that they found in the Natufians. They only sequence, bro, listen, they only sequence 6 Natufians. The pre-Neolithic B culture is distinct from them. What I'm trying to say is that the Natufians were partially North African, and they were 6.8% because those North Africans had 6.8% Omotic DNA that drifted up there. It's African, bro. So listen, let me get to the Anatolian farmers. Yes, the Anatolian farmers, bro. Let me just say this: the 10% of the Anatolian farmers that was only in the Natufians, and 63% was Arab, like from the basal Eurasian component, a larger chunk, and it was North African, like 27% and 6.8% Omotic, like the Anatolian farmers were farly distinct from the Natufians, but they all mingled and mixed. That Middle Eastern area is a mixed up world, bro. And when those Chalcolithic people come in, and the Chalcolithic Near Easterns come in from Iran and the pre-Armenian areas near the Caucasus, they call it, they totally, it's a whole population turnover when Egypt completely decreased.
Can I reply now?
Takes over. Go ahead.
I am not saying anything that you don't say. Or what I say, you are saying. I told you the early North Africans that contributed to the themselves have a component of back migration. It is true or not true? Did the Ibero-Mauritians
they had also current? Yes, I'm going to tell you what happened though. Yes, the back migration happened around.
They are a big migration that mixed me with population that already
but Mike,
55, but the zone and the rest.
Mike, you have to understand those numbers differ based off who's talking. I can give you other articles outside of the article that you brought up. So listen to what I'm saying. The Bazana people that you speak of that brought in mitochondrial DNA U6 and U5, Those people were dark skinned and tall, and they mixed with the Assyrian people that were still there. They look totally different. Hold on. Aki, let me finish. I'm almost finished. They look totally different than your Anatolian component that you have highly, because you're mixed with both of them. And what I'm saying is that a lot of your morphology, I'm almost done. Even before mixing, you have parallel evolution. Because you guys have been breeding with people for so long, you guys also developed a lot of late phenotypical traits morphologically that's developed later in time than your genetics. Your genetics is much older than what you look like morphologically speaking. That's what I'm trying. You have a combined.
No, I understand everything. I understand that. Yes, I am agree with that. The Ibero-American themselves, like you said, was a Cro-Magnon type population, but the people that they came after them, you start to see that Caucasus was morphology showing like
yes, but
than the Ibero-Americans.
Yes, but the Caucasus.
You were a Mediterranean.
So let me ask you this, Aki. So the Caucasoid morphology.
And when you see Anatolian, the Anatolian farmers are part Western European hunter-gatherers. The Western European hunter-gatherers themselves was dark skin. So more than likely the hunter-gatherers in Anatolia already was dark before farming.
Let me ask you a question. Mike, is my wife Caucasoid? Yes. Is she Caucasoid? Am I Caucasoid? I'm Fulani. Yes. She's Somali. But she's still considered black. Let me show you a picture of my grandmother. Who's from there? My mother. Yeah. Is she Caucasoid? My nana?
Yes, she's a Fulani, like you said.
But we're still black. So I'm just trying to figure that we're still labeled as black.
But I'm going to say something. The people that you say now in North Africa is not 1,000 years old, because it exists entered North Africa 7,000 years, in the Maghreb 5,000 years or 500 years.
Well, you guys develop your Afro-Asiatic from the Capsian groups, and the Capsian groups are already related to that.
Yeah, the Capsian themselves had a straight hair and was dark.
Yeah, we're not talking about hair, but we're just talking about.
You start to see that development. The Capsians, even the carnia or the morphology of them is.
We're not talking about the Capsian group.
I'm not arguing that.
No, I'm not arguing with you either, Aki. But we're trying to say that a lot of these Caucasoids, some of them are brass-out in earlier times. They look different in the neo-Caucasoids. So what I'm trying to say is that it doesn't matter about they were different. I'll give you an example. I'm gonna give you an example, Aki. Early population that come to North Africa were U6 and M1. M1 was there much earlier than U6, and then they got basal N. We know that N gave rise to R, and R developed in the Arabian Peninsula and gave rise to U somewhere. Before the designer area, you developed somewhere. And guess what group of people carry basal U still? The Vita people in Sri Lanka. And what I'm trying to say is that those early Caucasoids who came back were more robust and darker, and they mixed with those Assyrian groups. And they look totally different. When the Bronze Age Caucasoids or the late Neo-Caucasoid comes in, they look more similar to a lot of the population that we see consistently there now. But what I'm saying is that even Eurasians wasn't the same. Because a lot of you have mtDNA.
I am not saying that not the same. A Chinese is not an Indian.
But I'm trying to give you.
Chinese is not a Russian.
I'm trying to give you the history of something right quick. So you got M1 up there and basal N, which splits from L3K, right? And you got M and N, and then you got R, and you got U. The people that come in, that's coming from those farmers that you talk about of is mtDNA H. They absent of U and they have some X's, and they have X's. They're totally different. What I'm saying is Eurasia is also diverse. That's what I'm trying to talk about.
Yes, I am with you. The Ibero-Eurasian had a North African component, like ancestral North Africa, and a Western Eurasian component, like you said, that zona line. I understand. They didn't look like any modern population. They was a Cro-Magnon type. We understand all this. We are just talking, we are building. And when you said one thing that I disagree with you is that the Ibero-Mauritian were part of Europe. The Ibero-Mauritian was a population that contributed to the Ibero-Mauritian and the Yoruba.
Yes,
that made the, that
the
made
Yoruba,
their
the Yoruba and the Bantus got it from the Kifians, and the Kifians were related to
yes,
Ibero.
because they lacked the Ibero-Mauritians. That's what I asked you, because I have this question a lot. That they found in the Yoruba, was it there in North Africa? Because Jebel Irhoud,
yes,
he said that Jebel Irhoud is estimated.
Yes, you're correct. Yes,
I want to know if that ghost population stayed there or was pushed out. Or this I'm searching up this, but I still didn't have a lot of information.
Yes,
because the Ibero-Mauritian lacked that ghost population. The ancestral North African pushed them, or the Ethereum pushed them, or I don't know, because probably they didn't mix with them.
Yes, and they had a distinct look. I actually got a reconstruction of Ibero-Mauritian, and we wrote Chris Stringer and David Reach from Max Planck Institute, and I'm going to show you what they would look like when they mix with those earlier Eurasians. Even before they leave out in EZ827 form, there has been a genetic continuity of exchange with populations that were Middle Eastern-like and ancient North African-like for a long time. But those Anatolian farmers that came in were much more distinct from the earlier populations or early inhabitants. You get what I'm trying to say?
Hey, but listen. I hate to end on an off-key note. Hey, but it's getting kind of late, and I'm getting a little woozy, guys. So I want to thank everybody for coming through, man. Mike and Goes, we can pick this up another time because y'all brothers can go at it for a minute. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. But any last words, guys? All right, nobody. All right, man. Peace, man. Thank everybody for coming through, man.